Right, I'm live again. Right, peeps, when you come in, let's hope this works this time. Right, invite. There's the link. Copy that. Put it in there. Right, let's hope this link works, please. Damn thing. Right. Please, let's hope this works this time. No, it's not even showing I'm live now on my channel. Oh, here we go.
Now you got us.
How you doing, bro? I got there in the end.
Yeah, I don't know what was going. It had to be the links that you were dropping because what it kept doing was it was directing me to start my own StreamYard panel on a live.
Yeah, that's
So
weird.
yeah, I've never seen that before. Like I said, I've been on panel hundreds of times, so
Yeah.
I know how to to operate StreamYard. Initially, excuse me, the problem I was having I overcame. I couldn't remember my login details, but I have them written down. I found the paper and I got the login details, but it just wouldn't let me on. But now here I am. I'm on. Nice.
Yeah, I could tell you was getting frustrated as well.
Yeah, it's a pain in the rear end. I mean, I don't understand why from time to time StreamYard does that. If you've been on panel hundreds of times, why do they periodically ask you to put your login details again? I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. Was when you do it, you have to set a destination and YouTube. I had real trouble a while back doing it, and then sort of got to grips with it. And then last night, I had exactly the same trouble with Indigroove. I don't know if did you see any of my live from last night at all?
No, I didn't actually. I was out at a protest last night. What time was it live anyway?
Yeah. What time was in Indigroove? Oh, I can't remember actually. Indigroove went. I think it's sort of 1 a.m. or something.
Yeah, so 1 a.m. for you is 9. Let's see,
Are you 6 hours
eight,
behind?
eight, 8 o'clock. I think it's about 5 hours behind. It's about eight
Yeah,
o'clock for me.
yeah,
Anyway,
yeah. That's yeah. I was having the same Indigrooves from over your sides as well. He's in. I think it's Carolina somewhere, North Carolina or something.
I'm not familiar with him.
Oh, he's brilliant, lovely fella, man. You'll get on. We're on the same page, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's yeah. We're on the same page with at least with Trump, so to speak.
Oh, well, no, I think we're on the same page for quite a few things, no?
I would imagine so. We'll find out now. We'll have a little conversation. I don't know how you feel about what Trump did yesterday. I'm
I
going to
think
talk. I'm going to
he's a
talk.
lunatic.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I foresee happening now is one or maybe several or all of these things. Number
Mm,
one, Iran will try to shut down the Straits of Hormuz,
yeah.
which, if successful, will raise the price of gasoline. It'll go through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, if there are sleeper cells here in America, which is
Yeah.
very likely, it will awaken these cells, so to speak, and
Yeah.
have them, do. I don't want to. I don't want you to get struck, so I don't want to say
No,
anything
you're
that
good, man.
YouTube
You're
could.
good. There's,
It may decide to activate them and have them do bombings. And
yeah.
what would be one of the prime targets here in America? New York City. That's where I
Well,
live.
there's Delores in the chat there. He's a lovely fella. He said hello earlier. Strictly from Massachusetts or New York. He's New York, Del.
Is New York what?
He's asking if he's from Massachusetts or New York.
Oh no, I'm from New York City.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, so it wouldn't just be New York City that would be a target. I mean, any big city could be a target, but you got to think that because New York City has 8.5 million people here,
Yeah.
and the business that it represents, the commercial, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would be the most likely target. If I was a terrorist and I wanted to do as much damage as possible, I would do it in Manhattan during business hours. I mean, where did 9/11 take place? Where did it
Yeah.
happen? And
Exactly.
and which two buildings did it take out in Manhattan? The two buildings that created the most commerce
Mm,
in all of Manhattan, collectively,
mm,
right?
yeah.
So, and then the other thing I'm concerned with is, will Iran attempt to now attack the U.S. military, which is dispersed all over the Middle East?
That's what I think is exactly going to happen.
And here's what I think on this is
Mm,
that Netanyahu, for what, 20 years now, has been claiming Iran's, a week or a month or 2 months away from having a nuclear bomb.
yeah.
Right. Well, now that it seems, I don't know for sure, but it seems like, if we don't even know if they actually had a nuclear weapon or were
No.
that close to producing one, but let's
Mm,
assume that they were.
mm,
We have to assume, we don't know for sure, but the strikes that Trump did last night with the Buster bombs,
bunker
the
buster.
bunker busting bombs, right?
Yeah.
That they were successful and they wiped out whatever bombs they had, or the potential, close to making one.
Yeah. But
Well,
they,
now, but see, that's not going to be enough for Netanyahu. He wants regime change,
yeah.
and anybody who has an ounce of sense understands that there will be no regime change unless you put troops on the ground.
Yeah.
You cannot force a regime change with bombings. There are 90 million people in Iran.
Yeah.
So now Israel does not have the capacity
No.
to go in on the ground and actually do a regime change.
No. That's why they want you involved.
There you go.
Mm. We had the
And
same. We had the same thing over here. I've seen it all before. I'm 49 now, so left school in the 90s. So obviously the first Gulf War was. I left school about 92, and that's was the first Gulf War, wasn't it?
yes,
With Bush Senior, and then went quiet a bit. And I voted once when I left school. I was about 18, and the general election was around. I voted Labour because it's the working people's party, so on and so forth. But there was the leader of the party at the time was called John Smith, and he had a heart attack at 54, and they slipped in this Tony Blair. None of us
oh
knew.
yeah,
None of us knew who he was, and everything was good for a couple of years. He was definitely holding the middle ground. It's all going well, but then it all revealed itself of why he was really there, and it was to follow Bush for the second Iraq War.
which started, what, it was in 2001 or 2002 and lasted for 20 years.
2003.
2003. Okay, now that war was predicated on the fact that Iran, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction,
Right. So we see
which
it all.
which obviously we found out he had expended all of those weapons of mass destruction. If you remember now,
Yeah.
in the 80s, America gave him
Yeah.
chemical weapons to use against the Iranians in his war against Iran, and he used those weapons on the Iranian soldiers.
That's right. America given the satellite images of where 250,000 Iranian troops were on the border, Iraq, and boom, Saddam Hussein let the bomb go off.
That's right. And it's frustrating because I'm a little older than you. I'm not going to say exactly my ages. I try to keep myself my privacy or maintain it. But
Yeah.
I'm in my 60s.
Oh,
I'm
you look way
a
younger on that
yeah.
bike. My goodness.
I'm a little older than I thought you would think I am, based on just on
Yeah.
listening to watching my videos. There's
Yeah.
very few guys my age that ride that way. Just to give you a little background, real quick, I
Yeah.
was a bicycle messenger in Manhattan for 10 years.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
Okay, and actually, for eight years, I rode a bicycle. In 2 years, the last 2 years, I was on a motorcycle.
Uh-huh.
But I'm actually a personal trainer. I'm what you call an independent personal trainer. I don't work in a gym or for a gym. I train all my clients privately.
Yeah.
Um, And I don't know if you've ever gone to my community page, but if you do, if you're
Hmm.
bored sometime,
Yeah.
go over there and click on the link to a video that I posted. It's a documentary from 1987 when the mayor at that time, Ed Koch, was
Hmm.
trying to close the streets of Midtown Manhattan down to the bicycle messengers, which would have seriously or drastically affected our income.
Yes.
And back then, you were allowed to peacefully protest. We peacefully protested for
Yeah.
5 days,
Yeah.
and the mayor backed down. We
Right.
won.
Right.
Protests rarely win. Now, when I
Mhm.
get off here with you, I'll be
Mm.
jumping on my bike heading into Manhattan to a Trump protest. Understand this: I do
Mm.
not engage in any kind of violent protests.
No. No.
Okay, if I see violence, which I haven't yet, I'll
Hmm.
get myself right the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
right.
but I'm going to explore my First Amendment right to
Yeah.
peacefully protest. It
Yeah.
may not work, but I will not lay down and I will not bow down to Donald Trump.
No, I'm the same. I used to go on all the protests over here. I went the 2003 when this is it. So what got me 2003? We sent out a man called Dr. Kelly, and he went out to Iraq to see if there's weapons of mass destruction. He had an American counterpart who the name eludes me. And Dr. Kelly come back and he told the government, told everyone, no, there's no weapons of mass destruction. A week later, he was found hung in the woods, and apparently so was his American counterpart.
Yeah,
So,
well,
so I
that's
was
not.
on the. We had a famous protest. It's one of the biggest, probably the biggest protest in this country in modern history. A 2 million man march. They tried to say it's less, but I was there. I was there, and I could see when you got there, there was all these banners ready for you by our paper over here, the Mirror, and I thought this is all commercialized. This is all corporations, but it was 2 million people peaceful marching from west along the embankment up to Westminster. It was a sight to see. It was beautiful. But it was peaceful because I think the police knew not to even try it. There was too many of us. But a week later, before everything gained momentum, they went to war, and that was that.
Yeah, well, let me explain something about my protesting. Most of the time, what I do,
Yeah,
I prefer to actually work with the protests that are marching. And
yeah.
what I do is I work with a team of other bikes so
Uh-huh.
that when the protesters, let's say they're marching down Fifth Avenue, there's a cross street every
I'm just
couple
grabbing a
hundred.
drink. I can hear you, bro.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was
okay.
taking
Th-
so long to start that up. I've got to go to the toilet, but I can hear.
Okay, so let's say the protesters are marching down or up Fifth Avenue.
Yeah.
There's cross streets, the numbered streets, every couple hundred feet or so. So I work with a team of other bicycles to block the intersection so as the protesters can walk through safely and not get run over by cars.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So like, so that even if the protest isn't successful, I was successful in keeping people safe. I, along with many other bicycles, we
That's
literally just like block the side streets so that the cars cannot get through until the protesters pass. You know what I'm saying? Because you got people here in New York City that they'll run right into the protesters. There's not a
that's
lot,
actually.
but it's happened before. It's I'm
Oh,
not
of
making it
course
up.
it has. Yes,
And
yes.
so like when we're doing that, you got to watch yourself. What you do is you get off your bicycle and we make a three deep line of bicycles and we're standing in front of our bicycles holding on to them, watching
Brilliant.
those cars because you never know, one of them may decide to just ram us and then go and hit the pedestrians. You know what I mean?
That is brilliant.
Yeah, so that's what I really prefer to do because like I said, even if the protest isn't successful, and none of them have been so far, I
Mm.
feel like I did a good thing. I kept people safe, if that
You
makes any
have,
sense.
you have. The protests need to happen. People can meet like-minded people, so on and so forth. And I think to myself, over here we've got the Palestinian protests every week, and I think to myself, you think they're not achieving much, but if no one was going there protesting, then everyone would think no one cared. So those protests are valuable.
Yes, absolutely. But the other thing too is that, what they're doing over here, you're probably already aware of this, is the Trump and his administration are
Yeah.
claiming that these protests are not protests, they're riots, and the protesters are not protesters, they're rioters. Now, I have not seen it when I'm there at the protest, but there are, when it gets late at night, like after midnight, there's going to be maybe 1% or less of the people who will become violent. That's going to happen at virtually any late night protest, especially
Yeah.
here in New York City. But
Mm.
that to label all the protesters as rioters because of that 1% or even less than 1% is
Yeah.
beyond ridiculous. It's done purposefully. And the
Yeah.
reason why is that that's Trump's excuse to bring the military in. What
Yes.
happens when you bring the military in? That
Yes.
enrages the people. It makes it
Yes.
worse.
Yes.
So I expect to see, I don't know when, but it won't be too far down the road. Trump will bring the military into New York City and other big cities around this country
Yeah.
to break up what he calls the riots. They're not
Mm.
riots at all. You
And
know what
you've
a
got.
riot? You know what a riot was on
Mm.
January 6th at the Capitol building. That's what a riot is.
Yeah, and he incited that as well.
That's right, he did.
Mm. What if you've got a law, a law that I forgot what it's called, posse something or another, where you're not allowed, military are not allowed on your streets to arrest or detain.
Well, yeah, what it is, I don't so in order for the president to legally to allow to send troops in to act as police officers to actually arrest people, he
Mm.
would have to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act, which
Right.
he will be doing that. I don't know when, but he will be at some point. He's trying to take this country over by force, and he's going
Yeah.
to use the military to do it.
Mm. He
We
already put the
have we
Marines
have yeah, right now on this we have an authoritarian who has aspirations to become a dictator. I don't know if
out.
he's going to make it, but he's going to try. He ain't going to stop.
Yeah. He's supposed to be the last president.
And the other thing that I think you could see this, he does not believe in democracy. He is actively working to end it, not just in America.
Yeah.
If he's successful in ending it in America, it will end in every other country in the world. And here's why I think that is.
Yeah.
America represents the largest democracy in the world. And if it falls,
Yeah.
all the other smaller democracies will also fall. And I also see it this way. I don't know if you agree or not, but I believe that right now more than half the people on this planet are living under an authoritarian or a dictator. More
Yeah.
than half.
Yeah. And he always says how that's not a good thing, and he's doing it himself. Here we got Dolores just in the chats here. America has been at clandestine war with Iran for decades. Yet America used cyber attacks on Iran's nuclear program about a decade ago. It was a debacle. This new war is just a continuation of the war that's been going on for decades. Now it's just public.
But
Also,
you
there
have,
was the
yeah, but
debacle. Go on, mate.
you have to remember this, that during Obama's, I believe it was his second term, it might have been the first, he got Iran to sign the 159 page long, 159 page Iran nuclear agreement, which
Mm,
part of that agreement stated that Iran would allow nuclear weapons inspectors to come in to make sure they weren't creating nuclear weapons.
mm.
Iran agreed to that. And what happened? Donald Trump, during his first term,
Yeah, tore it up.
not long after he came into office, he tore it up. So
Yeah,
now, had he not tore it up, would there be a need to do these bombings? And
yeah.
like I said earlier, nobody can prove. There is no proof that Iran had a nuclear bomb or was even weeks or months away from producing one.
No, that's right. I know. All the propaganda and brainwashing. What's Dell put here? Plenty of corruption to worry about in New York too. The NYPD is notorious all over the West as
Oh, the NYPD it's very, very bad.
yeah,
Listen, I'm not against cops. I don't want you to get that impression,
yeah.
but the hierarchy of the NYPD and the mayor himself, extremely corrupt.
Well,
Extremely.
Dell's going for it here, man. America, is the biggest threat to democracies across the world. Chile and Nicaragua being perfect examples. Most countries, luckily, don't use America as an example of democracy. Well, we're
Yeah.
not great neither, Dell. Our
Well,
democracy, our
yeah,
democracy over here is it's just all a facade.
It is. It
We
is.
have
It was just. It
we have
is. This freedom that democracy offers us is it's an illusion.
it
I
is.
mean, we do have some democracy, but it's not a full democracy.
Well,
It's
they say
definitely
we've
not.
got democracy because we can vote, but you can vote, what was it, once every 5 years. So they give us a load of old flannel of what they're going to do. And as soon as they get in, they do the opposite. But we've got to wait 5 years before. So how's that a democracy?
Yeah, but
And
you also probably suffer from the same thing we do over here. You don't get to pick between good nominees.
no,
You get to pick between the lesser of two evils.
exactly. Exactly. We've all said on our lives, my lives and Shield Destroyers' lives, it's government that's got to go. Governments have got to go.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, but how does that happen? It's not going to happen. The way I see it, I'm not saying you should see it this way, or anybody in the chat, or anybody listening now, or in the future.
Mm,
When the live is over, the
mm.
only way to get away from the government is to go live off grid. It
Uh,
doesn't matter
this-
what country you live in
yeah.
in the world at this point. The government, the way I grew up in a mafia neighborhood in the 70s in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn. Okay.
Mhm.
The way I see the government of the United States of America, it is the biggest, most powerful mafia in the country.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it is corrupt from top to bottom. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that there are no good politicians. The two people that I believe in this government is Bernie Sanders
Mhm.
and AOC.
I've heard stuff from
Alexandria.
Bernie Sanders.
Excuse me.
I've heard stuff. I've heard Bernie Sanders talk. He seems on a bit of a level.
Well,
The
here's the
second,
thing. Yeah, here's the thing about. I'm sorry.
go on, go on.
Here's the thing about Bernie Sanders.
Mm,
What I like about Bernie Sanders is first and foremost, he's had the same stance for 40 years.
right.
Okay, he's for the people, not for the rich. And second,
Yeah.
is that he's about 15 or so years older than me, but he literally I grew up in the same neighborhood he did. Now he probably wasn't even there anymore when I grew up. We played ball in the same schoolyards.
Uh-huh.
It was a lower middle class neighborhood. He doesn't come from he didn't ever had a silver spoon up his rear end, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, he understands what the average American, what their lives are like and about. Okay, you can't take somebody like Donald Trump, who was born with a silver spoon up his rear end. He's never going to understand what it's like to live as an average American. None of those super wealthy people will.
No.
They can't. They cannot relate,
to
and
be honest,
nor do they care. Obviously,
no. To be honest, I see that they're all puppets, really. Strictly, they all feed from the same hand. The bankers.
yeah, and I think it goes deeper than that. I think that, like, I don't know how many,
They do it
whether
over
it's
here.
whether it's 5 or 10 or 20 of the richest families and people in America,
Yeah.
that they buy the government. To me, the way I see it now, I could be wrong, but how I see it is that these 5, 10, 20, whatever it is, richest people in the country,
Mm,
they are buying the politicians.
yeah.
They pay them to do what they want them to do. And when, elections at this point are just like kind of an illusion, like we think we have a choice, but we don't.
It's to give you the false illusion of a democracy, isn't it?
Yes. And a false illusion of hope.
False pretenses. Yeah. They're those ones at the top on your side. They're Freemasonic, they're Freemasons, Illuminati, and 322 Skull and Bones. Those are
Yes,
your-
yes. I'm glad you mentioned that because it's like I have some. This country is divided so much that, like, I've gotten into arguments with people over politics. Like basic things, like I'll say something like, like what I mentioned earlier, that had Trump not torn up Obama's Iran nuclear agreement,
Yeah.
this would never have happened. Oh, they wouldn't have abided by it anyway.
Mm.
I was against that agreement. Well, did you read the 159-page agreement? Well, no. Well, then how can you be against an agreement if you never read it? You know what I'm saying? It's like, do you sign a contract without reading it? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
You got the Clintons were on the Democrats, and Clinton sent you lot to war in Eastern Europe. The Serbia war, wasn't it? Serbia, Croatia, Kosovo in the
Well,
90s.
the two things that I remember most about Clinton was he was the one that signed the NAFTA trade agreement,
Right.
which was when the corporate America really, really stepped on the gas, sending manufacturing overseas.
Yeah. It's
And
all
then the other thing I remember, well, the what was it called? The Clinton crime bill. At that point, people in New York State, if you committed three felonies, on your third felony, you were given a 25 to life sentence.
free
Now
shit.
those felonies, like, listen, if you committed murders, of course, yeah, you should get a life sentence. But it was just three felonies. It could be any kind of felony. And
Yeah,
on that third one, you got 25 to life.
that's bad. That's how they. It's a what the military complex, and in the prison they make absolute millions and billions out of the people in prison. So
Yeah, but one thing that Clinton did do
mm,
that was good is that when he left office, there was actually a surplus in the budget.
yeah,
Yeah, he definitely did do that.
yeah.
No matter who the president is or the prime minister, in your case, about half the people are going to like what they do, and the other half won't. It's
No, that's
never going
right.
to be a situation where everybody's happy.
Here,
What?
Dolores
Yeah,
has got. I agree with that. Strictly cycling. He's agreed with you. No offense to Americans. I'm not trying to be pissy about it. It's just a fact as I see it. Nice to hear Strictly's point of view. Nice to meet you, Strictly Cycling. There you are.
Likewise, Dolores. I'm not looking at the chat.
No, that's all right. But I do like to involve them
Yeah,
because
yes. Yeah, please keep continue read. Yeah, absolutely. So as long as you're reading the comments, I don't really
yeah,
need to look at the chat.
he,
There-
he's highly intelligent. This one, he's got a few degrees and all that.
Oh, actually, I'm not a college graduate.
No,
Let,
Dolores,
let me let me let
Dolores
me,
on the
let me explain something. So about 20 some odd years ago, I've been a personal trainer. I'm going into my 34th year.
yeah.
About, I don't know, 25 years ago, I was training a client. In between sets, you have to talk with them.
Mm,
They'll do a set of push-ups or pull-ups, and then it will be a minute or 2 minutes, depending on what exercise they're doing before they go again. So
yeah,
you engage in conversation. And he was trying to talk to me about high-level finance, and I was like, listen, I don't understand that stuff. You have a master's degree in it, and
yeah.
you went to an Ivy League college. I don't have that. So he goes, listen, here's what you do.
Mm.
Stay on top of current events,
Current events. Yeah,
right? And it was one of the best tips a client ever gave me. So from right then and there, I started staying on current events, and that's what I would talk to my clients about.
yeah.
In between sets, you know what I mean?
Cool.
So yeah, a lot of people think I'm a lot more political than I am.
Mm,
I'm really not as political as it might appear.
mm,
I definitely am more than concerned with what's going on in this country and the world in
mm,
general.
mm.
And I know that each of us is just like a speck on this planet.
Yeah,
But like I said earlier, man, I have a First Amendment right to peacefully protest, and I'm going to explore that right, whether it works or not. I will not lay down. I will stand tall, and I will make my voice heard, and I will fight. I don't
yeah.
mean with violence. Okay, don't get that impression, because that's not who I am. It's not what I'm about.
Mm,
But I just can't just sit back and watch things happen. There's a saying, you can either make things happen,
yeah.
you can watch things happen, or you can wonder what happened. I will not be the latter two. I will
What
try to make things happen.
what does the Bible say? Evil can only strive when good men don't stand up to it, or something along them lines.
Yeah. Well, uh, I don't know. This is just really, really, really bad.
It
You
is
know,
really
I don't have a good feeling on this. I don't want to be pessimistic. I know I am right now, technically,
no,
but
but it
things
is.
they're not going the right direction, and I just don't see a way that it's going to turn around. Nobody in this government is stopping Trump.
No,
Nobody.
No.
including the Supreme Court. In fact, they're helping him.
Yeah.
When the Supreme Court ruled 2 or 3 years ago that the president, no matter who it is, can break any crime, and not only can they not be prosecuted for
Yeah.
that crime,
Yeah.
they can't even be investigated. What do you
No.
think a guy like Trump is going to do with that? I said, if this guy wins, it's over. And what happened?
Yeah.
He won. Now, here's the thing.
Mm.
Understand this. A lot of people think that Trump won because the majority of Americans support Trump. That is not the case.
No, it
Let me
wasn't.
explain. Let me explain. In 2016, when Trump ran against Hillary, the
Hmm.
media was reporting that Hillary was way ahead in the polls.
Yeah.
She was going to win. So a lot of Democrats said, well, I don't need to vote. That's the same thing that happened this last election with Harris. The
Right.
media was reporting Harris has it in the bag. So
Yeah.
millions of Democrats didn't come out and vote. Trust me on this.
Yeah.
The majority of Americans do not support Donald Trump.
No, they
I
don't.
would say it's about 60-40 ratio,
Yeah.
somewhere in that area. So a
Yeah.
lot of people like in the UK that I've run into, like, in these, I'm not going to mention, you know who I'm talking about. He was on
Yeah. Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah. You can
They,
mention it.
they they don't know this. They think they
Mm.
don't know. You know, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
It's nuts. So how I see Donald Trump? I know Donald Trump very well, not personally,
Mm.
but I've lived in the same city as him all my life.
Mm.
The guy is a professional grifter, scam artist, and what he's really best at is gaslighting.
Yeah. He's
He's
a
a
puppet.
master gaslighter.
He was he was a TV star on the program started over here with Alan Sugar, The Apprentice,
The Apprentice, yes.
and The Apprentice is a Freemason term.
That I did not know.
Yeah, it's The Apprentice. You get your first degree.
Can I tell you something real quick? So I was out in Pennsylvania with a friend
Mm.
in the area of I think it was Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania,
Hmm.
and he's like, "Hey, you want to go see the Freemasons?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "There's a whole neighborhood. It's just Freemasons." So I said, "Yeah, why not?" So
Yeah.
we're driving through there,
Hmm.
and it's like I told my friend, "Listen, get me out of here." You could tell people were watching us. They were
Yeah.
like, they know we're not from there. They were what? I said, "Get me out of here. I don't want to have any part of this." You know what I mean?
And the 322 at Skull and Bones, like you said, I was glad I mentioned that. You can elaborate on this channel if you want to, or
Well,
if you're.
I don't know much about it other than that I know Bush is a member and his father was a member and probably most of the presidents were a member of that. I don't think Trump is, but I don't know that.
I
I'm
think
not.
he's
Is he?
Yale University. Yeah.
Well, you got to understand that Trump, he's a nitwit. He's not a highly educated man.
No. No.
You know what I mean? He's
No.
really not. Like I said, he's a master gaslighter for sure, but he's not a highly educated man. He's not a
He,
very smart man. If you compare him to, like, let's say Netanyahu, the
mm,
level of intelligence,
mm,
the difference between the level of intelligence is like the difference between the first floor and the 10th floor. You know what I mean? There's a big gap there.
yeah.
So yeah,
He's just playing his role. When he got voted in the first time, he was your 45th president,
right.
and we said it on Shield Destroyer's channel. He's got old videos if we can pull them up. Um, well, obviously Biden got in, so he was gonna run again, but we knew 100% he was gonna get in. I'll tell you why, because he was the 45th president, and we knew for a fact we said we should have all put money on it. He would be the 47th president also, because 4 plus 5, so he was the 45th. 4 plus 5 is 9, and now he's the 47th. 4 plus 7, 11. 9/11 president.
Yeah, I've heard other people say that. I don't know how much I believe that. I believe that the reason why he didn't become the 46th president is
Mm,
because during that campaign, the media was reporting it's extremely close.
mm,
So the Democrats decided, well, we don't want Trump again.
mm.
It's very close, so we got to get out there and vote in mass. And I think 81 million or so people came out to vote for Biden, which is the most votes any president in the history of this country ever had.
Well,
So
they put him. they put him in on purpose because the poor man was falling apart, and it was to signify, it was to try and show the demise of America. So they got a dithering old man with Alzheimer's in, and it was to show, you know, they was making a fool and a
Yeah, but
mockery.
when he started his term, was the
It wasn't
Alzheimer's
bad, was it?
really an issue?
Mm,
He
mm.
was clear. He was clear-minded then.
Oh no, he wasn't as bad then, was he? Mm.
No, not at all. You know, at some point, I don't know if it was 2 years in or 3 years, whatever it was. Obviously, the Alzheimer's
Yeah.
had him. You know, unfortunately for him and his family and his friends, it's hard to see somebody suffer like that.
Oh, it's terrible.
Um,
They don't care.
You know, I did not want Biden as president, but I would prefer Biden over Trump. He was a lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
I wanted to see what I'll never see.
Mm.
I wanted to see Bernie Sanders back in 2016 run against Trump. Unfortunately, the DNC took that away from Bernie and they put Hillary up there. And the reason why they did that is not because they thought Hillary had a better chance of winning. There's no way the Illuminati or the richest families in this country are going to ever allow a man like Bernie Sanders to to win and lower their taxes. I mean, raise their taxes. It's not going to happen. It's
That's it.
not going to happen. The Democrats and the Republicans, in my mind, in this country, are birds of the same feather.
Yeah.
You know, they serve the rich, but there is a difference, and I think that one party is worse than the other, and that's the Republican Party is worse. The
Yeah,
Democrats from time to time throw us a few crumbs.
it's another, yeah, we got the same over, yeah, it's another wing to the same bird. We've got the same here. Labour's supposed to be for the work for the people, but again, like I say, they took us to war, and the Tories, the Conservatives, are the rich, horrible cunts. So again, it's the illusion, the illusion of democracy. What's Dale got here? Politics is just another faith-based delusion. An ununiform vote is the same as believing in a religion. It's a politician. If a politician lies, then there is no informed vote. Politics is faith-based. Yeah. Mainstream media are the preachers preaching from the pulpits, yeah, telling everyone what to believe. People feel special in secret groups and societies. Most people lean on social groups for confidence and an ego boost. Doesn't matter to me which group they belong to. It's just in-group, out-group dynamics.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm under the impression that capitalism actually started in the UK, and the capitalism that we have here in America is what I refer to as like super capitalism.
Yeah.
So, like any billionaire here in America, any one of them is part of the system. You do not amass that kind of money without being part of the system.
You have to join. The only ones that sort of get up there with big money and they get approached is musicians. Like you say, the rest that are getting hundreds of millions or billions, they're only getting that because they're part of the Freemasons or something or another. And the musicians, like over here, Amy Winehouse, that they go against their handlers and all that. She come on a TV program over here, and she said, you know Amy Winehouse, Strictly, do you?
Yes, absolutely.
They killed her when she was 27, another 27, the 27 Club. Tupac, I can't remember how many of them was 27. Was Kurt Cobain 27? There's loads of them.
I'm not sure. But then what about the 60s? We had, I don't think this was the government. We had, it was 28. We had Jimi Hendrix died of supposedly heroin overdose. Janis Joplin, and the guy from The Who. They were all, I thought they were all 28.
No, 27. It's a 27 Club, they call it. And Amy Winehouse said, oh, they tried to get me to join their club, and she put up a triangle. They tried to put me in a little box, and she put I think it was about a month later she was dead. And they said as well that a neighbor reported she was screaming and everything.
Speaking about dead, what about during Trump's first term, when the Attorney General, which is the top law enforcement of this country, his name was what was his name? Oh Jesus, it escapes me right now. What the hell was his name? Well, he went to the federal penitentiary, or not penitentiary, the federal jail here in Manhattan, 26 Federal Plaza, the day before, 2 days before Epstein was found dead in his cell. Now,
Right.
don't tell me, I'm not saying this to you, but
Mm.
nobody can tell me that Trump, having been on the Epstein's flight logs, that
Yeah.
he went to Epstein's Island
Yeah.
because he was going to a big resort there because there are none. There was some fancy restaurant there to go that he wanted to eat at. There are none. He
No.
didn't go there to lay on the beach.
No.
At a minimum,
Uh,
he went there to watch somebody have sex at a minimum with an underage person,
that's it. That's
right?
it.
And then so there were so many billionaires, rich, most white billionaires on
Yeah.
that went to that island,
Yeah.
that they collectively got together and they said, this can't happen. This guy's going to rat us out.
Yeah. He was Mossad. Um, he said Trump said he was friends with him 10 years. Quote, that was Trump, and that Epstein was Israeli Mossad.
Yeah, well, then Trump tried to say, well, I banned him from coming to Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, that was after
Yeah.
he was caught. You know what I'm saying? Of course you did then.
They reckon he's not dead. He's in oh done it again. What is it you go on when you're grassing up the mob or something? Oh, witness protection.
On the lamb. Okay, I don't think so. I think he was killed. I think that
But I
one or
think he's
two guys. I think one or two guys who knew how to snap your neck went into that cell and snapped his neck.
yeah,
Now, here's the thing: there's no way that the cameras that night were off and the guards just
yeah,
happened to fall asleep. Bullshit.
yeah,
Excuse my language.
yeah. Oh, they give you these stories, don't they? But like you say, he could have spilled the beans, couldn't he?
He was going to. He had no choice. I mean, if he didn't spill the beans, he was going to get life, possibly even the death sentence. I don't know if he would have got the death sentence, but he was getting life.
Well,
So, a guy like that, you got to assume that if he can make a deal with the feds, he's going to make a deal so he doesn't have to serve life.
yeah,
I mean, how old was he when he went to prison? In his 50s, his mid 50s?
yeah, I
I
think so.
mean, yeah. So if he could have look what happened with Sammy the Bull Gravano, right?
Mm.
He was the underboss for John Gotti. Okay.
Hmm.
John Gotti beat the government 3 times. One of them was because Sammy paid off one of the jurors. Another time, the guy said, I don't remember the incident happening. I can't recognize Gotti. And I can't remember the third time. So the government said, you know what?
Mm.
They have unlimited funds and they're going to go after John Gotti no matter how much it costs. They gave Sammy the Bull for his cooperation to get Gotti 5 years. And he didn't necessarily unalive 19 people, but he was part of the hit team for 19 people, which means you're at the minimum, you're a conspiracy, an accessory to murder.
Yeah,
They gave him 5 years to get John Gotti,
right,
right? So,
right.
I don't think that the feds would have offered Epstein a deal like that, but he was going to sing. I really
Mm.
believe that. And even if he wasn't, the people that had been to that island were so in fear that he was going to sing. They got
Yeah,
to get rid of him. They
yeah.
got to silence him.
Well, listen, Ghislaine, we've heard nothing, but she's still supposed to be in prison in your country. That's the Ghislaine. Oh, is it Ghislaine Maxwell? Second, that
Elaine
was the.
Maxwell, yeah, she is. I think she got a 20 or a 30-year sentence, something like that.
And she can spill all the beans, but she won't.
No, no,
And I
she
don't
won't.
think she's in any prison, if you know what I mean.
I believe she is, but I believe that the prison that she's in is not like one of the rougher federal penitentiaries. It's one of the
Yeah,
kind of cushier ones, for lack of a better word. Not that it's like a resort or anything like that, but it's not as bad as many of the federal penitentiaries are
well,
or can be here in America.
you know about the sort of the 33 is their number, isn't it? The Freemasons. So it comes up everywhere. 33 everywhere. It's your mantra. So A is 1, B is 2, and C is 3. So
Didn't the
anytime you,
Freemasons start in the UK?
yeah. So you got the
Yeah.
Scottish Rite and the York Rite. Well, actually, I think it's the Knights Templar, and they was on the run. Ended up in Scotland. So there was a Knights Templar at the time. Sort of moved through England, and in the Napoleonic War, Napoleon against England, they said, right, we're either going to fund, because these are ones, the Rothschilds ended up the bankers. So they had all the money. They said, we're either going to fund Napoleon or England. So they said, yeah, and they said, right, if you could, we'll allow you to stay in the country. And they went under a new name, and that is the Freemasons.
Yeah, well,
and that 322, the COVID, our lockdown, I was talking to Indagroove the other night. He said your lockdown started on, because your calendar, he said your lockdown started on the 11th of March.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Which would be
I thought it was 11th or 12th of March, something like that.
Right. So for you, that's 3/11. For us, that's 11th for the 3rd. Our lockdown started on the 22nd of March. So that's 322.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what it was like in the UK, but here in America, you really weren't locked down. You could go outside whenever you wanted.
Yeah. That's when I started. That's why I like. That's when I'm agency. So at the time I was working, and I thought, right, I'm not taking part at my place of work. There's all masked up, and I'd only just started at the point, and I thought, I'm not taking any part of any of this. I'm not going in with a mask, and I'm certainly not getting any jabs.
Well, if I could tell you just what I feel, I'm not saying you should feel this way or anybody else should, but I believe that it's quite possible that China released this virus. It was on purpose, knowing that when it got to the United States, they predicted, they knew how Trump would respond to it. And they knew it would knock America on its ass because of Trump. I think America probably, of all the bigger nations in the world, reacted the worst. So I got to say this too. So at that time, before the virus came out or was released or whatever it was, I had a doctor that I was training who was, I'm not going to tell you his name, but he's a big time doctor. He's one of only 12 doctors that has won an award. I'm not going to mention the award, but his wife worked for the CDC, the Center of Disease Control. He was telling me the last couple of sessions before he stopped our training, because I would train him in he and his wife's brownstone, which is like a high level residence. Anyway, he was telling me not to worry about, getting sick and becoming unalived because of the virus, because I was, very healthy. And, workout is part of my religion. So what ended up happening was I wasn't going to take the jab either. Not because I was afraid of what was, I'm trying to use words that so you don't get struck, of what was inside that injection.
Yeah.
I wasn't afraid of it at all.
I've heard.
I'm petrified of needles. But what happened was,
I've heard your story. That was awful.
The first fall.
Yeah.
That fall in 2020, one of my friends sustained a severe spinal cord injury and was hospitalized and literally could not walk. He had 2 titanium plates put into his neck, and he was recovering. And his nearest relative was 8 states away. So I was the one that was going there every day to bring him things, to help him eat his food, to keep him company. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what ended up happening was every time you would go to the hospital to go upstairs to visit, you got to sign in and get a visitor's pass.
Yeah.
So it was a Friday. He was in there a couple of weeks at this point. So on a Friday, I go to get the visitor's pass, and the guy says to me, "Have you had your first jab yet?" I said, "No, why?" "Well, starting Monday, unless you've had your first jab, you will not be allowed to go upstairs."
Yeah.
So now I'm in a position, okay, am I going to be a decent human being?
Yeah.
Be who I am, be true to myself? And am I going to continue to help my friend, or am I going to leave him there on his freaking own? I'm not going to leave him there on his own. That's not the kind of person I am. So I'm petrified of needles. I went and I got the jab.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I got to tell you this. Now,
you're honorable. You're a good friend, man. You've sacrificed something so big.
Well, yeah, but you know what? I got to say this. I wasn't. Remember now, I wasn't really concerned that what was in that needle was going to harm me. So actually, it helped me. Let me explain.
Mm.
So when I got that jab, I have what's called eczema. I always get the pronunciation
Yeah.
incorrect. Eczema. I have
Yeah.
like a spot on one of my elbows that's about the size of a quarter,
Hmm.
right? And I've never taken medicine for it. I don't, I stay away from medicine and doctors, right?
Mm.
So
Mm.
about a week after I took that injection, it
Mm.
went away. It disappeared.
Fucking
That
hell.
lasted. So whatever was in there boosted my immune system to the point where it eradicated that for about 6 months. After about 6 months, it came back. Now
Mm.
the hospital kept contacting me. I got the Pfizer vaccine, right? To get
Mm.
the second jab and then the third jab. I never went back.
No. No.
You see, here in America, 75% of the people who succumbed to that virus were excessively overweight. I'm nowhere near close to being overweight. If
Yeah.
you saw me in person, you would not believe I'm my age.
Yeah. No.
You probably wouldn't. You probably don't believe I'm in my 60s just by the sound of my voice.
I know you sound like a young man. I'm sure I'm sure I've seen a photo of you on your bike with your sunglasses somewhere on your channel or something. Or I think you put it up on your one of these when you was on the live, and
Yeah,
you look like
if you go to my community page and you
yeah,
scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see a good clear picture of me.
yeah, you look like a young strong man. Are you tall as well?
I'm like 5'11",
Yeah, yeah, you look
108, 183 pounds. My body fat percentage is probably right around 12% right now.
yeah, yeah,
I've always been somebody. I grew up in the '70s before
mm,
all this technology, so I was always playing ball with my brother when we were kids and my friends.
mm,
Then I just spent 10 years as a bike messenger, 8 on the bike, 2 on the last 2 on the motorcycle.
yeah,
Throughout my life, I've not always exercised, done formal exercise, but for most of it. But even when I wasn't doing formal exercise, those short periods, I was always physically active.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? I'm a very a physical person. That makes
yeah,
any sense to you?
yeah,
Yeah.
man.
So, that's what I attribute my youthful
Help.
body's appearance
Yeah,
to. And on top of that, I'm not somebody I wouldn't say I treat my body like a temple, but I don't touch alcohol. I don't like the stuff. I
yeah,
don't use drugs. I do smoke marijuana from time to time. That's the only thing I mean, technically you could say that's a drug, absolutely. But I don't use any other kinds of drugs. And the other factor, I would never say this to a client, but the other factor is genetics.
mm,
I got pretty good genetics from my parents and my ancestors,
yeah,
so that's
yeah,
definitely a part of it. But at
yeah,
the end of the day, I don't eat junk food.
mm,
I only eat whole foods. I don't
mm,
count my calories or my macronutrients or anything like that. I just eat whole foods.
yeah,
And unfortunately, here in America, even eating whole foods isn't enough because, like, the meats that we eat are
yeah.
filled with the animals are given
Vaccinated.
hormones and steroids
Yeah,
antibiotics because they're raised so closely together.
yeah,
So yeah, most people don't know this. Like UK, you probably your food source is much cleaner than ours. There's a lot of products that Americans are
yeah,
sold in America that Americans eat that are prohibited in the
yeah.
UK. For
We've
instance, like a lot of breakfast cereals. There's
right.
chemicals that they put in there that are known to cause cancer. And the
Yeah.
UK, I respect this about your government. They refuse to allow those companies to sell that crap in your country.
Well, we've just done the deal with yourselves, and we're going to end up accepting your chicken. It's got all the chlorine in it or something, isn't it? I think.
I don't
What?
know what they're putting. I don't know what they're putting in, but I can tell you this much: that chicken, those
Mm,
chickens are raised in what do they call it? Chicken houses or whatever it's called,
mm,
where they're packed in so closely together that they
yeah.
can't even walk. The other thing too is don't quote me on this, but like 1950, I think it took like something like 4.5 months to raise a chicken till it weighed 5 pounds or whatever it was
Yeah.
till they slaughtered it.
So, right.
Today, because they give these chickens steroids and hormones and all this other crap, it's like it cut like a month down in the process to making them grow to that weight, and because they grow they put the muscle on so rapidly,
Yeah.
the bones don't have a chance to form, so most of them can't walk anyway
It's an
because the
abs.
bones can't support the weight.
Yeah, it's a
It's
mess.
just it's disgusting. Like the cattle, right? The
Yeah,
beef that we raise here in America, they're
yeah,
not raising cattle.
yeah,
They're raising product. That's how it's seen. So like even all the animals, like a cow, if it took a cow, let's say hypothetically, it took a cow back in 1950 a year to get to 2,000 pounds.
yeah.
Now with the steroids, it takes a cow maybe 9 months to get to 2,000 pounds. And it actually passes 2,000. Might get to 2,200 now. So now they got an extra 200 pounds of meat, and they're making it in less time. You understand? So they're making more money. It's terrible. It's
They
absolutely
got,
terrible.
they got the chicken factories. We get a lot of our chick. They got massive chicken factories in Holland that we import these from, and they've got it down to 30 days strictly. And when you see these poor little chickens, like you say, the steroids pump them up. They fall over. They can't walk because, like you say, the bones are. And well, I stopped eating the chicken from the fast food restaurants a while back. Unfortunately, I've started again because I don't eat pork due to its unhealthy, fatty. It's all fatty, you know. So like, it's so
Well,
sad.
something else you have to understand. I'll speak for the meat raised here in America or the
Yeah,
product. Is that like beef? Like if in 1950, let's say a 16-ounce sirloin steak had 110 grams of protein in it, right? Let's just say, just hypothetically, because of all the chemicals that they're putting into the feed of these cows today, it doesn't have as much protein and it doesn't have as many vitamins and minerals as it used to. Now it tastes better, and the reason why is because of there's more marbling in the meat. What they feed the cows mostly is corn, and corn produces more marbling in the meat. It's the marbling that gives the meat the flavor. So like if you eat a piece of grass-fed meat, it
yes,
won't taste as good because
yeah.
it doesn't have as much marbling, but it's so much healthier for you. It has so much more nutrition or
Yeah.
nutritional value in it.
What about over it? Is it the astrazine? Am I pronouncing that right? It's the artificial sweetener, and
Oh, I can't remember. It's off the tip of my. I can't remember what the name of it, but you're close. I don't use any of that stuff. None
that
of
that
that.
that now that it was an art. It was used for people that were mentally ill. They used it and they realised it was harming them badly physically, makes them have a big fat belly and everything, and they banned it. But they realised it had the
Is it
taste.
aspirin? Is it aspartame? Is that
That's the
the
one. That's the one.
aspartame? Yeah.
And they banned it, but they realised it had an artificial taste like sugar, so they've been putting it in the drinks. And and our Coke, our fizzy drinks now, they're all becoming sugar free because they got aspartame in it. It's this.
Yeah. Well,
It's,
it's just crazy. It's I'll speak once again for here in America. It's these corporate America. What's their goal from one year to the next? To make more money than they made last year, no matter how they got to do it. It
and to
doesn't matter. It does not matter. They're going to do it. They're going to step all over people, walk all over people. They could care less about yours. Look at the medical care system here in America. Now I get this. I knew it already, but I get this straight from that doctor I referred to a few minutes ago. The medical system in America is not designed to save lives.
mm,
It's designed to make money. Same
mm,
thing with the pharmaceutical companies here in America. There's many different ailments that they have the cure for it.
yeah,
But if they sell a pill and it cures it, then they don't sell any more pills.
there's
They
no
lose money.
there's no money in the cure.
Right.
What's Dell got here? Quickly, the lab. Hold up. Let's not forget that the Knights wanted special rights, and accidentally those rights they wanted for themselves became all of our rights in the UK. The Magna Carta, yeah. Well, they got rid of him like. Oh, let's go up. They got rid of him like the mob got rid of Whitey Bulger.
Whitey Bulger, he was the Irish gangster in Boston who was
Uh,
working with the feds for decades.
yeah, I agree. Capitalism did originate from the UK, and maybe before that it was Rome. Yeah, I'd say Rome. The UK were only successful conquerors because they were the first to have agricultural and then industrial revolutions. Yeah. or they got rid of
Wouldn't that
him.
be wouldn't that be more agricultural independence?
Yeah, what's it? What he's got agricultural and then industrial revolutions. Agricultural
Okay,
independence.
yeah. No, he's right. He's right. Absolutely.
The lab in Wuhan was funded by America too, though, wasn't it? Question mark. China and
I
America.
would, I would think, I would tend to agree with that.
Yeah. Oh, what's he got here? Well, Oneness and Strictly Cycling. Good to join you both this evening. I'm going to go. Hope he's going to bed soon. Hope you both have a good one. Nice to meet you, Strictly Cycling.
What was his name again? I missed that.
Well, he's Dolores Cladbourne, and
Dolores. Okay, well, Dolores likewise.
we always have a go at him because he's picked a mad name there. He said he just picked it off the bat. It's a character, isn't it?
Well, in America, the name Dolores is a woman's name. In America, anyway.
He's got aspartame. Yeah, he's put the aspartame. And saccharin. Yeah, SACCH.
Saccharin. Yes.
He's got bye, folks. Bye, Del. Thank you for joining in, brother. Well, we'll carry on because people might join in, but I've only got 17 subs strictly, but I saved these, and I've only got 17 subs, and my last live from last night has already got nearly 70 views. So that's superb. People are listening to our message.
Well, listen, understand something on this. You're one of the few people in this community. There's only one other actually who's ever came over to my videos and clicked a like and left a comment. I can guarantee you I will be doing the same for you. Okay. I believe in helping others. You know what I'm saying? But when I realize that they're not going to do the same, I just stop. I just stop.
That Chubby's channel, it's full of some very unsavory characters in there. There's a lot of them. I've seen other YouTubers make videos and clips about a lot of them, and I've seen some horrible stuff about some of them.
Yeah, well, you know what? I gotta say this. How do I say this? As far as Chubby, I got along with Chubby just fine when I was on the panel with him.
Yeah.
But it became quite apparent early on that Chubby is not looking for friendship from me. He just wants views and subscribers.
He just allows all kinds of nonsense. All the doxing going on there makes it very.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
It's very repugnant. Strictly over here, they're putting out people's addresses of family and everything. It's disgusting, and it worries you. You go in there and have a big argument. The next thing, your address will be up there. You're like,
you know what? Yeah, you know what I notice over there on this? What I see is reminiscent of other communities, although some of these things it's worse over there. Yeah. It seems like many, if not most of the people do not work, they collect benefits. Now, if you're mentally ill, I get it. But if you're an able-bodied man like Chubby,
you got to be at work.
You should be, and then what irks me about him is that he brags about it. Yeah, I don't work, I collect benefits. Ha 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 ha! I don't respect people like that. I really don't.
I noticed he stopped doing that lately since you've been giving it to him, and he's even had an interview last week, didn't he?
Well, so he says. So he says. That may or may not be true.
I know Chubby seems all right, but I've seen quite a few accusations going his way as well. And the thing is, there was a live a couple of weeks ago, and there's the other American fella on there, that Universal one.
Oh, the Tug. I think he's if not a professional, he's close to like being like a professional debater. That guy.
Well, I mean, he's on there going on about and there's the other one, Crinkle, that he's in his 40s and there's big men in their 40s and 50s. They're talking about that they find teenagers as sexually attractive, 16 and above, and I'm like,
well, I don't think he's necessarily saying that. I think. Okay, let's look at So when does a girl get her first period? Almost always before they turn 18.
And some of them can get it before they turn way before 16. It's not
right.
Good.
Right. Okay. Now, how do I say this? I believe that once a girl gets her first period, because she's now able to conceive and give birth, doesn't mean she's a woman, but she's stepped into womanhood, so to speak. Does that make any sense? No,
the
not
change.
maybe stepping into womanhood isn't the right word. I can't think of the right words I want to say, but she's able to conceive and now give birth.
Mm,
Uh,
that's
so, it,
the
so
change. Some of them have them at 9, though.
I know,
Strictly,
I know, and I'm not saying that they should have children at that age,
huh?
but their body has gone through the change that all women will experience. They'll have periods every 28 days, whatever it is,
Mm,
and they can now conceive and give birth.
mm.
Doesn't mean she's a woman.
Right,
Does
exactly.
it make any sense what I'm saying? You
Well,
know what I mean?
well, he was asking, because I put on it. I said you're a bloody pervert, and he was asking what age is acceptable. I think he's in his 40s. I think if you're in your 40s, you can't be looking no lower than a woman in her 30s.
Well, here's the thing. Wonders, think about this. Think
And
about
just
this.
well,
Think, here-
just quickly, strictly, if you're in your 40s, you certainly shouldn't be finding young ladies in their 20s, and even worse, 19, and that sexually attractive. He was talking about, do you find them attractive? Blah blah blah. You can. I'm in my late 40s. You can see.
I agree with you, but here's the thing you got to take into consideration. So let's say you're walking down the street and you
Yeah.
see a young woman, what you think is a
She's
young woman,
attractive,
and you
but
find her attractive, but you don't know that the girl is 15. She looks like she's 25.
yeah, you shouldn't be. Well, all right, yeah, but you shouldn't be sexually attracted to girls in their. If you're in your 40s, I've got children as well, older, so you can see a girl in her young 20s and go, oh, she's attractive, she's pretty, but that's it. You can admire pretty things, whether it be artwork or anything, but you shouldn't be finding them sexually attractive. You know what I mean? You're a big
Well,
man.
I agree with you on one hand, and the other I don't. I would listen. I'm in my 60s.
Mm,
There's women that I see, young women that are 25 years old that I find very sexually attractive, but I wouldn't start a relationship with them because of the generation gap. It
right. Well,
won't
that's
work out.
exactly, because they can be manipulated. A woman when she's in her 30s knows what she's doing. But a young lady and a man in the 40s, you can manipulate them, and you should just be leaving it alone. And he goes on and on, and I've got to be honest, some of them have had a video made about them. I won't mention names, but where they've said, "Oh, bring your granddaughters there. I don't care what age they are." And you think, hold on a minute. I think there really are a couple of people that go on his panel that have some sort of paedophilic tendencies or something, man.
Well, listen. I don't think you're the type of guy that does this, but a lot of times in these chat rooms, like people will say, I don't like this person, and if you like that person because they don't like that same person, now they don't like you.
Mm,
I happen to like Henry. Okay, I have issues with Henry, but I think he's definitely an intelligent guy. He
mm.
doesn't go about it necessarily the right way, and when he goes
I
on
thought he
panel
was
and
all
he
right
falls,
until I
and
saw that.
what was
I
that?
thought, I thought he was all right until I saw someone made a clip of him. There's another channel here that clips them all. And I heard a video of him saying, bring your granddaughters. I don't care how young they are.
Well, you
And
have to consider. You have to take this into consideration. I'm not justifying what he's saying or making excuses, but the one of the problems I have with Henry is that he's always under the influence. How many times have you seen Henry and he falls asleep on the panel? That's like something I would not do if I was an alcoholic and I'm going to be drinking. I'm not going on panel that night. I might be in the chat room, but I'm not going on a panel to
exactly.
pass out.
Yeah, he come on one night a couple of weeks back. He said himself he'd been up on it for 3 nights. So he was on everything, I suppose. And he'd thrown up all over his bedroom, and he thought it was better to come on the panel before clearing his sick up.
Yeah, well,
and then he's on the panel telling us that we're all cunts and we should have took the jab. And
listen, you know what? One, this the way I feel. I'm not saying you should feel this way. I live and let live. I accept people for who they are. I see them for what they are and who they are, and I have a choice to either accept them or not. So like I said, I think Henry is definitely an intelligent guy for sure. And like I said, he doesn't necessarily go about it the right way all the time.
I don't think he's as intelligent as he thinks he is, though.
Well, I think I'll agree with that, but in certain areas, I think he's more intelligent than I am. He's more knowledgeable than I am.
Well, he
Like when
says,
it comes to the area of science, certain
mm,
aspects of science.
mm.
Like I said, I'm not a college graduate. You know what I mean? I don't have a high level of education.
Did he say he was a molecular biologist? He done a degree in molecular biology or something.
Geez, what is his degree in? I
Yeah.
can't remember now. I don't remember. Now, that may or may not be true, but it's at the end of the day, I still see him. He's an intelligent guy,
Okay.
and I respect what I like to what I enjoy most when I go on a panel is like what we're doing, having an intelligent conversation.
Mm.
Now I have engaged foolishly on panels going back and forth. This one's calling me a name. I'm calling that one a name. I refrain from doing that anymore. That's stupidity to do that.
Well, I
So
mean,
the problem with Henry is that he'll come on and he'll start to try to engage in an intelligent conversation, but then I think he's always got to win no matter what, and
mm,
that's not good. You know what I mean? He's always got to be right,
well, I
and
mean,
that's not good because I don't believe he always is.
no.
You know what I mean?
Well, for instance, if I sound a little bit, you know yourself, I work nights. I work hard, 9.5 hour shifts. I work hard. When I come, I've had a couple of days off this weekend. So today I went and had roast dinner. I told a few people I might be live, and I've had about 3 pints. So I've come back. If I sound a little bit, what's the word? Not inebriated.
Under the influence.
Yeah. If I sound a little bit, that's fair, isn't
No,
it?
you don't. But then again, This is the first time I've ever
Yeah,
spoken to you. So
you
how
haven't.
would I? How would I know? You know what I'm saying?
See, I'm not back into work till I'm off tomorrow. I'm not back in work till Tuesday night. So I've treated myself. I work hard and I wanted to go out. I haven't got a woman at the moment, although my ex was round the other night driving me fucking mad. But I went down the pub, the roast dinner, 21 quid. It ain't cheap. And the beers, £6 a beer, But I work hard. I earn good money. So, I
I,
come on.
I respect that because, like I mentioned earlier, I grew up in a neighborhood in Brooklyn, New York called Sheepshead Bay
Yeah,
back in the '70s, which was controlled by the mafia.
right.
And I've never wanted to be a mafia guy. I never respected those guys.
Mm,
I did when I was a very young teenager go, wow, look at they all have these nice cars and these fancy girls and the jewelry.
yeah,
But then
cool.
I realized shortly thereafter that comes at a price.
How
I
they got it.
always respected the guy that went to work 9 to 5 and then
Mm,
earned an honorable living,
yeah, man.
not the criminal. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. I agree.
So
And
if I could say this, go back to Chubby for a second.
mm,
One of the things that I really don't like about Chubby
yeah.
is that he uses a guy like AK, right?
Mm,
Who is
mm,
obviously an alcoholic and has to have a touch of mental illness to really believe that he's a star seed,
yeah.
right? And he uses people like that for
Yes.
views
To get views.
because he's a terrible content creator. If
That
you go into Chubby's and he's there by himself, there's
yeah.
hardly anybody in that chat room.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That poor AK, he seems all right, but there's a lot going on there. I don't want to go into too much because people could listen to this, but he said it himself. He had a car accident and got a brain injury, and nearly lost his life. And he come back, and that's why he said he's a star seed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the gist of the story. Yes, but I
What
think
what
it
is
goes deeper than that. I think,
what? Yeah.
I
What is
think,
yeah.
what I sense with the AK is he's still very, very upset that his
Yes.
wife left him. Now I
But
don't know why his wife left him. I don't know if it was because of his alcoholism or whatever it was.
no,
He's not. He's not gotten over that. And the other problem that I have with AK is I lost my train of thought. You know, I don't know if it's the alcohol or what, but he's very obnoxious. Oh, I got it now. I remember. He's very angry, and
mm,
I believe maybe I'm wrong, but what I read into is that AK blames his shortcomings on
mm,
society,
mm, mm.
not his own his own doings.
You know what
That's why
worries?
he's always against society as a whole. You know, and I could be wrong, but I wonder if that's because he's not able to admit his own shortcomings. He's
What
blaming it on society.
what
No,
worries?
society's not the reason why you are where you are. You are the reason why you are where you are. We all are.
Yeah. What worries me or concerns me with him also is he said he lost a son.
Yes, I
And
didn't know that in the beginning. Now,
I- I'm
here's the other thing about me on this. So I just gotta
but
explain something to you.
just quickly, strictly put a pin there. I worry and I wonder, was that anything to do with the accident? I shouldn't be saying all this. Was that anything to do with the accident he was in?
Could he have been in the car? Yeah, possibly. But here's the thing about me on this. I'm
And
not saying you should feel the same or anybody else listening now or in the
that's
future.
gonna mess anyone up, strictly, man.
Yeah, yes. But here's the thing with me.
Mm,
Once again, I'm not saying you should feel this way.
mm,
Because I go on these, I've been on hundreds of panels and
mm,
been around thousands of people who claim that they're this, that, or the other thing. I
mm.
don't believe anything anybody says on a panel unless they prove it.
Yeah,
Like for instance, you know,
yeah,
I ride a bicycle in New York City traffic.
yeah.
Now, if you ever go and you look at the documentary, you'll see that I'm in that. Well, I don't know if you recognize me. I was 24, 25 at the time, but I'm in that documentary.
Ah,
If you go further down, if you scroll all the way down the bottom of my shorts, because initially my channel was an exercise channel, you'll
right,
see that this guy has to be a personal trainer. Look at him; he's doing high-level calisthenics movements that I've never even seen anybody do before.
right,
So
right.
I prove what I say, and I,
Proof.
I believe that it's the onus on anybody on a panel that's
Yeah,
claiming this side of the other thing. The onus is on if asked, the onus of proof is on them.
yeah.
So now I'm not saying necessarily that AK doesn't have a son, but I don't know that that's really the truth. I really don't.
No, no, we don't know, do we?
What
I
I
don't,
do know is what I've witnessed. He's an alcoholic, admittedly,
yeah.
and he believes he's a star seed. Now, whether that was brought on by a head trauma
Well, I
or
think.
what, when you think you're a star seed, are you going to disagree with me? Are you not mentally ill?
Mm,
I mean, and then here's what gets me about him. I'm here to save the planet.
mm.
Really? What are you talking about? You said you were born a human being. After the accident, you became a starseed. And what have you done since then? You live off the dole of the government dole, off of people who pay taxes who work,
I
and
think
you drink all day long and every day.
I think he's said quite a few times he's got a lot of money, and that would have been possibly through a payout.
Well, I also I have a feeling he said he grew up in London. I got a feeling that he comes from a family, not a very wealthy family, but they were middle class or above. Maybe he got an inheritance. I really don't know, and I really don't care.
That's true. That's
I
true.
think if I was in front of AJ and he wasn't AK, and he wasn't drinking,
Mm,
we'd probably get along rather well.
yeah.
But on a panel with him, no matter what the subject is,
Mm,
the person he's talking to is wrong and he's right. And
yeah.
the thing that is evident about AK is I did this to him. He couldn't tell me how much 9 times 9 is, or 9 times 8, or 9 times 7. He's
Oh,
not highly educated, for
oh.
sure. But
81.
he tries to tell you that he's right about this, that, or the other thing, no matter what the subject matter is, because of his opinion. Opinions are not facts.
I remember
Facts
when
don't care about your opinions, and they don't care about your feelings.
no, I remember when you was doing the maths test. I was answering them all.
I'm sure. So, listen, I remember coming into going back and forth to doing the chat room, friendly comments. I was
Mm,
like, well, this guy, I don't know who he is or where he's probably from the UK.
mm,
I don't know his background, but he's definitely he's on the same page as me.
yeah,
At least I thought, at least on some levels, politically. So,
yeah.
that's an attraction to me. You know what I'm saying?
What
Uh,
me or AK?
you,
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. I won't
And,
put in.
I could look at your writing and say, this guy knows how to write English. You know what I'm saying? You look at these comments that some of these people write, And they're in there complaining about the Pakistanis and the Muslims and this one and that one and the other one, and they can't even write English correctly. I mean, come on.
I find it so embarrassing. Like the Americans are coming in speaking better English than us, the English.
Well, not necessarily. There's how many Americans actually come into Chubby's? I think the two most frequent flyers there, or you could say most well known, would be me and that guy Tug.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he's American. He might be Canadian.
Yeah.
I don't know where that guy is from.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about him that I tried to explain him was like, dude, you're coming over here to try to get people to come to your channel. But what his main thing is that he likes to get these Michael Jordan fans to come on his lives and explain that their opinion that Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time is fact.
Right.
And I'm trying to listen, dude, if you're gonna come over here, you'd have a better chance of getting these people from the UK to come to your lives if you start saying something like this. Soccer is called soccer, it's not called football. And let me explain for a second. So okay. So a lot of people in the UK call soccer football because
that drives us mad.
Wait, hold on. So the way I see it is a lot of people in the UK, if not most people, call soccer football because you kick the soccer ball with your foot. Okay, I get it. Well, then how come you hit a golf ball when you play golf? You hit the ball with a club. How come it's not called club?
No, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, now, does it really matter to me if somebody calls soccer football? No. But if he came in there with that approach, he'd be much more likely to get people from the UK to come to his channel. They're going to argue about that.
Yeah, totally. That's a big one for us over. It's a big gripe. we're like, it's football. It's football. You're like, no,
listen, like I said, I have no issue with you guys calling it football, okay? But to me, it's soccer. To me, it's soccer. You know what I'm saying? The World Cup is on. What's on? Football? No, it's a soccer match. We're in the semifinals, or we're in the finals now. You know what I mean?
Because we invented that in the 1800s. We invented football. Came from here.
Okay. Well, again, I still call it soccer. When you say football, I think of American football with the pads on. You know what I'm saying? So to me, to me, if you guys called rugby football, that makes sense because you use a football to play rugby. You know what I'm saying? You got to remember, I'm an American. To me, football is played with pads and helmets, and it's on a round ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I forget that you call American football. Yeah, blimey. Yeah.
And the other thing, like most Americans, I don't follow soccer. I don't even know the rules of the game. And it was one of the sports of all the sports that I played the least when I was a kid.
Yeah.
It's, soccer is not very big over here in America.
You got the World Cup next year.
I didn't even know that. You know what I follow? It should make sense to you because I'm a cyclist. I follow the Tour de France, the TDF.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Right. And even the Tour de France, very few Americans would ever win that race. The last one that really won the race legitimately was not Lance Armstrong. He was using PEDs. It was what the hell was his name now? It escapes me. It was back in the 80s. I can't remember his name now. Wow. Even the other guy, there was a Mennonite guy who was born into the Old Order Mennonites, which is basically the Amish. One of the main differences you'll notice visually, the Old Order Mennonites ride around in a gray buggy. It's painted gray. The Amish, they ride around in a black buggy, but they're basically the same as far as I can see it. But they ride bicycles. So what was his name? I can't remember his name either. But he was Old Order Amish, and he got picked up by an American team, Lance Armstrong's team, in the beginning, and he started using PEDs. He won the Tour de France, and the title was stripped because he was using PEDs. I don't respect that. You know what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is that most of these teams now, at least one rider on each team is using performance-enhancing drugs to win that tour.
Loads of them. We had Bradley Wiggins won it over here turns out years later we found out he was on it and he was getting help from Lance to get off
Well,
all the tricks.
one of the riders who I don't believe uses performance enhancing drugs is one of the riders I followed very heavily 15 years ago or so ago was Mark Cavendish, the sprinter.
Yes,
He's a
brilliant.
British guy. Now,
Yeah.
now he at that time was the fastest in the world in the sprint. He no
Mhm.
longer is. He's over the age now. But what was I going to say? But
He's
even though I know,
He's
he,
got cancer.
does he really?
He's got prostate cancer.
Oh, that's sad to hear.
And you know it's correlated directly with riding the bike.
It's more than likely, yes.
I through COVID, I got a new bike because the lockdown and all that. So like you say, the lockdown, fuck that, we was out. So I was holding back on work to see what was going to happen, and I was out on my bike, and I loved it. I felt like a child again. It was beautiful, and I was riding down Greenwich and Blackheath, where you saw my thing earlier. But that lockdown went on for years, and I know someone told me at work as well. You need to put the saddle either lower, direct it downwards or upwards to try.
Yes, but I'm going to give you a little more insight to that. What you really need to do is to go to a high level bicycle store where they have a pad that you sit down on, and your seat bones leave an impression in the pad, because first and foremost, the seat has to be the correct width,
right,
the back of that seat.
right,
And second to that, yes, the upward and the downward tilt of the saddle makes a difference, but also the fit of the bike, meaning the frame has to be the right size, the reach to the handlebars, the length of the stem, all that has to be dialed in. If it's all dialed in, you shouldn't develop prostate cancer from riding a bicycle. The reason why a Tour de France rider would is because they're on these race bikes, which are not designed to be comfortable. They're designed to be fast.
Yeah, they're narrow. My bike had narrow seat, firm seat, which was good at first to get the power down, but the uncomfortable. And to be honest with you, I was started by after a year or two, because the lockdown went on that long, didn't it? I started showing symptoms, and I knew what was happening. My urine when I go to the toilet was starting to become restricted.
Well, wait a minute. Did you when you were riding, would your groin area become numb?
Not really, but I did start showing. Yeah, no, it probably did after a good couple of hours.
Yeah. Well, when that happens, what you want to do is one of two things: either get off the bike for a few minutes, or stand up out of the seat until that numbness goes away.
Yeah, I was getting a bit worried because, like I said, I was coming home and I wasn't pissing properly, strictly, and things were going on, and I thought, fucking hell, and I can see how that can cause people that, you know.
Yeah, well, this trust me on this.
Yeah,
you've got to have your bicycle dialed in for comfort.
I remember the one I got
And
now.
It's not just the seat, like I mentioned. It's got to have the proper frame size, the proper reach to the bars, the proper width of the bars, the proper crank arm size. All of that plays a factor. Absolutely, 100%. So you can't just go to most stores. You just go into a store and they say, "Okay, the frame fits me," and you jump on the bike and you go.
That's what I've done. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, what I ride, what's called a fixed gear bike.
Yeah,
which means that it cannot coast. There are no gears. I have a front brake and only a front brake on the bike.
Wow.
You understand? And I have it dialed in for the most part. I have the correct width seat, but if I sit down, if I pedal for an hour, my groin starts to become numb. So what I do is I just stand up out of the seat for a few minutes and pedal till that numbness goes away.
I'm gonna take it because you've done it for years and years, and you're in your 60s, so I'll take your advice on that, man.
Well, trust me, you need to go to a high-level bike store, a bicycle store that sells like really expensive bikes, because the cheaper ones won't have that cushion. They'll just sell you a seat. So, this seat's comfortable, and they'll understand something else. That just the more padding a seat has, and it doesn't mean it's going to be more comfortable.
Right.
In fact, the more padding a seat has in it, the more power you're going to lose as you're pedaling those pedals, because you're kind of bouncing. You're bouncing a little bit. Now, what a saddle I would look into would be a Brooks saddle, made in England. They're one of the oldest saddle makers in the world. It might actually be the oldest saddle maker in the world. They're known for making leather saddles, but they also have saddles that are not leather, that are actually with a little cushioning in them. I would definitely look into one of those. I don't have one,
I've
I
written
don't.
that down. Brook, what, BROOK?
Yes, Brooks with an S.
Right, I've written that down.
Oh,
Right.
you look it up, and you'll see it. It's made in the UK. It's one of the oldest, if not the oldest, saddle making company in the world, and they're known for being ridiculously comfortable. I've never owned one.
Right.
The reason why is because if they get, if like you ride in the rain, it'll destroy the leather.
Oh,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? Now I don't go out necessarily looking to ride in the rain, but sometimes it rains when I'm out there. You know what I'm
No,
saying? So I'll ruin the saddle. But what was I going to say? The thing about those leather Brooks saddles is it takes a while to break them in. Initially, they'll be extremely uncomfortable. The
right.
other thing I would recommend to you
Hmm.
is not to ride around with spandex showing, but to
I don't.
get bicycle shorts, or even better, bibs, and put a pair
Yeah.
of shorts over them. You want bicycle shorts that have a cushion that you're sitting
Yes.
down on. But
Seeing
you
people.
can put shorts over top of them so nobody even knows you're wearing that.
Yeah, I'm going to get that. I'm going to get them. Yeah, because apparently there might be, apparently we've been told there might be lockdowns again coming soon, you know.
For what?
They reckon another thing's going to come around, man.
Well, you gotta think this one. This the way I see it is that I never in my life imagined that during my lifetime I would see something like COVID. Now that I've seen it, the likelihood of something like that happening again is
Yeah.
quite good. You know what I mean? Now I hope it doesn't, but if it does, I won't be surprised because we all went through COVID. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
And,
was.
and whether or not it was released by man or it was actually made in the wet fish market,
Mm.
whatever it is,
They
I
said it was.
believe I believe that it was real. It's real. It's a virus.
So,
Viruses never die. As they continue to mutate, each time they mutate, they become less deadly, but they
yeah.
never die.
Well,
Now
we
I know for a fact that I caught that on three separate occasions,
yeah.
but it never really impacted me terribly. It was like
Mm.
kind of like a small cold. There was only one time, one of those strains, when I caught it for like 4 or 5 days, I could not work out because every muscle in my body was sore.
Yeah.
Another time when I caught it, I had like these splitting headaches.
Right.
But the third time that I caught it, it was like a small cold. It was no big deal. I lost my sense of taste and smell for a few days, but that was it. I was still able to exercise, ride my bike, all of that. Although I will say this,
Mm.
each time that I caught it, I noticed that when I would ride my bike, my lung capacity wasn't quite the same.
Mm.
But it
Did,
recovered soon after I recovered from the virus, which was usually anywhere between 3 and 5 days. I never
did you
took medicine for it, nothing like that.
did you get them? Did you get that after or before you had the jab?
I got it the first time before the jab, the second 2 times after the jab.
Mm. You know, we got videos over here. I I'll put a link. I don't know if you looked at his channel, Shield Destroyer.
I,
He's look him up. It's very good. He's got a video up of someone in the funeral parlors, and there's quite a few over here. And we was talking, and they was coming online at the time as well, and they said there was no extra deaths at all when CV first come out, 2020 in March. There was no extra deaths all the way through. They said the only time all the death rate spiked was after the jab.
well, I got to tell you this.
Yeah.
I can remember early on, the first summer of that pandemic, even
2020.
before the summer, that spring,
Mm.
going by a hospital here in New York City and seeing 5 refrigerated trucks in the parking lot of that hospital. And I stood there and watched them putting bodies into those trucks.
Well,
So now, whether or not, I, I just listen. Okay. How do I say this?
I'll tell you how it went over here. So when that come out, 2020 March lockdown, blah blah. As the few months went on, they took immediately in March, around March, April, they took 2.5 million people out of that. These are ill people that were in hospital for quite a long time, waiting on serious operations. They wasn't well. and they took 2.5 million of them. They said they had to get them out of hospitals to make way, and they put them into the care homes over here. So obviously you're putting a load of ill people in with a load of elderly people. So even the flu or colds, strictly can wipe people out. And then they was using, you remember the breathing apparatus, they was putting the breathe on elderly people's lungs and they was blowing their lungs out. So where you say you see the refrigerated bodies coming out, but yes, there was people dying, but I don't think it was from COVID.
Well, let me tell you this. So one of my dear friends that I knew for many, many decades, who used to ride motorcycles with crotch rockets. We used to go racing around in the middle of the night. Excuse me. He unfortunately became an alcoholic, and he moved to another state, and he was in a terrible, terrible car accident. February, the first February, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the February before COVID hit,
2020.
right?
Mhm.
It was the end of February. The lockdown started, I don't know, was it March 11th or March 12th over here? So a couple of weeks, let's say, before the lockdowns.
Yeah.
Now, COVID was already in the country, but he was sent to one of these old age homes, like you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, very sadly, it's a very, very sad story. He died there, and his family was never even allowed to visit him one time.
It's unreal. But see now, if you took 2.5 million ill people out of hospital and put them into a care home, it'd have the same effect. And there's no cut. That would happen from a flu or the cold. Your country, they was paying the doctors £36,000 to give a COVID when they die, because your health, your like we have the NHS, your health, your hospitals out there, private, where they cleared the hospital out, your hospitals weren't making no money, and they was paying £36,000 per diagnosis of COVID.
Yeah, well, listen, not all the hospitals are private. Some of them are city hospitals.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Blimey, so you have got some healthcare for the poor. I mean, they say ours is free. It's not, because we pay national insurance every week on our wages, and we pay a lot. Can pay up to 70 quid a week out of our wages, depending if you're earning.
Well, listen, it goes back to what I said about an hour ago.
Mm.
I could be wrong, but I believe this. We know that the virus originated in China.
If it did, strictly.
I think it did. I think that it was from that Wuhan lab, and it was actually released on purpose by the dictator of China. China is about to become the number one superpower in the world. They anticipated how Trump would react to it. They knew he would do a terrible job with it, and it would knock the United States down a level or two, which it did.
Yeah, maybe.
Trump was telling everybody, don't worry about it. It's just a small cold. Don't blah blah blah. Don't wear a mask. Blah blah blah. Now, this is the other thing about most people to this day still do not understand why they were supposed to wear a mask. The mask doesn't prevent you from getting COVID.
No.
It helps to prevent you from passing COVID, but most people still don't understand that. It doesn't prevent you 100% from passing it, but it lowers the odds.
Well, they said
Why does a surgeon wear a hospital mask when they have a patient opened up? So they don't catch an infection from the patient? No, so they don't give the patient an infection. Right? Most people still don't understand that oneness. They don't get it.
They reckon the molecules were so small. Like if you breathed out a cigarette, the smoke went straight through the mask. And they said the COVID, any molecules would just go through their masks.
I would agree with you, but I think that the mask, according to what the experts say, I go with the experts. People who have studied this all their lives, like Dr. Fauci. I don't believe he's an evil man. I don't believe he was in on some scam with COVID.
I think he was.
He served like the last 8 presidents in the same position that he had when Trump was in office the first term. The guy was an expert in the field. Okay, what was I going to say? With the mask, it didn't bother me to have to wear a mask if I went in the store. It's not a big freaking deal. It's really not a big deal. Not to me, it's not. What's the big freaking deal?
One
I
one of
didn't I didn't find it offensive. In fact, when the winter came, I would actually wear a mask when I was on the bike. It helped keep my face warm. You know what I mean? And
oh,
because that mask was on my face, if
mm,
it's 15 degrees Fahrenheit out, when you breathe that cold air, it hits
mm.
your lungs. It kind of burns. Well,
Well,
because I had the mask on, the
mm,
air wasn't so cold when it hit my lungs. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
It was
but
actually a benefit.
the man that remember the man that invented the PCR test.
I do not.
So we had the PCR test, didn't we, to determine if you had COVID or not.
Right?
So the man that invented that told everyone it's no good for COVID because it's magnified so up. See my lacking side. It was magnifying so highly. You're going to find we've all got little bits of everything in us, and it was magnifying so highly you'd find anything. And he said it's no good for testing on COVID. He died a week later. He come out with that.
Yeah, the only mask that was almost foolproof would be the N95 mask,
Mm.
which fits snugly to your face, right? But not
But that,
there's different kinds of N95 masks. Some of them have like vents on them. The ones with the vents didn't work.
mm,
You needed the real N95 mask, and it had to fit firmly all the way around the sides of your face and under your chin. The hospital masks obviously don't do that.
mm.
But like I said, it didn't bother me to have to wear a mask if I went in the store. It wasn't a big deal. I didn't cry about it.
Them ones, you know where to get a test. They pushed the thing up your nose
Right?
into, and they used to break it. It pierced your brain barrier, your blood-brain barrier. So it was unnecessary because it's like, why can't you just spit on it or something? But they pushed it right up people's nose, and that's the PCR test. And the inventor of that said it's no good. Don't use it for that. And he was found dead a week later, strictly.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't surprise me. Listen, if you found a way to run cars on water,
Yeah,
not hydrogen, but just water, tap water, you'd
you
be
can.
dead before you got to the patent office.
Exactly. We got another one. I could come in. Hello, I could. We got another one. Can you see the chat strictly or not?
I can. Let me turn on my light
Hi,
on here.
meow. She's lovely. She is.
Yes, I see the chat now. I could be wrong. I could be right. Meow. Yes.
Yeah, she's.
Dolores said bye, folks.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
Listen,
it's.
I don't profess to be right about COVID, but like, let me explain it this way, Wonders. So, like, if I was going to cross the Brooklyn Bridge and I was married and had children in the car with me, right? And 100 of the top engineers in the country pulled me over and said, listen, I wouldn't cross that bridge. There's a crack, and it might not fall now, but it could fall in the next hour or tomorrow. I wouldn't cross that freaking bridge.
Yeah, I hear
when
you.
when the top expert in the country is telling me that this COVID, you got to do this, that, and the other thing, I'm listening to the guy.
I
That's
hear you.
just me.
If they're all lobbied to make sure you don't go across that bridge, though, they're all paid off. Like the climate crisis, climate scientists, they're all lobbied. They're all paid off. So
Okay, well, when it comes to climate, being that I'm in my mid 60s,
mm,
I've been around a little longer than you. Now,
mm.
I don't know. I can't prove that the temperatures have risen
Shit's
since when I was a
changing.
child significantly.
Shit's
Okay.
changing. Yeah.
Yes. Now, I don't know for a fact that that's because of man's activities, but what I do know for a fact is 97+% of the scientists who study that all their lives,
Mm.
that's what they say. I'm going with the experts.
Will it
Are some
cease?
of them paid off? More than likely. Are most of them paid off? I don't believe that.
It's So you got climate CC. So you know Jumantra. So CC is 33. So climate crisis, COVID crisis, all of them. But they've been doing the spray in the skies over here for a long time now. It's just coming our mainstream last month. Finally, it's coming the mainstream news over here that they're doing over the next couple of months. They're experimenting dimming the sun. It's a project called Dimming the Sun. And who's involved with it? Fucking Bill Gates. that cunt. And
Yeah.
so finally, in the papers over here, the last month or so. So if you look at our skies, I don't know what New York's like. If you look at our skies, you can watch the planes making chessboards strictly, to cover the sun. But now it's in the news. But I've been seeing it since 1999, when someone made me aware of. It was 1999 when I met a friend through a friend, and he introduced me to all this stuff, Freemason, Illuminati, and everything. And someone else said, look at the skies, look at the planes back then. And I was trying to show people through the 2000s. Obviously, we had the Iraq War, 9/11, and then through the 2000s, they was testing, and they're dimming some. But I've said to people as well, as much as they're doing that, the sun or the temperature is definitely heating up, man.
Well, listen, I'm not going to get into a long drawn out story, but I just gave you a little background real quick. I'll make this quick, short and sweet.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a New Yorker, but when I was 12 and 13, I had difficulties at home. I'm not going to get into it, but I was sent to go live on a dairy farm way up north in New York State.
Yeah.
And I can remember the winters. It would get down to 25 below zero Fahrenheit on a regular basis. It no longer happens.
Right.
And even the people that I was staying with, they were a very young couple. They were like in their very early 20s. They had just gotten married. They both grew up on farms. The farm that I was on was actually the wife's father's farm. Now, I'm telling you, God's honest truth. These were straight up English people.
Yeah.
Their last name was Ballard, Ballard. If that's not an English name, I don't know what is.
Oh, no,
The English, most of the people back then that lived there, it was in a valley on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. Almost every single person that lived there, their ancestors came from England. Back in the late 1860s, there was that area of the country they had what was called the Homesteading Act. And these people who came from England brought hay seeds with them. And they would stake a claim. I think they got 12 or 13 acres of land. As long as nobody staked a claim on it, they could take that land as long as they promised to improve it. They would have to pay the taxes on the land every year, but they would never own the land. So her ancestors did that, and they cleared. It was a mountain. You should see the farm I was living on. It was brutally hard to work on. It was straight up a freaking mountain. They cleared all the trees with oxen. They pulled out the stumps.
Yeah.
They cleared the slate with carts pulled by mules.
Yeah.
They had Clydesdales plow the fields. So they cleared all the trees out, pulled the stumps, right? Got the rocks out of there. And then they planted hay seeds. The hay grew. Now they had a food source for the cows in the winter. Right. So, how do I say this? So I lost my train of thought, but the people I stayed with, I didn't know at the time because I was 12, 13 years old. I didn't know anything about politics. They were extreme right-wing conservatives.
Right.
But even they, before they sold the farm about 10 years ago, would tell me, something's not right. The weather is not right anymore. It's too hot. It's getting not that it's too hot. It's gotten so much warmer than it ever used to be. When they sold that farm about 10 years ago, now they couldn't sell the land. It wasn't theirs, but they sold the buildings that were on it. I'm not kidding you.
Yeah.
So anyway, I lost my train of thought again. Oh, they said that the temperatures in the winter, the lowest temperature they would ever get, would happen every once in a while. Would be maybe 10 below, no more 25 below zero. In the summers, back then in the summers up there, it would go down to an average of about 58 degrees Fahrenheit every night in the summer. 56 to 58. 10 years ago, the average temperature was like 60 to 62 every night. So that it could still be argued whether or not man is contributing to the planet warming or it isn't, but it is warming. But it only makes sense to me that anything that produces heat, turn your television on, your gas stove, you light a fire in a fireplace.
Yeah, true.
That's all contributing.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah. It's definitely heat is without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, in the Bible, obviously, it's supposed to the flood they've proven they've found seawater in the mountains. There's so many civilizations around the world that all writ about a flood. It's proven there, but it says whether you believe that or not, but the rainbow was God's word that we won't be flooded again, but next time we're going to burn.
Well, listen. Since you brought it up, I'm not going to talk about the Bible or religion in specific, because whatever you believe, and I don't want to have an argument with you over it. But I got to say this: it seems quite strange to me, for lack of a better word, how these ancient civilizations all over the world at a time when people were not traveling the world all have pictures carved into rocks of spaceships.
Yep.
Now you tell me, okay, so it's possible that one guy, I don't know, in the Middle East, had this vivid imagination of these spaceships, flying saucers that flew around. How did that idea get all over the world at a time when there was no telephone, there was no mail service, and people weren't traveling the world?
Yeah.
I believe they saw these things. And I'm not saying I have any proof, but I believe it's quite possible that the great flood that they refer to in the Bible was actually produced by an extraterrestrial life. Now, how would they have done that? Well, excuse me. The moon controls the tides of the ocean.
Yeah.
Is it possible that they somehow played with the positioning of the moon ever so slightly to create the big flood? Now, why would they do that? Well, is it possible that they have a lot more to do with us than we realize? Is it possible that they did that to knock the population on Earth down so that they could feasibly give everybody on the planet, or most people at least, a little bit of their DNA? You tell me.
Possible. Well, the Bible's description of it. It was at that point before the flood, the fallen angels. So again, 33. Lucifer was supposed to be cast out of heaven with 1/3 of the angels. So and cast out of heaven. So they was called the fallen angels. Now 1/3 of 100 is 33. If you do 100 divided by,
technically it's 33 and a third.
If you do it on a calculator, it's 33.333. It doesn't stop. You can't.
Right.
100 won't go 3 times. So they was the fallen angels, as the story goes in the book of Enoch, that was supposed to be taken from us. The fallen angels bred with daughters of men. So these people wanted to be gods, so on and so forth. Satan's fallen angels, and that's why the Creator done the flood to clear all that out.
I don't know. I can't. I can't prove, nor am I trying to prove what I just said to you. And nobody can prove what's in the Bible. Nobody can prove that either. But what was I going to say? Here, it says somewhere in the Bible something to the effect of the chariots came down from the skies. Now, what is a chariot? A chariot was a horse-drawn carriage that the Romans used to use, right? Yeah. Chariots don't fly. They're horse-drawn. How could if it says in the Bible that chariots came down from the sky, it wasn't some horse with a guy in a little thing that he stands up in behind it.
No, it's something else. It's something else. But hold on 1 second. I could say, let me just read a couple of Icud's comments. I'm glad to have some people in it. Oh, you noticed me. Where's my tuna? Working hard one. It's not tonight, my love. I've got a couple of nights off, thank goodness. I've been to the pub, had a roast dinner. So if I sound a little bit inebriated, I keep saying the wrong word, a little bit drunk. I'm having a fantastic conversation with Strictly. Icud Strictly. What's this? Folklore includes... What's this here? Folklore includes Enki. Rolled the moon into place.
Think about this one. Is this possible? You know, we have psychopaths and sociopaths amongst us, right?
Yeah.
These people, right? Right. Now, these people, he's a malignant narcissist as well.
Yeah,
that's a whole other subject. But is it possible? Because there is no cure for that. There's no medicine you can take to give you a conscience. Is it possible that it only makes sense to me if, I'm not saying this is true, but if extraterrestrials have more to do with us than we realize, they wouldn't have a being would be could not have a conscience to do what they did if they actually did it.
Right.
If they
Yeah.
act okay, is it possible that the human beings that are psychopaths and sociopaths got somehow maybe just a little bit more of that alien DNA if it actually happened, and
Well,
that's why
well,
there's no cure for it?
well I mean, they call it alien. It's more. I think it's more heavenly bodies, angels and demons. I don't think there's any such thing as that. Well, that you call them aliens. Who
Well,
said
I like to call them extraterrestrials.
Albert Pike.
Extraterrestrials.
Albert Pike, yeah. Albert Pike said that. They call them, what do you say? They call them angels and demons now, but they're going to call them something else in years to come. And there you go, aliens.
Well, hey, listen, I'm not trying to get you to, like I said many times here now, to agree with what I'm saying. But
No,
in my mind, those drawings of spaceships that were carved into stone all over this planet 10, 15,000 years ago,
yeah,
before Jesus was supposed to have walked the earth, to
yeah,
me, that's much more proof than anything the words in the Bible have to offer. To me,
yeah. Well, I mean,
well,
it's like,
that doesn't prove anything that I've said, like that they gave us some of their DNA, but there was
mm.
something that came here, something that came on a ship here. It was
Well, you
not
know,
it was not it was not human life. It was some kind of another life form. It had to have been.
yeah. Word for DNA, right? You know the word for DNA, strictly.
I don't know exactly what it stands for, but I know what DNA is.
No, but the word. I'm just looking it up now to get the correct pronunciation. The word
Probably
for,
something nucleus, and then
here we go. It's D. So DEOXYRIBOR. Hold on. No, ONUCEIC. So deoxyribunacula. And right in the middle there is rib, RIB. And when I started to look into DNA, you got RNA, which is rib, unacula. And the more I looked through it, rib, RIB, was everywhere. Now, Genesis says, and they've proven, so bear with me, they've proven apparently, all the elements needed for the human body are in the soil. So Genesis says in the Bible, the Most High put his hand in the soil and created Adam. And then after a while, when the Most High see Adam needed, because Adam didn't have any genitals or whatever, Adam needed company, and he took the rib out of Adam and made Eve. So the rib, and yet our word for DNA has rib right in the middle of it.
yeah. Well, I just from the view that I'm looking at, from the window I'm looking out of, I just can't believe that there was this snake, this serpent that was very colorful that convinced Eve to eat the from the tree of knowledge when it was prohibited. I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. The story of Jonah in the Bible.
Right, I'm listening. I'm
Basically, some guy lived in I don't know who. Jonah lived in the stomach of a whale or a fish for 3 days. Let me explain something to you the way I see it. If that story was not the story, instead if it was I don't know, Jack and the Beanstalk that was in the Bible, that's what people will believe. I just can't believe that. I'm sorry, I can't. How the hell does somebody live in the stomach of a freaking whale for 3 days? You know what I'm saying? And if he did, he must have stunk like hell when he came out of there. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll tell you what, they said that, so scriptures, everyone says it's a script. My friend Shield Destroyer says it's all scriptures. And I said, but the word scripture comes from scribe, people that scribed in caves, like you're saying. So there's lots of stuff there that in the end was written by a man with the Bible, but I think it's misinterpreted, rewritten for purposes of control. But
yes, absolutely. Yes, listen, my girlfriend is a very devout Christian, so she claims.
Yeah,
To some degree, she is, but she cherry picks what she wants to practice in the Bible, right?
yeah, they
But
do.
she reads the King James version of the Bible, and I'm like, listen,
It's so
girl, that's
rewritten.
the King James version. Don't you get it? Just say the words. It's the King James's version of the Bible.
He
No, here's the
changed
other
it.
thing. Here's the other thing with the Bible. Most of
Yeah,
those verses you read, you could have 100 people read the same verse, and they're all going to have a slightly different understanding of that verse. It's not really like a lot of what it says is kind of like generalized. If that's I don't know if that's the right word. So
he
anyway,
changed.
listen. If you believe in the Bible, continue. Anybody that's in the chat, if you believe in that, continue. If you find comfort in that,
Yeah.
believe it.
No, I
Uh,
think a lot of it was misinterpreted. He changed a lot of it so he could because obviously the Bible said you can't. He changed it so he could keep remarrying different women.
well, listen. I'll go back to the Amish here in America, right?
Mm.
Like this, the largest populations of them are probably in the states of Pennsylvania and Ohio. See, the way the Amish community works is that the bishop, he leads the community, right? So
Mhm.
whatever the bishop's interpretation of the Bible is for the group that he leads, that's what
Yeah,
they believe. And
yeah,
it varies a little bit from one bishop or one neighbor or one Amish area to another. It depends on what the you know what I'm saying? So it's
yeah,
up to interpretation.
yeah, yeah. The word religion isn't mentioned in the Bible.
Well, it also kind of makes sense to me that whoever way back when that wrote that book, well,
Mm,
first and foremost, the description they give of Jesus is not an
mm,
actual account. They weren't alive when
mm,
Jesus was. So that
mm.
that description of Jesus was handed down to them by what, 10, 15 people before them, right?
What none of the apostles were part of writing it. No.
Okay, so then if you think about this, let's say you were in London right now, right?
Mm,
And there were 10 people standing on the street, and you're one of them. And
mm,
some guy, he just mugged somebody. And
mm,
he's running by really fast. He runs
mm.
right in front of you and 9 other people. And he's wearing blue jeans with a blue hat and a yellow and black shirt. I
Mm.
can guarantee you, even though it happened right then and there,
Yeah.
if the police ask all 10 of you people to describe the guy, each person's going to have a slightly different description.
Yeah.
So you're going like, when you go into a Catholic church, the statue they have of Jesus, how the hell can they possibly know that that's exactly what he looked like?
Well, for starters, like the Bible says, he had hair like wool, sheep's wool, and dark skin or something, wasn't it? It says in the
Yeah, but
Bible.
when you go into the Catholic church,
Yeah, it's a
right?
blonde, blue-eyed man.
Right. When you go into the Catholic Church, though, he's very fair skinned. Let me tell you something about the
Yeah.
Catholic Church, real quick. This is a funny story.
Mm,
So back when I was 17 years old, like I said, I mentioned earlier, I had issues at home. So I
mhm,
had this really, really freaking hot girlfriend. She was 16, right?
mhm,
So her room was in the basement of the house. She lived with her mother, her older sister, and her younger brother. The father had passed away when she was a young girl. So
yeah.
one night I was down there, we were doing our thing, and I'm like, listen, I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home tonight.
Mm,
She knew what was going on at home. She goes, well, just stay here. We'll be
mhm,
quiet, right?
mm,
So we're getting ready to fall asleep. We already did our thing, right?
mhm.
And all of a sudden we hear somebody coming down the stairs. She goes, it's my mother. Get under the bed. Go along the side of the wall, right? So the mother starts banging on the door.
Oh,
Christine, open this door right now. So she's making believe she's sleeping. She's like, well, what, Mom? I'm sleeping. Open the door right now. I know John is in that room with you, right? So I'm in my tidy whities. Back then, he used to just wear white BVDs. You're talking. This is back in the what is it? The later '70s, right? 78, 79, something like that.
mm,
So she opens the door. She's rubbing her eyes, making believe she was sleeping, and I hear the mother. She goes to the closet and she's rustling the clothes around, thinking I'm hiding in the closet. She goes, where is he? I know he's in this room. Ma, I don't know what you're talking about. So she picks the mattress up, and there I am in my tidy whitey. See, I told you, I knew he was here, right? Oh, so she goes, listen, I want to talk to you upstairs right now.
mhm,
So I start getting dressed. I'm like, I gotta get out of here. I'm in trouble now because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna get killed when I go home. I'm supposed to be home at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she comes back down after about 10 minutes and she says, she's got a big smile on her face.
Mhm.
I'm like in shock. She says, "You can stay." I said,
Hey.
"What?" She goes, "Yeah, my mother said you could stay under one condition." I said, "Well,
Mhm.
what's that condition?" She
Mhm.
said, "I'm not sure. She's going to talk to us tomorrow morning, right?" So the
Mhm.
morning comes, and we're sitting at the breakfast table, and she says, "Listen, you can stay as long as you go to Catholic church with us once a week. We go every Sunday, sometimes on Saturday evening."
Mhm.
I said, "But I'm not Catholic." She goes, "It doesn't matter. You got to go to church." So, all right, fine, I'll go to church. So the first time I go to church with her, I'd never been to church before in my life, ever, 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 ever. I was in a church one time for my uncle's wedding. That was it. And it wasn't a Catholic church, it was a Christian church. But anyway, so we go into the church, we sit down in the pew, right?
Mhm.
And this guy comes over. She's sitting on the edge of the aisle. I'm next to her. And he whispers something in her ear. And I'm like, what did he want? I'm whispering to her. Oh,
Mhm.
we got lucky. We're going to bring up the offerings. I go, the what? I don't know what the hell is going on. She goes, just follow me, right? So a few minutes later, he comes back and he hands her like a metal vase. And he
Mhm.
hands me like this metal bowl with these wafers in it, right?
Oh shit! Yeah.
I have no idea what's going on this. I don't know. So
I thought he
so
was going to offer you up for fucking sacrifice or something.
wait. So what happens is she goes, just follow me.
Mhm.
So she gets up. She starts walking up to the priest at the front of the church at what do you call it, the lector, whatever he's standing in front of with he's
Yeah.
got the Bible laid out, and she drops down to one knee, and she
Yeah.
touches her head, her stomach, and then each side of her chest, and I'm like, just standing. I was, what the fuck? I handed the guy the bowl already anyway. Uh, right? So I'm just standing there, and the priest is giving me this dirty look, and I'm like, why is he looking at me like he's mad at me? What did I do wrong? I gave the guy the bowl like I was asked to, right? So I turn around and walk back to the fucking pew, to the seat, and everybody's giving me a dirty look. I'm like,
Mhm.
what did I do wrong? So
Mhm.
wait, so we sit down and she says, "You didn't genuflect." I said, "Genu what? I never even heard the word before."
It's
You know
that.
what? I used to see people do that.
Mhm.
Mickey Wilson was his name. He was a baseball player in the Yankees. Every time before he came up to bat, he would touch his head, his stomach, and then both sides of his chest. I
Okay.
thought he was doing that for good luck. I had no idea that he didn't do a religion. Crazy shit. I think that's a pretty funny story. But so
Yeah.
needless to say, they never asked us to bring the offerings up again.
Yeah. The like you're making the cross, isn't it? Your head.
Yeah, but I didn't know. How am I
Ah.
supposed to know? So when we got in the car, her mother says, "That was so embarrassing. You didn't genuflect." I said, "Ma'am, I told you, I've never been to
In
church.
the church.
I don't, now I know. I didn't know. I never even heard the word genuflect. I used to see Mookie
No.
Wilson do that before he came up to bat. I thought it was like a superstition thing. He was doing it for good luck. So you can hit the ball. What do I know? You know what I'm saying?
It's fucking. I know.
And
I,
here's
I,
the thing. Here's the thing that I never got. So the mother would let us sleep together in the basement where we were all alone every
mm,
night.
mm,
But she's just religious. She was the girl was half Italian and half Irish. The father was Italian, he was deceased, and the mother was Irish.
mm.
Right? I'm like, Christine, I don't get it. Your mother's this very religious person, but she lets us sleep together. She's got to know what we're doing. Oh yeah,
Mm.
we had a conversation. That's what you always got to wear rubber because if I get pregnant, we got to have the baby. I don't want to get pregnant at 16. I don't know. I don't want you to get pregnant either. You know what I mean? So it's just anyway. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. See,
yeah. So,
Catholic. I mean,
but I
Catholic.
got it. One this. I was in heaven for
Yeah.
it was somewhere between 6 and 9 months. I lived there.
Yeah.
It was like I was in heaven. I was a 17-year-old guy who's I don't want to get graphic here, but who was always horny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it
You
was
are.
just like, yeah, it was just like a free for all sex festival. You know what I mean?
But your girlfriend probably told the mum as well you had issues at home and everything. So
Oh
she's
yeah,
really.
no, she did, yeah, she did. Actually, I got to tell you, what ended up happening was while I was there, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna. How do I say this without getting into particulars? My mother, my stepfather, and my brother came to the house to try to kick my ass. I'm
Yeah.
not kidding you. Yeah. And
Was
her
you getting
mother ended up calling the child welfare services, and my mother never did that again. You know what I mean?
really? Was you getting
Yeah. So
was you getting
I'll
physical?
give you an example. I'll give you an example how my girlfriend knew that was my mother was off. So one day she came to get me. We were going, so I don't know where we were going, right? So meet me at my house. So she rings the bell, and I happened to still be in my room. I was dressed, but I was whatever I was doing. I wasn't. I was like a minute away from coming downstairs, right?
Mm,
So all of a sudden I hear my mother screaming, "You
mm,
can't come up to his room. He's not even dressed yet." That's
mm,
when I opened the door. I was fully dressed. She's calling my girlfriend a whore. I'm like,
gotcha.
Mom, what's going on?
Yeah.
She's livid at this girl. And
Mm,
when we walked out of the house, she said, my girlfriend said, "Listen, don't ever ask me to come to your house again unless you answer the door." She goes, your mother's a freaking maniac." I said, "Yeah, I know. I try to tell you." You know what I mean?
was
Anyway,
you getting some beatings or something by the stepdad or something?
well, no, it wasn't for my stepfather. I was getting verbally and physically abused in the house, but I don't want to get into it.
No, 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 no,
That's
no.
behind me. That's behind me now.
That's
Uh,
why it's made you the see 17. If you're getting kids, see, I left home about 20. Like it makes a man out of you, you know.
well, actually, I left home when I was 16, right?
Yeah, it
And
makes
what
a man.
happened was about 6 months after I left home, I ran into my brother in the street, and he said, "Listen, we're moving to Long Island."
Mm,
So what do you mean? He said, "Yeah, we're moving to Long Island. Mom said you should come home. You won't get in any trouble." So I moved to Long Island. That lasted for 2 months until
yeah,
that's where when I was living with the girl, it was in Long Island,
yeah,
right? So I said, I was at my mother's house for 2 months. Then I was living at that girl's house for somewhere between 6 and 9 months, and then I went back to Brooklyn. So
yeah,
for all intents and purposes, I've been on my own since I'm 16.
yeah. You toughed it out.
Well,
Yeah,
you know what? You know what it is? I was for many years. I was in what's called survival mode.
yeah.
Okay, and it's not until about I don't know 20 years or so ago I was a late bloomer where I was actually got myself into thriving mode.
Mhm,
You
mhm.
know what I'm saying?
That sounds.
You don't want to just survive in life. You want to thrive. Excuse me,
Yeah,
thrive in life.
yeah. That sounds like a like you must have felt happy and safe that you was at your girlfriend's place there. You
Oh,
know.
absolutely. I was in heaven. I was in
Yeah,
heaven.
yeah. That's a nice story.
In total heaven.
Yeah, yeah. Blimey, man. The
So
whole.
what ended up happening was is she and I left and
Yeah.
we moved to Brooklyn.
Uh huh.
And we got basically just in the beginning, we just had a room. We were renting in a house,
Mm,
and the relationship didn't work out. She went back to Long Island. I stayed in Brooklyn, and I moved on. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I went from one girl to another to another to another. But
You
but she was like my really first real true love.
true love. You
So
still.
that she'll always have a place in my heart. There were other girls that I was messing around with before
Yeah.
her, but I never
Not,
really loved them. I just wanted to have sex and you know what I'm saying, and move on to the
yeah.
next one. She was different, but as it turns out, it would have never worked out anyway. She's a very materialistic girl. She's
Mm.
a Trump supporter.
Oh,
I actually spoke to her
oh,
about right after the lockdown started.
I was just going to
I
say, you
call-
still contact her.
I contacted. I called her up
Mm,
and I said, "Listen, I just wanted to call. I don't know. Your husband could be there with you now. You don't need to say anything. I just want to say thank you to you."
yeah.
I found that her mother had passed away,
Oh,
and I'm sorry to hear about your mother's passing, but you and your mother quite possibly saved my life back then.
yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, so she did say a few words.
Hmm.
I'm still not sure if her husband was there or not. I don't want to, start any problems for her.
No, you didn't
But
know.
she said you're welcome, and she goes, "No, I understand." And and I said, "Listen, I won't ever call you again.
Mm,
I just wanted to let you know that. You know what I'm saying? Because I said that at the time. I said, well, what if this girl dies from this, or what if I succumb to this illness?
yeah.
I want to make sure that I let her know all these years later how much I appreciated that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Have you've got Italian in you as well, strictly?
I'm 100% Italian.
Oh, blimey! So
Yeah.
you know all about the Catholicism and that, blimey.
Well, but see, my mother was not religious.
Right.
She considered herself, actually, to be honest with you, she didn't follow Catholicism. She considered herself to be Presbyterian Christian, but we
Okay.
never practiced it.
Right.
And then
Right.
my stepfather, who was Irish, he
Hmm.
was Irish Catholic, but he didn't practice it either.
Neither.
We never went to church. We celebrated Christmas and Easter and all the holidays,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
we never went to church. We just weren't religious like that. You know
It's
what I'm
just
saying?
it's mental Christianity, Catholicism, the way they've clashed, and they follow the same thing. The Reformation was it in the 1700s, 1600s in Europe? The Protestants against the Catholics, and you had the Orange Order come through from Germany to Holland, and then the Irish, the Northern Irish, Southern Irish. So you got the Orange Order.
I don't know anything about this stuff because, like I said, I know very, very little about religion. What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Anyway, it'll come back to me.
But
Yeah.
it's strange.
Here's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Here's what gets me about the Catholic Church and
Mm,
the people that are Catholic. I understand if you want to be Catholic, I get it. It's cool. Be whatever you want to be.
yeah.
But I would imagine it's the same, if not similar, between America and the UK. You go to prison, which I've never been, but
Mm.
if you go to prison in America, the very bottom of the totem pole as a prisoner is a guy who had sex with children.
Well, yeah, it should be, isn't it?
But in the Catholic Church, it's condoned.
What?
What
Well,
happens when a priest is
yeah.
caught having sex? The parents come in to the church with their son, their daughter, son and daughter, whatever it is, and say, "Listen, the priest O'Reilly sexually abused my son and or my daughter." What does the
Please.
Catholic Church do? Don't go to the police. How much we got to give you to keep
Yeah,
quiet? And
yeah.
then they take that priest. They don't fire them. They move them to a different church.
They shuffle them onto another parish.
Right. So here we have the prisoners, the worst, like the convicts in prisons, the
Yeah.
worst people in our society, criminal wise, who actually have it right. The child molesters are on the bottom of the totem pole. But with the Catholic Church,
Fucking
we're
idiot.
going to condone it. I don't agree with. Now listen, I don't have any problem with Catholic people, or
Mm,
if you go into a Catholic church,
mm,
okay. But if you give that church money,
mm,
you put that's the other thing about the offering box. The first
mm,
time, this
mm.
guy, I'm like, what the fuck is this? He's got this long stick with a basket on the end of it. I'm like, what is he gonna hit me with that fucking thing? She goes, just put $1 in there. I said, why? Anyway, but if you put money into that box, or you give the church money,
Yeah,
you're condoning what they're doing. That's how I see it. I
yeah.
could be wrong, but that's just how I see it.
No, I'll make you right. What's the confession box where they got the mafia used to just pass suitcases of money in that
I
confession?
know. Like that's going to get them good with God, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
then they do that quick cross thing and say you're all right.
Yeah. Yeah. I never went into the confession booth. Uh, it's like, well, what happened? I asked her, what happens in there? Well, you tell them, you go, it's a little dark, tiny room. You get down on your knees, and the priest is on the other side. There's like a screen, and you confess your sins, and
Mm.
then usually he'll tell you to say like 10 Hail
Yeah,
Marys.
then you're
Well, I said, you tell your mother I ain't going in that fucking room. I ain't telling the priest any damn thing. Now, at that time, back
mm,
then, I
mm,
wasn't even aware of the how many Catholic priests around the world. Not all of them,
mm.
but a good percentage of them were actually having sex with children. I had no idea about that. I didn't know. If I did, I would have been outspoken. I would have, when we were at home, I would have got into situations with her mother and said, "Listen, I feel
Mm.
uncomfortable going to these. Some of these Catholic churches have priests that are abusing children. How do I know that the priest in this church isn't doing the same thing?" You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? I can't condone that.
Look at the Pope that's in now. He covered up. He covered up all the paedophilia in. He was in South America, Chile, I think, or somewhere. He covered up a load of paedophilia. That's the Pope that's in now.
It's crazy. It's just nuts. It's nuts.
Disgusting. But they worship a different God. Satan.
Yeah,
Bloody
well, that's another thing. You bring up Satan. I think there's, I'm not going to mention any names, but I
Mm,
think there's a few members in this community that
mm.
actually worship Satan.
They
So I'm
fucking
not,
do.
I could be wrong, but that's the
No,
impression
you're
I
right.
get.
No, you're right. You're right, man. It's fucked up.
See,
Knowing what.
something I didn't tell you about me, and I'm not, listen, I'm not I don't believe like in the zodiac, like if it, you read your horoscope and it says, oh, you're going to find money today. And then I'm walking down the block and I find a quarter on the street and I go, oh, look at that. It's right. No, I don't believe that at all.
No,
But I do believe that your zodiac signs, every person will exhibit not all of those signs, but some of them.
they
I
do.
happen, I happen to be, I happen to be a Pisces, and
Mm-hmm,
I'm highly intuitive.
mm-hmm.
I never used to believe in it when I was young, but I do
No.
now.
If
Like I can feel things. If I focus on something, most of the time I can feel it. Like I knew that Trump was going to drop those bombs on Iran. I
mm,
knew that. I
I
couldn't
know.
tell you how many. I couldn't tell you the day it was going to happen, but I knew it was going to happen within the next week. I
If you're
knew it.
born, if you're born a certain time of the year, it seems that you have different traits. So I'm Libran.
Libras
So
happen to be good friends. That's what
uh,
they're known for. Libras are known for being good friends. I'm not saying that all Libras are good
yeah,
friends, but most of them
lo-
are.
and loyal, and
Yes.
we're the scales. So and that's exactly, we're always trying to balance things. We don't
The
like
thing of yeah,
disharmony.
the thing about Pisces is, and I think I exhibited this earlier without even realizing it. Pisces like to help other people. Not
Right.
all, but many of them, if not most.
And you're
And
exhibiting them traits, aren't you?
yeah, but the problem with it is that, and I never realized this years ago, but I was guilty of it many times. Pisces will help people to their own detriment.
Right,
You got, like I used to have a hard time saying no to people. Sometimes
right,
you have to say no.
right.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah,
I'm the
yeah.
kind of guy on this. If you're, I'll give you an example. I'm in the car with a friend. We're
Yeah.
driving up the Palisades Parkway, just outside of New York City, and it's snowing out. There's like 4 inches of snow on the road. The plows haven't come out yet. And
Mhm,
there's this guy in a Mercedes Benz. He's stuck on the side of the road. So
mhm.
I told my friend, pull over. He goes, why? I said, I'm going to help the guy. I think I can push the car out of there. He goes, are you out of your fucking mind? I said, pull the fucking car over. You know what I'm saying? So he pulled the car over. I get out, it's snowing out, and I push the guy out of there. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like if I'm riding and I see a cyclist and they're pulled over, they're having a problem with the bike.
yeah, I do.
As long as I'm not in a rush, I'm not late to a client or late to get somewhere. I'll always stop you. You need help? You need a hand? You know what I'm saying? It's just I
I'd
can't
carry,
help not doing it.
yeah, I'd carry around the puncher kit and all that, and then a couple of times I've pulled over and helped someone repair the bike dur-
Yeah,
during all that lockdown.
yeah. Well, like I said, not all the different characteristics of each sign. Not you won't display all of those. I don't think. There may be some that do, but they're the minority. But
Good.
like, I'll give you a for instance. It's a problem. My girlfriend is a Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Geminis have dual personalities, and I can
Yes, yeah,
see it.
yeah,
That's the
you
thing.
can.
Pisces are like the old souls, and we have a little bit of each sign in us.
Yeah.
I can look at somebody's face
Mm.
and tell if they're uncomfortable, if they're happy. I can see it
Yeah, I can. I can.
with my girlfriend, right?
Mm.
There's a good person there and there's a really evil girl there. There's
Yeah.
dual, and I can see when the evil one comes out before she says a word just by the look on her face.
Yeah.
And the problem with Geminis is they're very generous people,
Mm.
but they lie a lot. Guess who's a Gemini? Donald Trump.
Is he
Yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is.
that fucker? Mm.
Listen, don't get me wrong. I'm not one of these crazy zodiac people. I'm really, really not.
I think it means a lot. I think it
And
means a
it
lot.
wasn't until about 10 years ago. It's mostly women used to tell me, you don't realize you have intuitive abilities that you're not utilizing. Ah, shut up. I don't believe that's hokey pokey stuff. I believe it now. I know it. I know it for a fact.
Yeah.
So like I can oftentimes in chat rooms, not always,
Mm.
But I can oftentimes get a really good sense of somebody that I'm chatting with, even though I can't see their face and never met them. I
Yeah.
don't know all about them. I can't see the future or anything like that. But
Mm.
I can tell, not always, but usually, is this a decent person or not? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
it's like I think that AK. I think he's decent, you know, but just the trauma's done him up, hasn't it?
yeah, I don't think, like I said earlier, if I was face to face with AK and he wasn't drinking, I think we
Yeah,
get along fine.
yeah,
But I think like he's on panel and he's not. I don't think he's necessarily like drunk out of his mind because he's usually not slurring, but he's under the influence of alcohol, right?
yeah,
And the way I see it, injury or not, when
yeah,
you claim that you've been turned into a star seed,
yeah.
there's something mental up there that's not going on right.
If he lost his son, which I believe, that's going to have a lot to do with it.
Oh, absolutely. And especially like you said, if he was in the car when that happened, that's guilt that you have on your shoulders for the rest of your life.
I shouldn't speculate.
Especially if you were drunk. Would you were drunk driving?
Don't.
How do you ever live that down?
We shouldn't say because he might hear this.
I
Is
don't
that?
listen. I'm not saying that he was. I'm just
Yeah,
saying it's a possibility.
I know.
I don't know how long he's been an alcoholic for.
Mm.
Okay, I don't. I really don't know. It's not my business, but
Losing a child.
it did cross my mind. Is that what happened? I don't know. I'm not
It,
assuming that. I'm
it,
not blame. I'm not criticizing him. Don't
it
think
crossed
that.
my mind. Like I said, it crossed my mind, man. He almost said it. I think he almost said it once.
Well, you know what? Like I said, I think if I was in front of AK, we would get along just great as long as he wasn't drinking.
Mm.
But on panel, no matter I have tried. There was only one time I was ever on panel with him where we didn't get into an argument. He was talking about his ex-wife. He was so upset, and I'm like, "Listen, AK, I've been where you are.
Yeah,
When a relationship breaks up, it's usually the man's world who slips upside down. I've been there, AK.
yeah.
There's other
Normally,
women out there, AK. There's other
we
women.
we don't
She's
have to.
not the only one." And I was like, "Please go take a walk. You got
Yeah,
to stop thinking about this." And he
I've
he
heard it in
appreciated he actually thanked me and he appreciated me pouring
like,
my not by my heart but trying to help him. But
opening
then
your
the
heart.
very next time that day I was on his panel when that happened.
Yeah,
That evening I got on panel with him with Chubby and bang we're arguing. He knows this, he knows that. He knows, see the thing about me is if you haven't noticed, I tend to be rather opinionated, and that's not necessarily always a good thing. You know what I'm saying? But
no, I think you've been all right. I think you've been. People just can't handle the truth sometimes. Not him, but when you're telling some of them why and this is the thing, Strictly. That's why I saw the Jubilees characters, but I saw you writing in there, and you was like, and I thought I've got to mention. And if you remember, I put a comment saying, it's about 4 a.m. in the morning over here, Strictly, and inevitably you're going to have a lot of unemployed in here.
yeah, no, sometimes I forget that at
I was
times,
getting
but
embarrassed because I
yeah.
thought,
Listen. As far as the unemployed, if you're unemployed because you have some kind of an impairment,
yeah,
whether it's a body a disability,
yeah,
bad knees, bad back, something like that,
yeah,
I get it.
that's
And
what we do.
I even get it if you're an alcoholic,
Mm,
okay? But
mm.
if you're an alcoholic, you need to get off the alcohol.
You got to get help and go back to
And
work.
yeah, and I've been working since I'm 16 years old,
Yeah, same here.
okay? Like I said earlier, I grew up in a mafia neighborhood where these guys are running around with brand new Cadillacs constantly, beautiful girls in their arms, jewelry, all these fancy clothes, and they don't work. I always respected the guy that worked that 9 to 5 job and made an honorable living to take care of his family.
Yeah,
And I've always made sure that I was that guy or the image of that guy.
what they was in that? You go in there, Strictly, right, and they're moaning. A lot of them moaning and moaning about immigration and everything. And I didn't write it in there. I've written other, and I thought, fuck, man, they're moaning about immigration. I thought, we need immigration because you lot are all on here fucking pissed and not working.
Yeah, you know what they think? They're afraid that the benefits that they're now collecting, because some of the immigrants are also collecting those benefits,
Yeah.
their benefits are going to be taken away from them, or they're going to be lessened.
The
And
benefits
I
are going
and,
to be.
and I'll tell you what. You tell me if I'm wrong. I'll tell you what it's like here in America.
Mm,
Most of the immigrants
mm,
that I run into,
mm.
they actually do work.
They work. They work over here. Strictly
Right,
the
there you
majority.
go. There you go. So there are a few. They're in the minority that don't work,
Mm.
but the vast majority of them do work. They came to get a better life, to
They
help
come
to
to get a
better the
better
lives
life.
of themselves and their families.
They work hard. Listen, our care system is on its knees strictly. And all the I'm in London, all the carers, all the people caring for our elderly are all people from other countries. And they're doing the jobs we won't do. They're,
Exactly. Same thing here. Same thing. I'm going to give you an example. I didn't mention this. This is something that impacts me, actually. Trump's immigration policy here in New York City,
mm,
which he shouldn't be instilling. He did that because the mayor of New York City, Eric, what's his name? Eric Adams.
right.
He was facing some serious charges. They had him by the balls, and he
Mm,
made a deal with Trump to do whatever Trump wants him to do in New York City as far as immigration. And as long as he did, the Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, the top law enforcement officer in the country, would drop the charges. That's what happened.
mm,
So now
yeah,
what's happened? About 7 weeks ago now,
yeah.
luckily, a girl, a cyclist, told me, I didn't even know. The law
Mm,
has been changed here in New York City. Listen to this. I'm not
mm,
kidding you.
yeah.
If you saw my last short, if you look at the very beginning of it, that car I'm going around,
Mhm.
and when I cross the double yellow lines illegally, that's a cop car.
Oh,
Look at that video again sometime.
I'm gonna.
Soon as,
What the one?
soon as you
What the
hit
one I
the last
commented
short, the most recent short, soon as you turn it on, hit the
on?
pause button, and you'll see it says NYPD on it, right? But anyway, listen. So what's happening now is on any given day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, there's 65,000 plus electric bikes on the street. That's not the only ones, but
Right.
just that are delivering food for
Yes,
Uber Eats, DoorDash, and things like
we've
that,
got all
right?
that. We've got all that. Yeah.
99% of those guys are immigrants. They're
They're
working.
working hard.
They're working. They're busting. I can relate because I was a bike messenger for 10 years in
They're on
Manhattan.
minimum wage.
Okay. Now, so when you're doing that, right?
Yeah.
Like when I was a bike messenger, I worked on commission, not by the hour. So the
Yeah.
more deliveries you make, the more money you make. So there's incentive to ride like a maniac. You know, you
Yeah.
want to make we want to make good money. So
Yeah.
now, if I was in this country illegally
Mm,
and I got pulled over by the cops for running a red light because I'm trying to make as much money as possible to feed my wife and 2 children or whatever it is,
mm.
I wouldn't pay the ticket. Would
No.
you?
No.
So they weren't paying with tickets.
Right.
That's the excuse. But the
Mm,
reality is this: what they have done now, 7 weeks ago, there's a new law.
mm-hmm.
It's really supposed to catch these illegal immigrants, but
Yeah.
everybody's getting caught in it. I don't ride an e-bike. I ride a fixed gear bike, the hardest physically kind of bike you could possibly ride. I don't have a big food bag on my back.
Yeah.
If you get caught on a bicycle in New York City starting 7 weeks ago running a red light, you're no longer issued a traffic violation like you used to be
Mm-hmm.
for going through the red light, a ticket, which you could either pay it, plead guilty and pay it by mail, or go to court and fight it. Now you're issued a criminal summons and you must appear in criminal court. And if you do not, immediately a warrant is issued for your arrest. Now,
Yeah.
here's
Yeah.
why they're doing that.
Yeah. You're
Because
right.
when they get these immigrants that come into court, if they're here illegally, they'll
Yeah.
they'll find that out in the courtroom, and they will not be released. They will be immediately handed over to ICE and deported out of the country. Now,
Fuckers.
now, I don't really have so much of an issue with that. I mean, to me personally, if they're working and they're not violent criminals, I have no issue with them staying here.
Yeah, man.
But if they are here illegally, I can't argue against them not being able to stay here if they're here illegally. I can't argue against that either. So
Mm,
I'm kind of
torn.
what's the word? Yeah, torn. That's the word exactly.
Mm.
But for crying out loud, these guys are working. Leave them alone. If they didn't
Yeah.
commit any violent crimes,
They're,
leave them alone.
they're paying taxes.
That's right. That's right. And not only that, okay, they're not. Trump supporters will claim, yeah, well, they're collecting welfare and unemployment and
Um,
food stamps. Bullshit! It's impossible. They don't have the documentation for that.
That's right. They can't.
So,
Yeah.
so, so, and
Same here.
even if they're working under a fake name,
Yeah.
right?
At least they're
They're
working
still
and paying
paying
tax.
every time they go to a store to purchase something. They're paying taxes to the
Get more
state that
tax.
they're in.
Yes, we pay tax on everything. Fucking everything. They're contributing to the financial, the financial situation. They're contributing, not taking, man.
I would imagine you're very very much the same or very similar anyway. I
Very.
don't judge I don't judge somebody by the color of their skin,
No, not at
their
all.
sexual orientation,
No,
the
not at all.
clothes that they wear, the way they talk, the way they walk. I don't judge anybody. I
No.
form my opinions based on the content of their character. I
Yeah.
don't think anybody has the right to judge anybody else. You certainly should form your opinion of others,
Mm.
okay? But why base it on the color of their skin or their religion or sexual orientation? I could care less about that.
It's a nonsense. Over here, I forget myself sometimes. Called mixed race. There's say mixed race people over here, and I've said to people, not mixed race. Well, the same race. There's one race, the human.
The human race, exactly.
Yes. So all you say, maybe you say mixed heritage, but not not mixed race.
Here's what gets me about the Catholics again, right? So people supposed to look out for their own, right? These people coming from South America, they're all Catholics. And you Catholics in America are going to turn your back on your own people?
Yeah, good point.
You know what I'm saying? Every country in South America practices Catholicism, every single one of them.
Good point. Yeah.
Let me tell you something about my experience, like with Muslims. And I've never had a problem with a Muslim ever in my life, ever.
No,
In fact, I can tell you now. There's a couple of Muslims like they call them bodegas. They're like these little stores, like it's like a deli where you can buy lighters or rolling paper or candy bars or maybe like some milk, soda, beer, stuff like that.
Yeah.
When I go into these places, there's a couple of them in the neighborhood. They always give me a break. They say, "Listen, I charge $2 to everybody else for those rolling paper, but I'm only going to charge you $1.50." They're very nice people.
I've grown right in London, very multicultural, like New York. I was born 75, grew up in the 70s as a child, 80s. I grew up around all different mixed heritage friends, Indian, West Indian, African. They're all my friends still now.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, when people,
they're all successful. Strictly, they've all got big houses, man.
the other thing, one that said, with people who judge people, like I said, nobody should judge other people, in my opinion. But people who form their opinions of other people based on their skin color, their religion, their sexual orientation, blah blah blah. They're ruining their chances to network. They're limiting their networking abilities, for crying out loud. In this life, it's not always what you know, it's who you know.
Yeah.
And if you're going to limit the amount of people that you know, you're restricting your advancing in life, in my opinion.
I have Muslim friends. They are the most peaceful, God-loving people, man.
Man, I have no issue with them at all whatsoever.
No.
Why should I? And even listen, if I walked out of my house when I get off this live and a Muslim guy pulls a gun and sticks it to my face, says, "Give me your money," I'll give him my money. I can always make more money. I'm not going to then cast all Muslims and generalize and cast them all as bad. There are good and bad in all walks of life.
Can't tar them with. There's always a couple of rotten apples in every culture.
Exactly.
You can't tar a whole race over that. It's ridiculous.
But see, in America here, right? Here's what they do. The Trump supporters, they'll say, "Well, this guy, this immigrant, he raped a white girl, 12 years old." Yeah, okay, and that's wrong. How many American men today, in the past 24 hours, raped American girls? How come you're not outraged at that? There's got to be at least 25 times as many, at least.
Yeah, percentages. We got a massive problem over here at the moment. This country, there's a lot of it going so right wing. It's getting scary.
You know what it is? A lot, especially the white right-wing men, they'll
Mm.
never admit it.
Mm.
But the main problem that they have
Mm.
with these people of color, it's the men of color. They're afraid of them. They won't admit it.
Mm.
They not all of them,
Mm.
but a lot of them are afraid of them. That's why they don't have as much of an issue with the female immigrants. They still
Yeah.
have an issue with them, but there's not as much.
Yeah.
That's what the media will say. They're sending military-age men. You'll hear them saying this all the time. They're here to take over the country. And I'll tell the people in UK, wait a minute. Muslims represent 8% of your country. That's it.
Less
Now,
of
how the fuck can they take over the country?
Exactly.
The old white men, for the most part, just like here in America, make the rules and run the government. How the fuck are the Muslims, excuse my language, going to take over? Then they got to control the government to take over, for crying out loud.
It's the fucking media. And like we say on Shield Destroyer's channel, stop looking at the poor people that are trying to make a bet. Look, if you've got a problem, it's the government you need to deal with.
Now, I'm going to bring you back to Henry Krinkle for just a second.
Mm.
That's one of the reasons why I like Henry.
Right.
Henry, as far as what we've been discussing, he's on the same page as us.
I can't take the other stuff I've heard him say, but
I understand. I get you. I get you. But the first time I ever spoke to Henry was about 2 years ago.
Mm.
And we got along very, very. I actually was on panel with for the better part of 6 hours. I'm not kidding you.
Mm.
And we were discussing, religion, the immigration, Trump, and we just happened to be pretty much on the same page. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this right now. If there any content creators who support Trump, I will not support their channel in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, way.
No. I have no ill will or bad feelings towards them, but I will not help advance their cause. I will not do it.
Have you heard of Tommy Robinson over here?
Yes, I have.
So he's another plant. His dad is Mossad, Israeli. So they said he went in prison. The first time he went in, he come out with new teeth and a suntan. And that's why we're saying he weren't in Belmarsh, he weren't in prison. He's got a house in Dubai, which is a Muslim country, obviously. He's a plant. And people are following his nonsense. Lost my train of thought a little bit there as well. But we've got some serious issues here of people being planted to. Oh, right, that's my point. Right,
and the right wingers all want him, and you have to go. It goes back to what I just said a few minutes ago. What these guys do? What these guys like Tommy Robinson and Trump? What they do is they play to their supporters' fears. That's how they manipulate and control them. And when I said a few minutes ago that many, if not most, of these right-wing men who dislike and hate these men of color, that's the reason why they're afraid of them.
Yeah, he used to be right. Shield Destroyer grew up in Luton. That's where Tommy Robinson was. You can be what's the word? Forgetting now. If you do things wrong, so he done a lot wrong. He was selling drugs and everything. He had a tanning shop, a saloon shop as a cover to sell all these drugs. Oh, compromised, right? So he's compromised. But I don't even think it's that. I think he's literally Mossad, so they can be controlled. If they do wrong things, they say, right, you're going to be doing this or you're going to jail. And he ended up running the EDL, English Defence League, right? This is years ago, a full-on right-wing fucking group. And they was getting big numbers and big marches strictly in London, yeah? He was against apparently the Muslim, they say the rape gangs, which we know is a tiny minority. He's fucking left the EDL in the end because he's right-hand man, Lee McMillan. So everyone can look this up when they listen this back. Leigh McMillan. That was his right-hand, big fucking 6'5" thug. The cunt's in prison for raping and grooming a 14-year-old, supplying her with drugs and raping her and all that. He's in prison now. Yeah. And half the EDL group, the leaders and all that, were all fucking pedos. So, like you said, there's a tiny minority of Muslim Pakistani men doing this, and like you said, the majority goes uncovered. The English are doing this nasty shit. There's more English dirty pedos than anyone else in this country.
Yeah,
But
well,
you,
it's the same here in America. But well, listen, I don't I have to get off this panel because I was supposed to call my girlfriend at 9:30. It's 9:43. But I wanted to say this before I go.
yeah,
I'm glad I was able to get on panel because I
yeah, I'm
didn't
sure.
want you to think something. People play a lot of games on YouTube, as you know. A
Yeah.
lot of people will say, "Oh, I tried to get on panel, but I couldn't. I legitimately couldn't get on panel." I know you
No, I could
realize
hear.
that now.
No, I could hear you. You said you was frustrated, and I was
Yeah,
getting
but that
frustrated.
link kept taking me to a
Yeah.
page where it was trying to get me to start my own live and have a StreamYard panel. I'm like, I've never seen this before. So
I'm well
when you
pleased.
when you restarted the live for whatever
You done it.
reason, I guess it reset it. I don't know, but
Yeah.
it was sending out the right link, so I
Yeah.
popped up on panel.
No, it's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm glad you got up. And when I get more people, I'll save this. So hopefully more people will see. I mean, what's the time here? It's 10 to 3 in the morning. So again, as you know, where I work nights, if I'm off, I'm still up at this time because I sleep in the day. Keep the same routine, you know. But
Okay.
definitely look out. And on In the Groove, a few of them were supposed to come up tonight. Now when they see this in the next couple of days, hopefully more people will come over Strictly, you know. And it was
Yes,
a
listen, anything I can do to help you grow your channel, I'm more than just ask me. I'm more than happy to help you. And I'm
that's,
going to tell
that's
you this. I'm going to tell you this right now. When I'm available and you're doing a live, I'll at a
yeah,
minimum be in the chat room at a minimum. And
super.
like I'm going to tell you this right now. If
Yeah,
you're doing a live and Chubby's doing a live, and I know, I'm aware that you're doing a live, I'm going to be over on your channel. I'm not going to be on Chubby's. You know what I'm saying? It's like at
super.
this point when I go over there, I try to still I post a lot of stuff about Trump, the truth about Trump, and I also
Yeah,
sometimes I just sit there and laugh at the ridiculous things that are being said on the panel and the
yeah.
ridiculous comments that are being I'm reading in the chat. And what
Oh,
I've done, what I started doing about a month ago, is
mm,
anybody who starts calling me childish names and wants me to call them childish names, I do a
yeah,
personal block on them. You
yeah,
can ask Chubby. I never ever took that rent. She actually made me a managing moderator for a week. I never blocked anybody.
yeah, yeah.
Like from the channel. I just do a personal block. I don't have time to read their childish comments, and I'm not going to engage in that kind of behavior. I did in the past. I was guilty of it. I admit it. But
Yeah.
I learned. You know what I'm saying?
I've seen it.
It's just a waste of my time.
That Chubby, you know, I think he's highly intelligent. You know that.
I believe so, and
Yeah,
I don't know what his story is, but I have difficulty respecting him because in my mind the vision I see is an able-bodied man who just refuses to work.
well, what he said,
And
he worked.
I feel bad for him because when you're an able-bodied man and you refuse to
Yeah,
work and said live on benefits, you're living a restricted life.
oh, totally. I wrote in the chat. I wrote in the chat as well. He said he always says he worked for the government, and basically he said it in a roundabout way. He was a tax man. He works for the HMRC, so he didn't like the fact he realised, woke up and realised that we're getting ripped the fuck off. But COVID, so I can understand that because a lot of us didn't go to work for a bit through COVID, including me, because I didn't want to partake. But I wrote in the chat, I said, all right, Chubby, I understand that, but that's 5 years, that's a couple of years gone now. Probably time best to get back to work now, you know? And I think
Yeah.
you notice his lives are not at this time in the morning no more. I think he's realised, yeah, the only thing is World War
I
Three is
hope
about
so.
to start.
I hope so because I always liked Chubby. I'm not going to say I dislike him now. I don't respect that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
To say I respect that is to be phony.
They
And
should look at
I'm gonna be honest. I will apologize if he asks me to. Initially I was like when I came to this conclusion, I was writing some pretty not nice things about him in this chat room. And you got
to
to
get
be. I have to be careful when I go into a chat room because if I'm in a bad mood, I had a bad day.
yeah.
It maybe isn't the best thing to be writing
No,
comments in the chat room. You know what I'm saying?
no.
Because things come out that are not really who I am, what I'm about.
Please don't think that. I mean, that's sometimes it gets 100 in there. It'd be 50 in there. Please don't think they represent the ones that are all
Oh,
unemployed. You know, they don't represent British man. You know what I mean? But like you said, the ones that have got serious issues, like I was listening to you when you was talking. Do you remember that Lemon? I think.
can
Come
you
up
hear
on.
me?
Yes, you cut out a bit there, didn't you?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm here, Strictly. Oh shit, it's dropped you out. It's dropped you out, bro. If you can hear me, I could hear you. Hold on, I'll write in the chat. Yes, I could hear you. Hear you, mate. Yes, I can hear you, mate. If you can hear me, Strictly, I could hear you. Jump back up quickly if you want. But I know you was gonna. Did I leave? I put the link in there earlier. It's gone. No, the link's there if you want to jump back up, Strictly. But don't worry. Chuck a comment in the. Chuck a comment in the comments if you want. Let me know that you can hear me now. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot what he was just saying there. Look at that. See, it dropped you out, didn't it? Yeah, there's still 3 people in though. I could was here earlier. That comment you've put there, I could have your. Oh, shit. What's it? Folk 4 includes Enki rolled the moon into place. I need to look that up. Folklore. Oh, right, folklore. So folklore includes, right, so they believed Enki, E-N-K-I, rolled the moon into place. No moon before that. That was what we was talking about earlier, weren't we, Strictly? Oh, there you go. Got rum. My girlfriend called it knocked off panel. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good, yeah, I totally understand, mate. The missus are great. Well, listen, Strictly, I'm going to shut this down soon. I might play a bit of music because there's still a couple of people in. Someone might come in. You look after yourself, Strictly. It's a pleasure. Thank you for coming up. You're welcome up all the time. And look after yourself if you're popping to the protest and that. Stay safe, brother. And be careful now because it's all changed, hasn't it, mate? Well, US is officially at war with Iran, but so are we, because Starmer, he said he's going to be sending planes and all that to go against Iran as well. So I'll be, but look out over there, Strictly, bro, on these protests. You said yourself, these supposed sleeper cells, you know, the propaganda and that, you know, if there's bombs going off, it probably won't be from any Iranian, unfortunately. You know what I mean? But yes, got a run girlfriend called it knocked me off the panel. Yeah, no problem, mate. Yeah, that's why you couldn't help me. Be well, brother. I'll speak to you soon. Right, people. I'm just gonna go to the toilet. If anyone wants to come up or write in the chat, please do. Yeah, that's been good, man. I shall be saving this. Apologies to anyone that listens at another day. Don't mean to offend anyone. Well, not with the personal stuff on other people's channel, but when I say offend, yeah, we're going to offend because we have different opinions, don't we? Me and Strictly, we're no Trump fans, and some of them other channels, they are. But debate and discussion is how you learn. If we don't talk, we can't teach. Each one teach one. Can't remember who said that. Each one teach one. Yeah. Right, I'm just going to put a little bit of background music on while I go to the toilet. And that was fantastic, Strictly. Good conversation, man. We'll go again. I don't do many lives. Shield Destroyer's channel is it's his 5th or 6th channel, man. His channel's got smoked during CV. He had like 1,600 subs and would get always over 30 in the chats, and it was growing. And because it was growing and we was talking the truth, that's obviously why his channel got smoked during CV. So trying to build his channel again, but I think he's a bit despondent with it all, which is understandable. But yeah, if you don't see me live, Strictly, let me write in the comments. Can't be asked to get a link now, but all you got to do, anyone listening, is put that name in, and you'll get him. If you're still there, Strictly, I don't do too. I don't mind if this channel grows, but I'm not trying. I'm trying to grow Shield Destroyer's channel again. So he'll be laughing if he won't fucking listen to this back. Someone will tell him. But yeah, if you don't, here we go. Strictly. Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, sorry about that. What happened was I'm on my phone and my girlfriend called me while I was on panel.
Yeah, cut out.
I couldn't hear you any longer, and I was like, "Oh shoot, I gotta call her back, otherwise I'm gonna get myself in trouble." You know what I'm saying?
No, that's fine. That's fine. Have you got to go, Strictly? Is she coming round?
What was that?
Have you got to go? Is she coming round now?
No. I just had a call. I told her I was on a panel. She understands. She's cool. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, on that video of yours that I put, your last video of the one I put. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, the one I put the comment on. I was impressed. You was overtaking everything, and when I say overtaking, I mean you was the electric scooter and obviously the cars because they was going slow. But you was going past all the electric bikes, electric scooters, and everything.
And the last one I passed was a gas scooter.
Yeah. And what did you put? Express. What was the title?
I think I put a New York City bike rider in express mode.
Express mode, like an express train. And I was like, fucking hell, he's going past everything.
That's just how I ride on this. I picked that up when I was a bike messenger. I'm obviously no longer a bike messenger, but that's pretty much how I ride. I'm not always in a rush like that, but I try to stay away from the parked cars as much as possible because they open the car doors on you without looking.
Yeah.
And when that happens, when you hit the door, you're not going to take the door off with your bicycle. You're going head over heels. You know what I mean?
Well, anyone that wants to know about fitness and looking after yourself, you don't sound, you don't look like you're in your 60s. So everyone should take heed.
Well, I don't push fitness on anybody, but if anybody wants to know anything about fitness, I'd be more than happy to answer their questions. I highly recommend it, but it's like I don't go around Manhattan trying to pick clients up. You know what I'm saying? When somebody comes to me seeking a trainer, then I step up to the plate.
And
I'm not a fitness influencer. Like I think I mentioned earlier, initially my channel was just exercise. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to be a fitness influencer. I want to teach fitness. And my girlfriend was like, listen, you're really good on two wheels. You're an expert.
Yeah.
Why don't you start doing bike videos? I was like, well, I don't have an action camera. She goes, I'll buy you one. You know what I'm saying? So so she got me the action camera, and I actually have fun making the videos.
Yeah, be safe. Be safe, though.
Well, I am. But you see, I like to ride fast and take chances, but I take like calculated chances. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. If you look at the end of the last video, the long form video, which is only 1 minute and 18 seconds long,
car pulls out on you.
Well, no, I had a squeeze between two SUVs. One was parked, and there's a white one that's rolling.
Yeah.
And I was going to get caught my handlebar was going to get caught in the wheel well of the white SUV. So I pulled a wheelie so I could get above it. You know what I'm saying?
Is it? I've got to see that. Which one's that?
It's a long form video. It's the last one I put up. It's 1 minute and 18 seconds long, and it's not till the very end of the video that you see that. Yeah, you'll see me raise. I do a wheelie to get so that my handlebar doesn't get caught in the wheel well and I get ripped off the bike. My handlebars on my bike, you can't see the whole handlebar, the shorts, because they're filmed vertically. My handlebars on my bike are 28 inches wide, so you can see that when you look at the long form videos because they're filmed horizontally.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying?
Your fitness train. You said you said on Chubby's Live, you're on some good money as well, brother, isn't it?
I make out well as a personal trainer. Now that wasn't always the case. In the beginning, I used to work for a gym. Then I got out of that and I was working. I was training my clients in different gyms,
Yeah.
Now I only train my clients privately. What I
You said,
do is I
yeah.
ride around on my bike all year round as long as the streets are dry,
Mm,
and I go from one client to another. It's mostly on the Upper East and Upper West Side where the people are extremely wealthy.
mm,
And I don't lock my bike up in the street. I had three, but I have two, I'm down to two bikes now.
yeah.
What was I going to say? I bring my bike into their apartment, or I bring it. Some of them have a gym in the basement of their building, or somewhere located in the building. Usually, it's in the basement, but not always.
Mm,
And I either train them in their apartment or in the gym. Now,
mm.
I'm a well versed trainer. Initially, I became a trainer to teach weightlifting,
Uh-huh.
but some years ago, I actually about let's see, about 10 years ago now, a
Mm,
little bit more, actually 12 years ago. I became certified in what's called progressive calisthenics,
right.
which is all different body weight exercises.
Okay.
So, like, I don't need any equipment at all to train a client.
Right.
You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So and that's the training that I prefer. Although I
Mm,
do what the client asks. If the client wants to learn to lift weights, that's what they do. But I do explain to them the difference, the outcomes, the
you
results
said,
they're going to get.
you said you're on 130 per client, isn't it?
Yeah, $130 for one person,
That's
right?
1 hour.
But,
1 hour,
right,
yeah.
for 1 hour. But if
That,
I train, I don't get many. I don't have many right now. In fact, this is going to, as soon as July 4th comes, my slowest time of the year comes around till Labor Day, because these people have a lot of money and they go on vacation for 3 weeks or a month. But
right.
what I do is, if I sometimes I do have not right many right now, but I do get couples, like
Mm-hmm.
married couples, or every once in a while friends. And what I'll do is I'll charge them 180 to train them together. You know what I'm saying? For the
Right.
same hour. So now they only have to pay 90 each instead of
Well, I'm
130.
I'm on a good wage over here. But it won't seem like that to you. I'm on
Well,
like 220. I'm on 220 a night, 220 a night, or 270 on a Sunday.
yeah, but understand this. You
I'm
know,
on over
it's not like I have, like, right now I have 33 sessions a week.
33 bloody Freemasons.
Okay, but here's the thing. Once July 4th comes, I'll
Goes
go
down.
down to somewhere between probably like 10 to 15 sessions a
Yeah,
week for the next 3 months.
yeah. So
So
you're making
I gotta stack money. My
yeah,
business, yeah, the way it works, my business is like after the New Year's, right? That's when I pick up and get really busy because people make New Year's resolutions. They want to get in shape, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
then when July 4th comes and it's vacation time,
yeah.
it gets very, very slow. I might sometimes only have, like, in the summer, 6 or 8 sessions during the whole week. You know
Right,
what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's when it gets to be a pain in the ass because let's say I only have one session,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
tomorrow. That means I
yeah,
got to ride all the way into Manhattan just to make $130 and then ride all the way back.
yeah.
If I'm going to ride into Manhattan, I want to make as much money as possible. I like to have 8 or 9 sessions in a day. Then it's really worth it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When you was laying that money out, I was laughing because the reason you done it, there was a load of fucking unemployed people on the panel, and they really didn't like it, did they?
Well, no, honestly, the reason that's not really the reason why I did it. The reason why I did it is what I said earlier. If you're
Yeah,
going to say something on panel and you're
true.
challenged, which I was, you don't have any money, prove it. Prove it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Prove it.
You laid out about 1,800 quid,
Yeah.
and they didn't like that. Fucking
Well,
hell.
I wasn't doing it listen, I'm not rich. I never want to, I don't even want to be rich. I
Mm,
make out well.
yeah,
Okay, I work hard for my money though. I start at 6 or 6:30 in the morning with my first client. I'm not
yeah, man.
kidding you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
and sometimes it's not as peachy and creamy as you think.
No, of course
So,
not.
like,
No, well,
I might have three clients. I might have like
yeah,
a 6:30, an 8 o'clock, and
mm,
then like a 9:30. And then my
mm.
next client's not till 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening. So
After
now
work.
I have two choices. I can either stay in Manhattan
Yeah,
or ride home and then ride back into the city again.
yeah, it's hard work.
So what
Yeah,
I
man.
do oftentimes, I've done this. I've been in the chat rooms, but not on
Yeah,
the panels. like if it's winter time, I'll go to Grand Central. If I don't want to ride all the way home, it's 25 degrees outside. I don't want to ride home and then have to come back into the city in 3 hours. So
Yeah,
I'll hang out at Grand Central. I'll hang out at the Apple Store in Grand Central. I'll charge up my phone. You know what I'm saying? I'm
yeah,
inside where it's warm. In the summer, it's not that big of a deal because
yeah,
like if I have a 5 hour layover to my next client,
yeah,
I'll go to a protest now, or I'll go to Central Park. You know what I mean? I'll find a nice a tree with shade. I'll sit on a bench. You know what I mean? I'll play on my phone, or maybe
yeah,
I'll go do some laps if I feel like it. Or sometimes what I'll do is I'll go to a park and do my workout.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, probably as you
Well,
know, there's not many jobs easy. No, my job isn't the hardest. I drive the lorries at night for a big I won't say who, big distribution company in this country, and that's why I get paid well. What I get paid over here, what I was saying I get paid is good over here.
right.
I, if I'm agency, so I don't. Same with me, so I get holiday but no sick pay. So same with self-employed. We got to save when we do get the work because the work ain't always there.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
understand something. Don't like how I say this. I make good money.
mm,
In order to thrive in New York City, I don't
mm,
mean survive. I mean thrive.
yeah, yeah.
You better make at least $50 an hour.
Mm.
Otherwise, you're not gonna really be able to enjoy New York City with everything it has to offer. You just don't have the money. You know how much my rent is a month?
Yeah, go on.
$4,000 a month.
You're kidding me.
I'm serious. $4,000 a month.
Is that for like what, two bed flat and that, or house, or
It actually is a two-bedroom. I could, in theory, rent out the second bedroom and cut my rent in half,
is
but
unbelievable?
I refuse to do that because I like my privacy.
No, at
I
our
like to
age,
I like to spare room for storage. You know what I'm saying?
I can't share it. Am I? We over here. My rent. I'm in a one bedroom. See, I haven't got the misses and all that. So, but one bedroom flats and that I'm in Lewisham, southeast London. I'm paying 1,100. So plus council tax and bills. But the average one bedroom now has gone to about 1,400, 1,600. And the minimum wage over here will only get you 1,600. I'm way above the minimum wage. I'm like 3 times or 2.5 times above it. But the minimum wage only pays about 1,600, and that's what the rent is on one bedroom flats. But
Yeah.
I can't believe yours is $4,000, man.
4,000. And listen, go back to where I was showing that money. It wasn't to brag.
No, it was to
Eighteen
prove.
hundred dollars is really not a lot of money. I did it because I think it was Dot. I don't believe you
It
have
was,
any money.
yeah, that's right.
So I'm going to prove to you that I got.
And,
It's
and,
like
and he kept, he kept
that was
saying,
money that was the money that I made that day or the day before from my personal training clients.
I
You
know.
know what I'm saying?
Some of it
So
was crinkled up. You could tell.
then he's asking me to see my bank statements.
Yeah, that's
Like, oh, fuck you. You know what I'm saying?
right. And
And
then
then
you
what
see,
did I do after I showed her the money? So let me see yours now. And
yeah,
nobody turned their camera on to show me any money. I don't care whether you got money or whether they have money or not. It's just like
oh,
I
that's
said. I was when you go on panel and you say something. If
yeah,
somebody challenged you, the onus of proving what you said is on you.
yeah. That's what I was going to say. You're a good person because, like you said, we've got a benefit system here that, like you said, if you're not able-bodied, there's a safety net there.
Right.
And
There should be.
yeah,
Absolutely.
and like you said, I see you're a nice person because I've only seen him once. But when you cut out, I can't believe I just remember this. When you cut out, I was just saying this. A fella called Lemon come on, didn't he?
Yeah. That there's something.
No,
He
no. Well,
he he, he clearly, obviously, needs to be on benefits.
right, exactly. But at first, you was laughing. I did a bit because he kept you could see he was out the game, but he kept showing his vape that I think he had a bit of green in it, a bit of marijuana or whatever. And then you could see and then when you realised, you went, oh, hold on a minute, and you sort of you spoke
I,
to yourself when you went, oh, hold on, if people were genuinely and you was nice to him after that.
initially, you know what? I formed my opinion of him too early. initially,
Yeah.
and then I realized, wait a minute, this guy has some kind of issues. What
Yes.
happened that night? What you don't know what happened that night is Chubby ended the live, right?
Yeah.
So Lemon and I were still on.
Oh,
But
right.
so we were having a private conversation, but he didn't realize until I told him. And
Yeah.
I was having difficulty understanding what he was saying, right?
Yeah.
But it didn't take me very long to. So you
Yeah.
know what happens when you're watching, like you see somebody new come on the panel, right? You're,
Mm.
you're busy engaging with somebody or several people in the chat, so
Yeah.
you're
You
not
don't.
necessarily paying attention to what's going on the panel.
Yeah.
So initially, I just kind of looked at him. I said, "Ah, this guy's he's a druggie. I shouldn't have thought
No,
that."
when you realise, all of us at first. Well, I think he'd been on before, or he'd probably been on before. But then once you realise, and you could tell, it's like, no, okay. And that's what the safety net's there for.
Exactly. And let me say something else. I don't know if you ever noticed, but there were times like I was on panel with Dot.
Yeah.
I think the first time, and I can't remember. We were arguing over whatever it was, and I got a little snippy with him. And the next time I was on panel with him, the next night or the night after, I said, "Listen, I want to apologize to you."
Yeah. You always
You
do.
know, yeah. When you're wrong, if you're a man, you
Yeah.
admit it.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
And I wasn't proud. I wasn't proud of my behavior.
And they
Now I
wasn't.
didn't ask him to apologize to me, which by rights he should have. That's not the point.
Well, I was going to say a lot of them don't reciprocate, do they?
No, but that's okay. That's
Um,
okay because that just tells me further what kind of a person they are. But that doesn't mean that I shouldn't apologize for my
no,
conduct, the way I carried myself.
no,
You
you always.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I, I,
Yeah.
I think Chubby knows what you're getting at because, like I said, he's no fool. He acts the fool a little bit. I think he's highly intelligent, to be honest.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I
But
agree with you.
and I think even he knows now. He's like, yeah, shit. And I've noticed his lives are earlier in the evening.
I would like to. I would like to think that maybe I've been a positive influence. Maybe when I
I
was
think,
picking at him because the guy is obviously intelligent.
yeah,
He's able-bodied. Go out there, man, and get a job, and you're
yeah,
gonna have so much better a life.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, his intellect uh, means he can't not listen to you. He's not
Yeah.
stupid.
Well,
If someone,
I did say on another content creator's channel who shall remain nameless. I
Mhm.
did say something to the effect, and I wish I didn't say it, but I was like, I'm surprised somebody in this community hasn't reported Chubby. He's constantly bragging about being on benefits.
Yeah,
And the way he described it was, I was telling people to report him. I would never say something like that. What
no,
are you,
no,
crazy?
no.
Yeah, it does like in the beginning when he used to say that, I used to sit there and chuckle and laugh, and I'm like, I used to think sometimes, well, maybe this guy's really exaggerating. Maybe he has some kind of a physical impairment that he's not telling anybody about. But then as time went along, I realized, oh, this guy's an able-bodied man,
Yeah, yeah,
and he's obviously an intelligent guy, like you've said, and I agree.
yeah,
It's like, well, what is he doing, man? He's wasting. This is not a dress rehearsal. You're wasting your life away, man. Go get a good job. You got the skills, you got the wherewithal, and you're gonna have a much better life. You
yeah.
think I want to see? You think I would much prefer to see Chubby. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. It's his life, but I much prefer to see him. I got a job.
Yeah.
I'm making a decent amount. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. I'm making more
I,
than minimum wage, and so now I'm not going to be doing lives as much. Good, that's great.
I said it in the comments. I was saying like when I made that comment, if you was out of work because of the CV, it's understandable. But time to get,
Absolutely,
I said
100%.
time to get back now. This and that, and someone put lady put in the comments, no, because then we won't have chubby stream all night and all that. And I replied, I said he can do a couple of hours in the evening, late when he gets home from work.
But that's being selfish because if Chubby
Yeah, they
has a
want to
chance
hear
to
this.
better his life, even if he wasn't able to do lives anymore at all, let the guy better his life.
Exactly. Mm, mm. I think yeah, I think the penny's kind of dropped.
Yeah, it's like listen. This is what I would see with Chubby. I don't know that I'm right. I'm not saying that, but okay. So the guy's collecting benefits. He's constantly smoking weed.
He's on that bong, isn't he?
right? Right. Then there's nothing wrong with that. I smoke weed from on occasion, okay, but
I've had to
where,
give it
where I'm
up.
going with where I'm going is this. Then he's always talking about he goes to Weatherspoons every day. So
Yeah.
what's he doing with his benefits? How much of
Yeah.
it is going towards weed and ale? I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying?
You mean,
That's what indicated to me that this guy is an able-bodied guy.
yeah,
You know, it's like don't waste your life away, man.
yeah.
Seriously, come on.
He's gonna, you know what? He's gonna go back to fucking work, and all World War III is gonna kick off.
Well, I try to remain optimistic. I mean, is there a possibility? Yeah.
Mm.
Is it very likely at this point? I would be optimistic. Say no, it's not very likely. I think what's going on like with Iran and Israel, I
Mm.
think it's extremely unlikely that a Trump will put American boots on the ground. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but I believe it's extremely unlikely. I
Yeah.
believe that eventually Netanyahu will move on. He'll try for a regime change. If he can't
Mm.
get American boots on the ground, I don't think he'll be able to do it. Although who knows? The Mossad is inside the country. Then maybe they can take the guy out. I don't
Well,
know.
the Ayatollah, isn't it? Groove pointed out. So he's in America as well. He pointed out the other day. He's getting the ump on his channel. Groove mixes, by the way, strictly. If you want to write that down. So INDE and Groove GRUV mixes. Fantastic is, and he pointed out. Trump said you want to kill the leader of Iran, the Ayatollah, and I didn't know. Groove pointed out he's the 35th descendant, 32nd descendant in line with Muhammad
Wow.
bloodline, and Trump saying he wants to kill him, and like Groove said, who the fuck is he to say? And he's going to go and kill someone that.
You know what bothers me? I don't know if you've ever seen this, but I don't do it as much. But I used to tell the people in the UK, especially in Chubby's chat room, come on, people, man, this guy Trump is turning the back on your country
He's a
in favor of a Putin, a bona fide dictator. How can you support Trump? What's wrong with you? You guys fought alongside our American soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, and this is how you're gonna accept this from Trump to turn his back on your country?
Yeah.
You gotta be out of your minds.
Yeah. They've said that I could never believe it. Someone else has pointed out that us and you could be at war, and I said no way. All of a fucking sudden, fucking terrible.
Yeah, well, let's I'm not gonna say, I said let's, and that's implying you.
You'd flatten us, but with NATO, what it'd be us and NATO against America. It's just ludicrous, man.
Well, listen, I don't foresee a situation where America is going to be going against the UK,
No,
but I do foresee a situation where NATO is happening now, right?
Yeah.
The UK is now sending extra money to Ukraine to cover the money that Trump is not sending them for weapons and equipment, right? I do foresee a situation where it's already happening. Trump is siding with Putin. And if the UK was to, I'm not saying they will, but if they was or were to send troops in there, Trump will side with Putin. I'm not saying Trump will send American soldiers to fight alongside Russian soldiers, but I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
A lot of people argue with me over this. Ukraine is more than holding its own.
Yeah.
Over 1 million Russian soldiers have already been killed and or injured. Why do you think there's North Koreans fighting alongside Russians now? Why would Russia accept North Korean soldiers if they didn't need the help?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One thing I just started to do it. One thing I gotta try to say, you're much calmer than me. A lot of times I get a little bit, it's not emotional, that's how people read it, but I get a little bit too, what's the word I'm looking for?
Emotional is probably the one.
It's not that. It's not really emotional. A little too more.
Irate.
No, not irate.
Invested.
That's you're getting closer. A little too compassionate. Compassionate. No, a little too not compassionate, a little too passionate. You know, a lot of people take that
No,
as me being emotional.
you can't get too passionate now. We need the passion now.
Yeah, well, I got this for you. In a little while, I actually don't have any clients tomorrow, so
Hmm.
I'm gonna jump on my bike and head into Manhattan,
Hmm.
and I'm gonna head to a protest. And like I said earlier, I will not be violently protesting. I will stand there and I will scream whatever they're chanting.
So
Uh,
they're not showing us that. I thought
no,
they're not
no,
showing it over here. I thought it all died down.
no. It's. There's a protest in Manhattan every night in front of all day long too, in front of 26 Federal Plaza, which is downtown Manhattan. It's like exactly on Broadway and Duane Street.
Yeah.
So if I ride over there, I don't know how many protesters will be there at this time of night on a Sunday night, but you got a lot of people here in America, just as in the UK, probably not per capita, probably not as many collecting benefits.
Mhm.
The benefits over here are not as fruitful as they are in the UK. From what I understand, the UK they really take care of people over there. They don't do the same. They don't do. They give people barely enough to get by over here.
They pay the rent over here and give you about 400. So after the rent, they give them about 400 for the month. So it's fuck all, like you say, it's no life, but
Well, actually, that's probably about the same as they do over here. I
yeah,
don't know. I've never been on benefits, so
no.
I really.
I was a little bit during the CV. I didn't even know. It's universal credit, isn't it? I don't know. It just sort of come into gear or something. I don't know what it was. I just received a little bit of money.
Well,
And
here's the thing.
I
Yeah,
thought,
go ahead.
well, when this CV thing went on, I was so anti it. I thought, right, if you're putting me out of work, then you can fucking pay. Because
Right,
I don't want to,
of course.
be out of work. You know what
Well,
I mean?
see, here's the thing.
Mm.
I could have collected unemployment myself, but what
Yeah.
I did is, like I said, I don't train clients in like a franchise gym. I used to many years ago. So
Yeah.
when the gym closed down, that wasn't an issue for me. I train my clients privately anyway.
Yeah. But
But
if
what
you,
happened is none of them wanted me to come to their apartments because of
ah,
COVID. So what I did was I said, listen, I'm
you
going to be
can't.
fair. I'm going to be fair with you. All right. I'm
Mm.
going to drop my rate down 25%.
Mm-hmm.
At that time, what was I charging? I think I was charging 115 or 120. Basically, I usually give myself a $5 raise every year to cover the cost of living. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. Everyone
So
knows that.
I think I was charging, it was 115, 120, something
Yeah.
like that per session. So I
Yeah.
said, I'll drop it down 75%
Oh,
and I'll train you online. Since we
okay.
can't see each other face to face,
Yeah. Yeah.
or the other option is during the warm weather months, we can
Mm.
train outdoors,
Yes.
whether it's in Central Park or the local schoolyard, wherever.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now I could have collected benefits. I could have
Right.
got the maximum, which I think was probably I'm not, don't quote me because I've never been on it. I think the maximum you could get for unemployment here is probably about $450.
What?
Plus,
What a
here's the
month?
thing: at that time, for about 6 months or a year, Trump was putting an extra $600 on everybody's unemployment check. So I
Okay.
could have been pulling in like 1,000 or a little over 1,000 in addition to what I was making, but I don't play like that.
No. What a week? What a week strictly or a month?
A week.
That's what the benefits were offering a week. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
But they
They
got to
were
pay.
they were like waiters and waitresses who were only getting like maybe they were only getting like 300 from
Yes.
unemployment, but with the additional 600, now they're getting 900.
Fucking hell. Yeah.
Yeah. So
We had.
like I could have done that, but I said to myself, you know what? I'm still making money. I'm making 25% less,
Yeah.
but it's okay because most of the stores are closed. I'm spending less money now anyway. It's like
I still.
what happens if I get caught?
Yeah. I still.
Like then I'm gonna owe all that money back. I'm
I
not
still
gonna. I'm
can't get
just
over.
gonna.
I still can't get over your rent. I nearly fell off the fucking bed.
Yeah.
What
Well,
is that a really plush, nice,
yes,
really?
yes,
All right.
yes.
So what about a standard 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom?
A standard 1 bedroom would cost, well, it depends on where it is, what neighborhood. Like the closer it is to the train, to the mass transit, the more expensive it will be. So let's say it's a 1 bedroom and it's only a 2 block walk to the train. You're going to
Mhm.
pay 2,000 to 2,500 for a 1 bedroom.
Fuck.
If it's a 1 bedroom and it's like 10 block walk from the train and from the grocery store,
Mhm.
you're going to pay more like 1,500, 1,700 a month, something like that.
And what's the minimum wage in? Is there a minimum wage in America?
Yes, there is, but you know what? I couldn't tell you. I haven't worked for minimum wage since I was a teenager. I don't know. I want to say I'm guesstimating here. I want to say about $15 an hour, but don't quote me. I don't know.
It's about. I
I
think
really have no idea. I don't know.
it's between 10 and I think it's between 10 and 12 pounds an hour over here.
Well, 12 pounds is what, about $14, $15, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's the
So
same.
it's similar. It's yeah. But I think
But then your rent is so much more.
yeah,
Fuck.
well, yeah, well,
Shit,
yeah,
that's
but you
tough.
got listen. The majority of the year, I make out very well every week.
Oh, I know
You
you do.
know,
I'm thinking of the poor other people on the minimum wage. How are they paying the rent?
yeah. Well, it's just something else I didn't tell you. I'm
Hmm?
not kidding you when I tell you this. The neighborhood I live in, I'm one of the very few white people that live in the neighborhood.
Okay.
If you go to an all white neighborhood,
Hmm.
the same apartment is going to
Hmm.
cost you 5,000, 5,500, maybe even 6,000 a month.
Fucking hell, man. Right.
The rents are out of control here.
See, I
Out
made
of
the wrong.
control.
I made the wrong moves when I was younger. The majority of my family bought nice. You know, I grew up in a council estate. The majority of my family moved on and bought nice big houses. So I was partying with the women too much to get a mortgage. That's why I'm suffering now. But over here, a mortgage used to be, it's not so much now, used to be a lot cheaper than renting. Is that the case out there?
I really couldn't tell you. I've never been a homeowner, but I can tell you this: when you're a homeowner, there's a lot that comes with it. You got the maintenance, the upkeep.
Yeah.
You know, if you just rent, it's all taken care of for you. But I got to tell you this: I'm preparing to do one of two things.
Hmm.
Within the next 2 or 3 years, I hope to be able to do it. I'm either
Yeah.
going to go live off grid,
Yeah. Yeah.
or I'm going to leave this country.
Well, same here. Same here, mate.
You know, like I mentioned way earlier in our conversation, that the only way you can escape living under the thumb of the government
Yeah.
is to live off grid.
Yeah. I watch them prepper channels. I've been watching them for a good few since that COVID. Over here, since COVID, a lot of people come into SD's channel. They've been getting groups together and getting land.
Who's SD?
Shield Destroyer.
Oh, okay, you mentioned him earlier. Okay.
Yeah, don't forget to write that down because I don't do many lives, but he does most nights.
What do you think of Society X's channel?
I've only again right now. He's one of the ones that do clips, isn't it, of other chats and makes a video about it. Does he?
I'm not sure. He
I've
might.
not.
You know what? Speaking of that, I gotta say this.
Mm.
I don't like those channels. You see, the way I look at it, if you're a content creator, you do not share other people's content. You create your own.
Yeah, they're a lot of them. It's just exposing and yeah.
What you have to remember about this community one, this the way I see it, is like a channel like Chubby's. I'm not knocking Chubby, okay, but a channel like his, it's all about drama.
Mm.
Right. So like if you go to listen, if you go to my long form videos, you'll see that even though I'm not monetized, and I don't even know that I want to be monetized, to be honest with you, that's not why I have my channel. But most of my long form videos, they're already showing commercials on them. Go to Chubby's channel, look at his long form videos. They're not showing commercials on any of his videos. What does that tell you? that the content that he's producing is not worthy of the advertisers paying for it.
Yeah.
If you go like on my latest video, you'll see there's a short commercial that you got to watch before you can see the video.
I saw it.
So what does that tell me? YouTube likes that content because they can sell it to the advertisers and make money off of it even before the channel's monetized.
Yeah. He admits it though, Chubby. At least he says he loves all the drama on his channel because
No, I know I don't believe he's looking to monetize either. I don't.
No, when he gets 1,000, I reckon he definitely is.
Well, he would be eligible.
You keep telling him, fuck off, Chubby. You ain't gonna make any fucking money.
He won't. What are you gonna make? You're gonna make pennies. In order to make, this is what I try to explain to him too.
Views,
YouTube does not pay for subscribers or how many likes or exactly. So unless you're going to put out videos and you're going to get a minimum, and I mean a minimum of 10,000 views a video, even if you got 10,000 views a video and you put out, let's say 5 videos a week, right? That's 50,000 views a week. 200,000 views a month. You'd be lucky to make $500 a month off of that. Lucky. And here's something else a lot of content creators don't know. It depends on which country the views are coming from.
Yep.
The views coming from America pay the most, but if the views are coming from like a country like India, they pay spit for those views. Most of the content creators don't even know that.
Yeah, because they're not going to sell their product out there.
Well, and it's not only that, it's that, well, that's mainly what it is. Yeah. That's the main reason. But like they pay reasonably well for views that come from the UK. But the biggest, the most money you're going to make are views that come from America.
Yeah. Well, over here during CV, the lives blew up. That's when all these live streams blew up for obvious reasons. And Shield Destroyer, he had 1,600 subs. He was getting regular in the 30s in the chat, and it was growing, and they smoked his channel. He made 5 new channels during that CV. He's up to about his 7th channel, and I think he's despondent with it now. I think he's give up but I'm trying to promote his channel again. But what happens strictly, a lot of them was all in these truther channels, anti-CV, exposing everything. But when that all died down, they all lurched off to the right into their own channels, all these anti-immigration channels. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, you've been in our chats. I never knew you were so fucking right wing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the other thing. Here's the other thing.
Freedom movement over here, because freedom, they was doing marches. And I was like, wait a minute, they was anti-COVID, now they're fucking making their own channels up, and some of them over here get between 100 and 200 viewers. And all they're doing at the moment is ripping each other apart and arguing, which is a fucking good thing, because they couldn't run a bath.
But here's the other thing that I don't know if you're aware of this or not. So let's look at Chubby again, right? So Chubby's on his 3rd or 4th channel, right?
Oh, is he? I did hear that. Right. Okay.
Yeah. No, he's on at least. Well, it might only be. This might only be his 3rd. He's on at least.
Was he getting smoked as well because of the CV? Talking about.
I don't know why he was getting struck or why his channels were permanently removed. Whatever it was, it went against YouTube's terms of service. But what you need to understand is this. So now he's got this channel. He's got, I don't know, a little over 800 subs. When he gets to 1,000, it's extremely unlikely. Extremely unlikely. 2 things. One, that they're going to push his videos in the algorithm. They know he's already had channels permanently deleted.
Right.
And it's extremely unlikely because of that that they'll ever monetize any channel he creates.
Right. He's dreaming.
I don't think he does it for that. I really don't. I think, honestly, I could be wrong.
Bored. He's bored.
He's bored. He's home alone. He's getting high. And he's kind of just, it's like a goof for him. It's a goof. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So there's nothing wrong with that, but come on, Chubby, man. You're a smart guy. If you're listening to me now, come on, man. You keep going out there. You got some skills. I don't know what they are. If it's on a computer, if you're good with math, numbers, whatever it is,
basically,
Utilize it, man. Take advantage of it. This life is not a dress rehearsal. You're wasting valuable time.
that's a real good point. Apparently, we're only here once. So fucking hell, man.
And the older you get, have you noticed this? The faster time goes by.
It fucking does, yeah.
For me, in my 60s, it's flying by. Just flying.
You're playing a big role at the moment, man. You're playing a big role
What the protests?
in general. In general,
Well,
you know when
yeah.
you think, when you think, is this our time?
What do you mean?
Is this our time to influence people in the right way, to help people? When you're going to protest, like you said, you're all putting the bikes along the
Yeah, but
along,
see,
along the roads to stop people getting hit by cars.
right. Well, but see,
We're
what's
playing a
happening
big
is, when I'm in it, I'm around like I am now, like-minded people.
yeah.
But if you think you're going to change these right wingers in your country, good luck.
I know. Shield Destroyer's been trying to do that with all the anti-Tommy Rock, and you just can't fucking get through to them at the moment.
I have got through to a couple in the past 5 or 6 years, but just a couple, just a
Yeah.
couple.
Yeah, I know.
But do you know what? The way I look at it is this: even if you get one person to wake up,
Yeah.
that person will then get somebody else to wake up, and
Yes.
it'll snowball. So, you got to keep trying, but it's extremely difficult because when you present facts to these people, as I'm sure you're well aware of, they refuse to accept it. They fall into a state of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
These
They,
beliefs that they hold so dear and so hard that they cannot accept any new information.
they end up changing the subject or jumping off the channel.
Right. It's you know
Yeah.
what it's like the cigarette smoker, right? You'll say, listen, it says right on the side of the box there that cigarettes cause cancer. Oh yeah, I know, but it won't happen to me. Yeah, okay. All right.
There a lot of people over there, their discernment is rubbish over here, man. They can't tell truth from liars and puppets.
Right, but you know what it is? It's because of social media. It's not just the mainstream media. What happens with these people is they're getting the information most of the time from social media. And I keep telling them, listen, they say, well, what news do you watch? I don't watch any news on the television. I get my news from reading.
Yeah.
You got to read 2 or 3 different articles from media sources. You have to read the information and then come to your own conclusion. You have to put that information together and say, okay, this makes sense, that doesn't. You can't just go with one media source.
No
And you don't
way.
watch it, you don't get your news from the television. That's not what an educated person does.
No, you won't get an opinionated.
Here in America, most of the news, most of the stations, they're not giving you the news, they're giving you their opinions. I don't want your opinion, I want the news. You know what I'm saying? I'll form my own opinions based on the news. I don't want to, and that's the other thing you'll see. You see it all the time in this community, right? Excuse me. It's like very cliquish. It's so if Fred doesn't like John, but Phil says, "Well, I like John," and now Fred says, "Oh, I can't be friends with you because you like John. I don't like him."
Right.
or what they also do is they'll say, Fred will say, "John is a nonce." So if you hang out with him, you must be a nonce too. Hey, listen, don't tell me who to like.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you go to this guy's channel and I don't like him, so I can't like you now. Don't tell me where to go. You know what I'm saying?
It's like playgrounds when you was at school.
It's like entering a lunchroom in a junior high school.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. It really is.
Look at this fucker on my news. So it's 3:30. That fucker Trump's getting off that helicopter and all that shit with it. He's still got that fucking MAGA hat on.
Yeah, right. He looks like an idiot. He's the president of the United States of America. You're wearing a baseball hat? Come on.
Dick, I heard he wears nappies as well.
Unbelievable.
It's like I say, the 33. So I was talking to Indie live last night, and he put a live up saying America's hit Iran, And I was sort of having a half sleep and saw it, jumped on his live. I went, "You're joking." I went, "Right, that's on." And then I was watching the news while I was talking to him. I said, "Right, Trump's addressing your nation at 3 o'clock our time, 3 a.m." And he went, "Right, that's 9 p.m. where he was." And Trump walked onto the stage at 3:03, so 33 again. Now I've told you about the 33. You're going to see 33 everywhere now, Strictly.
That's going to drive me nuts.
It will.
It's
It
like,
will. You see 66 and 666. Trump's address for his thing in New York is 666, no?
yeah. Oh no. That's Jared Kushner, his daughter's son's building. That used to be his father's building, 666 Fifth Avenue.
Yeah, that
That's
Gerald,
about 3, 4, maybe 5 blocks away from Trump Tower.
that
I
Gerald
think
Kushner.
don't quote me, but I think the address of Trump Tower is it's either what the I can't remember the address. It's I can tell you exactly where it is. It's on Fifth Avenue between 57th and 56th Street. So 666 Fifth Avenue, I want to say is around 53rd, 52nd, something like that. I
Right.
think Trump Tower is it's 700 and something. I can't remember the number now.
Will you wait to see how many times there's been so many things in the news? We point it all out. 33. You're going to see 33 in fucking every. You know that plane that crashed from India.
Yeah,
There's-
yeah.
They said it took off and crashed quite quickly, didn't it?
But you know what? Speaking of 333, right?
They said
So
it was in the sky for 33 seconds.
wait a minute. I don't know if this is really nice or not. It wasn't. It was done. I wasn't done in a malicious way. So
No, what
about
was
3 weeks ago, I'm getting ready. AK's on Chubby's panel, right? And
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to jump up there with him. And I'm saying, I said to myself, you know what? I'm gonna have a little fun tonight. I'm gonna tell AK I'm a star seed, but I'm gonna give him a whole song and a dance to make him believe it. So I get on the panel. I go, "Hey, AK, how you doing? Oh, I'm well. I'm well. So what's going on? AK, you won't believe it. What? I had a really crazy experience last night. Well, what happened? I said, well, it was the middle of the night. I was laying on my back in my bed, sound asleep, and all of a sudden, this bright light came shining through my window, and it was coming from the sky.
He was
And he goes,
invested.
so immediately he's like, really? And as soon as he said that, I go, I got him, right?
I got
So
him.
I
I got
go,
him.
I go, yeah, I go, and then it was like as if somebody put their hand on my head and maybe my head turned towards the clock. He go, what time was it? 3:33 in the morning. He goes, wow, that's significant. He goes, well, then what happened? I said, well, I was laying there and I was like looking towards the light. He said, did you hear anything? I said, no, I don't know. If it was coming from a ship, it wasn't making any noise, like from a flying object. And he goes, well, what happened? I said, because he used to tell everybody that his eyes would leave his body and it would go to the moon. I said, I'm laying there, and all of a sudden I see like a shadow of myself lift up to the ceiling, and it's looking down on me, and I'm looking at it. And all of a sudden, it went like a gust of air, like from inside the house, sucked it out the window, and that was it. And he goes, well, what happened? I said, "Oh, I went back to sleep." So wait, so I go, "Can you tell me anything? Do you think like I'm a star seed now?" And he goes, "Well, you should go buy a star seed manual, right?" So wait, so the
Starseed,
next
mate.
night comes, right?
What the
So
fuck?
I get a paper bag, right? I go on the panel with AK, and I say, "AK, guess what? What? It happened again." He goes, "Well, what time was it this time?" I said, "It was 4:44, but it was a little bit different." He goes, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Well, this time I woke up and something made me look at the clock. It said 4:44. The light was shining through the same window, but this time my shadow came back from outside
went above me and then slowly and evenly came right back down and rested inside of me. And he goes, holy cow, wow, that's crazy. So he goes, you should get yourself a Starseed manual. So the next night comes, right? Now, while I'm doing this, I decided I'm going to change my name to Starseed number 2, right? That's how I'm going. He knows it's me, but that's the name I'm using, right? So I get this paper bag and I go, hey, Kay, guess what? I ordered my Starseed manual from Amazon yesterday. I had it mail ordered, so it arrived today. I just got home. I'm going to open it up. So I'm ripping this paper bag up like I'm opening a package, right? And I go, oh, uh-oh, something's going on. He goes, what do you mean? I said, well, I just flipped to the last page. Do you know how many pages there are in the book? He goes, how many? I said 333. He goes, oh. So then the,
Fucking shit.
so the fourth night comes, right? I go on the panel again, and he says, anything happened last night? I go, how'd you know? He goes, well, what time did you get woken up this time? I said it was at 5:55 in the morning. So then the fifth night came, and I finally said, I can't remember exactly what I said. I was like, this Starseed crap. I don't believe I'm a Starseed, and I don't believe you are one either. And boom, an argument started.
That is it. You fucking hell.
So I was playing along with him. It wasn't to be cruel or anything. I don't know.
Starseeds. I just see Starmer come up. I'm watching the press Starmer. So STAR. Fucking Starseed.
Yeah,
well, don't forget, like I say, Jumantra. So CC is 33. So anytime you see CC as well, like I say, COVID crisis, climate crisis, CCTV, it's loads of them. But
yeah, well,
you're gonna, but when you'll see it directly related, they put the message out there for the ones that know to tell us we're in control. That's what they try and show us. They communicate in symbols and numbers. That's how they communicate. It's ancient stuff, like you say, Kabbalah magic, old Jewish mate. But you'll spot it now.
yeah. Well, I got something else I got to say is way off the subject. There's other communities that I go to, right? And there's this one community. It's an American community, right?
Yeah.
And it's somewhat similar to this, but not. There's a lot of major differences. So what the content creators in this community do is it's all about drama. It's the same thing with people calling each other childish names and accusing each other. Instead of saying nonsense, they call it pedophiles over here, and everybody's gay and all that. The whole 9 yards. That's all the same.
It's a go-to word when they disagree with you, isn't it?
Yeah, but where it differs is that these content creators, they all have a different way of doing it. Like one of these guys, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the God's honest truth. There's this guy who claims he's homeless. Right now, he's living in his truck. That's true. And what he does is he's been doing this for 4 years. And in the first 2 or 3 years, I'm telling you, this guy had to have pulled in $100,000 cash from donations.
Serious,
right? So what this guy does is he says, well, if you guys aren't sending me donations, I got no gas in my truck tonight. Me and my dog are sleeping in my truck. So fuck you people. I'm just not going to come on anymore. You're not going to have your entertainment, and you won't know what happened to me and my dog. He's done this like 100 times. And he'll leave YouTube for like a day, sometimes just 4 or 5 hours, and then he'll come back on and do another video again. Then there's the other content creator in that community who he lays a guilt trip. It's like they've cultivated cult members, and they're the cult leader. No matter what they say, the whole chat agrees with them. Right? And like they'll say, I create I produce entertainment for you guys. You guys got to you got to pay me for this. And if I've made $10, I've been on for 15 minutes and I've only made $10. If I don't get another $25 in the next 5 minutes, I'm ending the video.
Fucking hell.
Yeah. I don't see much of that in this community, although I'm not going to mention any names, but there's a guy in this community who has like this gambling thing going on in his channel.
Okay, I think I know.
And you know what I'm talking about? As you ever notice, whenever his lives are over, they disappear. If you go to his channel, he's got a little over 1,000 subs, but there's not a single video on it that you can look at. Why do you think that is? Get rid of the evidence.
Fucking hell.
It's crazy. You know, like, listen,
The
you know,
grifters.
yeah, they're grifters and con artists. Look, if you're going to open a YouTube channel to make money, okay, there's nothing wrong with asking for donations. Let's say, I don't know, you're doing a political channel. Nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that. But
don't-
if you're doing a channel that it just purely revolves around childish drama,
yeah,
and you're looking for donations from that, you don't deserve a nickel of my money, and you're not going to get it. I'm going to tell you that right now.
no.
But you know, if you're looking to monetize a channel and make money, make it off of YouTube.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? Produce good quality content
that's right.
and make it off of YouTube.
Yeah,
Plain and simple.
yeah.
So yeah,
That's like I say over here. That some of these anti-immigration channels you can ghost, so you don't have to join. You just go through. They come up on your YouTube feed, don't they? And I listen. It's pure fucking arguments and fights. And then they're open another live stream the next day about the one before, and you're like, what the? And you're getting between 100 and 200. So after they're live, 4 or 5, they've had about 2,000 views, and you're like, what, over an argument?
it's crazy. The other thing I see in this other community is what they'll do oftentimes is I don't know how to do it. I would never do it anyway, but I don't even do lives. I may at some point, but I haven't even done one yet.
Yeah.
What they do is they buy what they call bots.
Yes.
Which, yeah, so like I was in a content creators channel the other night, right, on the live from a different community, another American community, right? And it said that there were 4,300 people in the chat, but the chat was moving so slow you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this guy's obviously a scam artist, right?
Yeah.
So he's trying to, like, you know, rock me to sleep, basically. Is a term we use, like Italian people. Like when you're trying to take advantage of somebody, you make like, oh, you're their best friend, and you get them to tell you information about you, and then they use it against you. Anyway, so he's communicating with me back and forth in the chat, right? And he asked me what I do for a living, so I told him I'm a personal trainer. There's a girl on his panel. She says, "Oh, I'm a personal trainer too." So now, okay, you said you are, so now you're gonna have to prove it to me. So I said, "Well, which certifications do you have?" She goes, "Oh, I'm a group fitness instructor." I said, "Well, that's not a certification. Which certifications do you have?" She wouldn't answer me. I asked her 3 times. So I said, "Well, you haven't told me which certifications you have. Are you do you have an LLC? Are you insured? Because you're not going to be if you don't have certifications. I'm gonna tell you that right now." Then she says, "Well, I'm a virtual trainer." Right?
Here we go.
So I knew right from the get-go, I'm talking to somebody that's acting as if they're a personal trainer, but they have no qualifications to be one. So I said, "Well, since you're a personal trainer, you should be able to easily explain this to me. What's the difference between strength and power, and flexibility and mobility, and endurance and stamina?" She couldn't answer me. So, like, you know, she knew I knew she was full of shit. You know what I'm saying? But meanwhile, the guy that was running the live, he's full of shit too, because it says 4,300 people watching this live, but there was a comment coming like maybe once every minute. That's impossible. That's impossible.
I was going to
So
say
then,
one.
he's trying. What he's doing is he's trying to get people to pay him to teach them how to do their YouTube channels, right? To get, you know, to become monetized and make a lot of money. So he's saying, well, if you don't have anybody like, you know, if you have a business and you don't have anybody that can run your business, then you don't really have a business. I said, "Whoa, hold the phone. I'm a personal trainer. How the hell am I going to have somebody else training my clients? First and foremost, my clients are not going to like that. Secondly, They don't even know my clients, their physical limitations or anything like that, or
Yeah,
their ability, their strength level, or they don't know any. It doesn't work. What are you talking about?
yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm in my 34th year as a personal trainer. You know what I mean? So I have 33 solid years behind me doing this,
Yeah,
and I didn't know anywhere near what I know now when I first started.
yeah,
I was green like anybody else when they first start doing something. But when you do something, it's said that if you do something, whatever it is, I don't know, let's just say you're throwing a jab. You want to be a boxer.
mm,
Once you've thrown that jab for 10,000 hours, then you're going to be pretty much as good as you're ever going to get at it. And you'll be, maybe not the best
yeah.
in the world, right? There's always going to be somebody better, but you'll be it takes about 10,000 hours of practicing something, repetitions over and over again
That's
till
what they say.
you perfect it.
Yeah, they say 10,000. They say if you practice something at 10,000 hours, you should be able to learn it. Whether it be a language or something,
Yeah, repetition is the mother of perfection, right?
the guitar. Yeah, yeah. They say if you can't play the guitar, but you pick it up and practice for 10,000 hours, you should be a professional at the end of it.
Yeah. Speaking of guitars, I got to mention this guy. The Spunkfish guy.
Oh,
I get a kick out of him. I'll tell you why. I know for a fact that when he comes on the panel, he's yelling and screaming. That's not really who that guy is. He
mm.
actually is a talented guitar player.
I see him with the guitar.
Yeah,
I
he
see.
can play. He can play. He plays well. He's not a professional, but he plays really well. He does, in my opinion.
It's another one. It's a shame how he is on the alcohol, but I couldn't stop laughing when you was on a chat on the chubbies with him in there, and all he kept doing was shaking his hand at you, and you kept. and so it was about 5 a.m. in the morning, and someone written the comment because I was at work or was at home, I can't remember, and someone written in the comments, he's got to go to work soon, and I heard you just laugh.
Yeah, well, there were times when I was on panel with him when I would like mess with him, and the other times when usually when I'm on panel with him, I can't talk. He won't shut. I mean, I know I talk a lot too, but he won't let you talk.
He's bipolar, isn't he? I think, or so.
I don't know, but I think to be honest, I could be wrong, but I think a lot of his the way he acts as a facade. I think he's actually a really nice guy. I think if I was like face to face with him, he's a
Yeah.
down to earth. I think the guy actually has a good heart. I could be wrong, but I think he has a good heart
I
actually.
agree. Another one's got a bad alcohol problem. When that was happening, I was looking at the screen. He had a pint glass of what looked like would have been spirits and Coke, like a Coca-Cola, as a mixer. But a fucking pint glass, and he was backing it. And I thought, oh my Lord.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one guy who I don't like at all.
Mm,
And he's definitely mentally ill,
mm.
but he's that gamer guy. That guy, oh,
I've seen a bit of him. I've seen a bit.
he's a piece of work. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't
Mm.
believe what people say unless I see verifiable proof. But what the people are constantly saying is he beat up his mother.
Oh, fuck.
Now, I don't know that it's true, but if it wouldn't surprise me if he did actually.
Fuck.
See, that's the thing about me. It's like initially when I first started with YouTube, let me tell you this. Okay,
Mm,
so I used to use YouTube like let's say I needed to fix something on my bike and I wasn't sure how to do it. I would get a couple of videos on YouTube, watch them, and then I would know. I would compare the two videos, and I would know how to do it.
mm,
So one day I turned on YouTube, and I see on my home screen says homeless man, something like that. So
mm,
for whatever reason, I clicked onto it. And it
mm,
happened to be this guy I was talking to you about, I mentioned earlier, a few minutes ago, right? So
mm.
it's this homeless guy, and he's walking down the side of the highway with a backpack on. And he says, yeah, my name is Tony such and such. I used to be a Gambino street enforcer. And he sounds legit, right? And he says, I'm homeless now. I'm looking for donations. He goes, I was sleeping in my tent last night and I got bit by I'm sorry. I was sleeping in my tent 2 nights ago, and I got bit by a tick. I got Lyme disease, and I'm like, well, what kind of medicine are you taking? I'm in the chat. He goes, I'm not taking any medicine. I don't have health insurance. I said, well, he was in Florida at the time. I said, well, go to a city hospital. They'll give you medicine.
Mm.
I ain't going to see no doctor, right? So the next, I subscribed for whatever reason. The next night, I see he's doing a live. So I'm in the chat room again. So Tony, how you feeling today? Go, I feel great. I said, well, if you got Lyme disease and you're not taking medicine, this is day 3. You'd be sick as a dog. So immediately, I knew this guy's full of crap, right?
Yeah.
So what ends up happening was I'm new to social media. I'm an older guy. So I basically said you're full of crap. And
Mm.
this guy starts ripping into me. Your
Mm.
mother gives blowjobs, and I'm like, I
No.
was freaking pissed on this.
Mm.
Pissed. I'm taking it like literally. Because I'm
Mm.
not, I don't know social media. What do I know social media? You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Mm.
So about 2 months later, so what happens? He blocks me, and I figure out how to create new accounts. So I keep going into new accounts, and he keeps blocking me. So about 2 months later, this guy is in New York City,
Oh
right? He's
shit.
on he's on Park Avenue and 21st Street in Manhattan, the
Yeah.
corner where he claimed he lived for 16 years homeless. That's a bullshit story, but I'm sure he probably hung out in that corner begging for money as people walk by.
Oh.
And he's doing a live video,
Oh.
right? And this is the guy that keeps cursing out my mother. And I didn't know how to deal with social
Mm.
media. I was
Mm.
taking it literally. So I said,
Mm.
I got this motherfucker. I'm gonna jump on my bike. I'm going over there right now. So I jump on my bike, I head to the city, and
Mm.
I see his car. He's across the street, and
Yeah.
I turn on my phone. He's still doing the live. So I said, well, I'm not going to walk over to this guy while he's doing his live. He's going to put me on camera. So I stood across the street. And I'm waiting. I'm watching the live. Finally, about a half hour goes by. He ends the live, right? So he's still sitting there in the car.
Mm.
And I roll across the street. I put my bike against the street sign. And I walk over to the driver's side window. And he's like, yeah, can I help you? I said, at the time I was calling myself Mad Dog. I said,
Mhm.
I'm Mad Dog.
Mm.
You should have seen the look
He
on
must have
this guy's
shit
face.
himself.
He didn't know whether to shit or to freaking die. And I said, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. You ever say anything about my mother again,
Yeah.
the next time you ain't going to see me coming. You could say whatever you want about me all
Yeah.
day long.
Leave my
If
mum out.
my mother ever comes out of your mouth again,
Yeah.
you better
At least.
never come back to this corner because I'm going to come up. I'm going to come to you and I'm going to come up behind you and you ain't going to see me. And I said, now, you start your car and get out of here. He took
Mm.
off. He never said anything about my mother again. But now that was
That's it.
then. I was taking it literally. Now I would never do that again. So I'm,
Yeah.
I'm one of these guys that actually went out and met one of these content creators that were running their mouths.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
looking back on it, I would have never done that had I known now what I know about YouTube and social media. Then I was like literally taking it literally.
Over here, because our country's small, so small in comparison to your country, and over here, none of us are more than, we're not that far from, if you're, so I'm in London, Scotland is about an 8-hour drive, and that's the furthest part, you know what I mean?
Right.
So all these other people in different parts of Northern England, they're only 2-3 hours away from each other, all of us. So when they're doxing and addresses and this and that, and I told someone once, I said, if you ever don't come to my door, don't ever do that. I said, because you'll be walking away with your face melting on the floor, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I think
You got to show them, because it's like if you turn up here,
America's a very violent country.
it's
I
huge.
think that the likelihood of an American walking up on another American YouTuber that was running their mouths
Yeah,
is
yeah,
probably a
yeah,
little greater, even though America's a lot bigger
yeah.
than it is in the UK. Now, I would see what happened with this guy, right? Was that he actually comes from a very wealthy family.
Shortly after, when I first saw his first video, he's walking down the highway. He went home. His mother lives somewhere in Florida. She gave him $10,000. He
Ah,
showed the cash on the video, $100
crazy.
bills, fanned them out, right? And he went
Oh,
and he bought a car. That's the car he drove up to New York City. I got the guy's routine down to a science. What he does is in the winter, he spends it in Florida. And then when the summer comes, he starts working his way north. He'll stay in North Carolina for a while where it's a little cooler at night. Then he'll stay, he'll move up to Virginia. And then
yeah,
eventually he'll move to New York. And then he'll move north of New York. He'll go up to Maine and Vermont where it's a
yeah,
little cooler in the mountains in the summer. And then when the
mm,
winter rolls around, he'll roll right back down to Florida. So right now he's driving around in this SUV, right? And there's been a couple of people that want to meet him.
ah,
And every time they do, he backs down. But meanwhile, this guy has threatened to kill everybody on YouTube. I'm not kidding you. Now I don't. He could say whatever he wants about me. I don't even go to his channel anymore. I don't care. But
mm,
I was like literally taking it personal and literal when he was talking about my mother. It really
yeah,
pissed me off. You know what I'm saying?
it does. It does. There's, I saw a live during COVID over here. I won't say names. Scottish. I'll leave it at that. And he's giving it. He's on. He goes. I still see him in some of the chats, and he gives it the right big one, shouting and screaming and everything. And he was on a live once, and another Scottish fella said, he said, "Do you know the so and so, like this shop? You know what I mean?" And
Yeah.
the other one went, "Yeah." He said, "I'll meet you there." So the other one went, "All right." Got in his car, filming it, drove to this thing. The other fella shit himself. He shut up on. He come off the panel. He weren't chatting in the live, and the other one was filming it. Turned up at the shop and told the other one, "Come on, then, where are you?"
Oh, I've done that. I did that to another guy. I was on a panel about 2 years ago, right? And he's telling me he's going to kick my ass and this and that. And right now I'm in Queens, and he was in Staten Island, which is one of the five boroughs. So I said, well, why don't you get in your little car? I'm going to be at the base of the 59th Street Bridge on the Queens side. You can't miss it. There's a bike path there in 45 minutes. Yeah, yeah, I'll be there. I said, you better, because if you're not, I'm coming back on panel and I'm going to turn on the camera and show everybody I'm here and you're not. Well, lo and behold, he wasn't there. So I went on the panel, and next time I ran into him a couple of months later, listen, I want to apologize. Yeah, that's right.
It's,
No, I'm
it's
glad
these
the guy didn't show up, because the last thing I wanted to do is fight with a guy over some stupid crap that we said
I,
back and forth on YouTube.
I
You know what I'm
know.
saying?
When like you say now, we don't take it personally, which is bullshit. But back then, you could end up having a right old fucking tear up.
Yeah. Do I want to lose my freedom because I hurt somebody over some stupid
Exactly.
words on YouTube? What do you got to be out of your mind?
I
You know
told
what I mean?
I told someone, like I said, if you come here, you'll end up walking away with your face melting off on the floor. But I also said, come to mine. I'll leave the door open. So as you know, if they come in your door, it's trespassing. You're allowed to defend yourself any way you need to.
Yes, but remember this one. This all right. This
I,
goes
s-
back to growing up This goes back to growing up in Brooklyn in a mafia-controlled neighborhood, a very violent neighborhood.
Mm,
Nobody that says that they're going to come to your house is ever
mm,
going to come to your house. And I'm
yeah,
going to tell you why.
yeah, it's
First
true.
and foremost, they're leaving video evidence of them saying it on YouTube.
That's true. And I always say, don't come here because I'm going to defend myself. So it's
Right.
evidence, isn't it?
Yes, remember this too.
Yeah.
A seriously dangerous guy.
Is the one that don't say nothing.
That's right. He's going to show up like I did with that guy Tony when he least expects it. I'm not letting him know I'm coming.
No,
He
that's
has
it.
no idea what I look like. I just walked over to the driver's side window and introduced myself, and he started, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." You know what I mean?
Shit himself.
Yeah. So it's extremely unlikely. Like, listen,
If
when
they
I
say,
when I was younger, I did some things that maybe I shouldn't do. I'm not going to get into specifics, but
mm,
if you're after somebody, you don't go knock on their door. You lay up outside their house for a week or two. You get their routine down. You find out where they go, what time they go there, and you catch them when they're away from their house.
yeah,
That's what a serious guy does.
Yeah.
So always remember that. Take it as just like this guy's talking out of his ass because that's all he's doing.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
he's gonna make threats. I'm coming to your house. Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow at 3 o'clock, or I'll be there in a week. Yeah, okay, sure you will. Yeah, all right, all right, all right. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
laugh at that. I
always
laugh at that.
always the same here. Always the same. What was it? Someone, who was it? One girl. I knew her from the pub, and she bought a phone from someone that had my number on it. It was a friend of a friend, and someone gave her the phone. Well, her fucking boyfriend went through the phone and asked why my number was on it, but no one would say who it was. And he's going this and that. I said, listen, cunt. I said, come here now, get it. And he was saying on the text, he's going to open me up. He's going to do this, do that. And as soon as I showed my mate, and he said, he looked at it and he said, well, if he said that, he ain't going to do it, is he?
Exactly.
I was going, I said,
He just left evidence, right?
Yeah.
And now, because of that threat, you have when it goes to the police and then goes to the judge in the courtroom.
yeah,
Well, you made the threat. The guy has every right to defend himself.
yeah. And I'll show him the live where I said, leave me alone, please. Don't come here. I always
Exactly.
say,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all talk. Let's be realistic here, right?
Mm.
Let's just look at this community. Chubby and these guys, right? Not Chubby in specific, but the people in the chat room.
yeah, no.
Everybody's this, that, or the other thing. They own this. They own 3 houses, and they got 4 Mercedes Benzes, but they never show you proof of any of that shit. They don't show you proof.
No,
Why do
yeah.
I gotta prove it to you? Well, because you said it. That's why. I don't believe you.
Full of shit.
I believe nothing I hear on YouTube and about half of what I see, because now with artificial intelligence, you got to watch the videos that you're looking at. You don't know that that's actually necessarily real or not. You know what I'm saying?
During that CV, there was remember the Black Lives Matter protests were going on as well.
Yes.
Here.
Yes. I was actually an active member of those protests.
Yeah.
Once again, working on the bicycle cross street guy. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, and so I was on the chat because there was a protest coming up on a Saturday, and I was in a chat on one of the right-wing channels. You know what it was? It was that cunt. I forget his name, off of Alex Jones. He's the English fella. He still goes on Alex Jones's channel.
Is he on Fox News sometimes, or used to be?
I don't know. Maybe he's got he fancies himself.
I can't remember his name. I think I know who you're talking about, though. He's a media guy, right?
Yeah, and
I know who you're talking about.
So I went in his chat before that, and it was there was thousands in the chat because this protest was going to happen in central London, and I was telling everyone, listen, this man making this video, he's never going to be on the front line with you. He's just stirring you all up. I was telling them all, someone come at me, blah, blah, blah. But in the end, he was all right. I said, you stop being so racist, blah, blah. Then I got another one come for me, and his title, he obviously just made the channel up, and his name was 9mm for you. And he had a picture of a gun. Yeah. And I said, all right, you give it to me. At first, I was a little bit shook because I thought, what? And then I said, all right, I'll fucking see you there on Saturday then. So
you know what I would have done with a guy like that? I would have said, well, listen, you shoot that your 9mm at me, have the balls to look me dead in the eyes and shoot me right in the middle of my forehead.
Yeah,
that's what I would have said. That's me. Listen, so I was at about 6 different Black Lives Matter protests, right? And the first one I went to, I was just riding along. It was all bikes. Yeah. And, we're riding along, we're chanting, I can't remember the chants, but blah, blah, blah. So anyway, the third one I go to is meeting up at this park in Brooklyn. So I go there and I see it's like 10,000 people. Most of them are on bikes, but I see a lot of people that aren't on bikes. That's because they must just be here, I don't know, hanging out. So finally, I see a bunch of bikes leaving, right? They start rolling down out of the park and down the street. So I start following them, right? I'm right up in the front, right?
Yeah.
And we're like 2 blocks away from crossing the Manhattan Bridge. So they jump on the roadway of the Manhattan Bridge. There's probably about 100 bikes, right, at this point.
And like I said, I'm right up in the front. So when you get onto the Manhattan Bridge, there's another entrance for cars to get on the bridge. So all of a sudden, about 10 bikes peel over to that entrance to block the cars from coming on the bridge. We're taking the whole roadway on the bridge. So there's this white dude on a Harley Davidson. It was all black guys, right, that I was with. So anyway, I roll over there, and there's like 10 black guys, and they tell me, "Oh, you can't. That's it. The bridge is closed." So I'm like, maybe the guy will listen to me. I said, "Listen, dude, you're not going anywhere on that bike. So just forget it. You're going to let these people go through first." I thought I was with the bike protest, but I wasn't. I was with there was a walker protest leaving that park too. That's where all the people that were without bikes, that's what they were doing. So I turn around and I see all these people walking, right? So I leave that the entrance to that, where the Harley guy was in the cars where they were blocking them. And I start riding up to the front again. And this black guy comes alongside him and he goes, "Listen," he goes, "I'm the leader of this protest." He goes, "I like the way you handled yourself over there. You look like you can handle yourself." I go, "Yeah." He goes, Will you ride right next to me on the front line?" I said, "Yeah, sure." So we get to the front line, right? And we're at the top of the bridge. And they stopped and they were saying some chants. There was like thousands of walkers behind us, right? So I look down to the bottom of the bridge on this and I see a line of cop cars. And I go, "Oh shit. I don't want to start fighting with the police, but I told this guy I'm gonna stay right next to him. If I tell you I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do it. That's it. Consequences be damned." So we start rolling down the hill, and I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna get arrested here. I could see it coming now. I'm gonna get arrested. I can't turn around and leave the bridge. I already told this guy I'm gonna stay next to him." So we got to the bottom of the bridge, and thankfully the cop cars just left and let us through. So that's when I started. He said, "Listen, what we do is the reason why all these bikes are here is to block the cross streets." He said, "Would you work with us?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." So I started blocking the cross streets. So wait a minute. So now it's the sixth time I go to protest, right? I'm with the bike group again. It's just bikes, right? So we're riding through Manhattan, through Times Square, here, there, and everywhere, right? So I'm smoking a joint, right? They're in the street, and I'm on the bike path on the West Side Highway. It doesn't mean anything to you, but anyway, I'm smoking a joint, and all of a sudden, I hear somebody screaming, "That guy's a cop!" So I'm like looking around, who's he talking about? And I realize they're pointing at me. Right? At the time, I was on this bicycle that was very similar to the colors of a cop car. I swear to God. I no longer have the bike, but anyway. So I'm like, "What do you mean I'm a cop? I'm smoking a fucking joint over. I'm a cop. Don't insult me. I'm not a cop." So all of a sudden, about 50 guys circle around me. "You're a cop. You can't protest with us." I'm like, "Are you guys kidding me? Look, I'm smoking a joint. What do you mean I'm a cop?" Now, this is because I look younger than I am. It has to be part of the reason why. So I said, "All right, no worries. I'll just leave." So I left. I felt so bad that day. It took me a couple of days to get over that. I was like, I was trying to help these people. And it's like they thought I was a cop.
No,
Yeah.
you didn't do nothing wrong.
No, I guess it was probably what probably happened for whatever reason. The guy who started initially pointing at me and saying that guy's a cop, for some odd reason, I never even spoke to the guy. He didn't like me. I don't know. Or maybe he was paranoid. I don't know.
I hate
But the next thing I know, like I said, there was like 50 guys surrounding me. And I'm like,
Sometimes they get you fucking killed, isn't it, man?
well, I wasn't nervous at all, to be honest with you, because I'm thinking, well, okay, these guys think I'm a cop. You think they're going to try to beat me up? They know if they do, they're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
But I was trying to convince them for like 5 minutes. I'm not a cop, man. I'm here to help you guys. Now, most of the people at the protest were not black. They were actually white. And there was a lot of women. That's why I joined the protest, because I said, what I see here in America is when black people protest, they're seen as rioters. Okay, maybe I can make a difference. Maybe I can help. You know what I'm saying? That's why. So
Where's,
so wait
what,
so wait a minute. The story's not quite over yet.
Mm,
So I left, right? I left Manhattan. I said, let me ride to Prospect Park in Brooklyn. So I rode to
mhm,
Prospect Park in Brooklyn. I sat down on the bench for a little while, looking at my phone, right? Blah, blah, blah. Smoked another joint, by the way, right? So
mm,
now I'm like riding back to Queens.
mm,
And I'm about, I don't know, a mile away from crossing the bridge back into Queens. And
mm,
what do I see? A
mm,
splinter group of this protest. Like apparently the protest ended. And there was a bunch of people riding wherever they were riding together. There was probably about 100 of them.
mm,
So I jump on the tail end of them, right?
mm.
And I'm riding, and all of a sudden they pull over. There's a deli, right? And they pull over. I guess they were going to get water or beer, whatever the fuck they were getting, right? So there's a guy across the street that was with them, and I'm talking to this guy, and he goes, I'm telling him what happened. He goes, "That's fucked up." He goes,
Mm.
"Why would they think you're a cop?" I don't know, right? So he goes, "Well, listen, we're going to the park. It's just a few blocks away. You should come hang out with us." I said, "I don't think that's a good idea," right? So all of a sudden, I hear this guy across the street going, "Hey, that's that cop guy. Get away from him." It's
Again,
like, yeah.
oh,
What the fuck?
fucking hell.
So I said, "You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to no park." It was like midnight now. I'm not going to no park in the freaking
Oh,
dark with you guys. What are you, crazy?
fuck
He
that.
goes, he goes, nobody's not a cop. He's yelling back, "This guy's not a cop. Come on. No, that guy's a cop." Now they're all screaming. It was mob mentality took over.
Fuck, I would have been scared, man.
No,
Shit.
it is,
Tricky little segment, man.
no, it's like if somebody had a gun to my head or a knife to my throat, all right, I'm going to be scared. But in that situation, I'm not scared. That's what
Where?
they want. That's what they want. You don't show fear. You know what I'm saying? You be very confident. You have to. You know what I mean? You got to stand your ground.
Yeah, yeah. Where did that racist, was it in Charlatan during those Black Lives Matter, the one that drove the car into the crowd and
Yeah,
he
yeah,
ended
that wasn't
up,
a Black Lives Matter. Well, what it was is that was in Charleston, South Carolina. What it
yeah,
really was the white supremacists were protesting.
that's it.
They were like chanting like Jews won't replace us or something like that. And
That's
then there
it.
was a small counter protest formed, and one of the Trump supporter protesters got in his car and he ran over a girl and killed her. He ran into a bunch of people, but he killed one girl.
He ran over a white girl. So exactly what he didn't
Yes.
want to do. Yeah.
Yes. And
Fucking
let
hell.
me tell you something. Let me tell you something else. I wasn't at these two protests. This was after they threw me out of the group, and I said maybe it was a good idea because twice in these Black Lives Matter protests, one time it was in Times Square. I don't know if it was a Trump supporter or what it was, but somebody in a car. I guess I don't know if they were just pissed off that they were slowed down. So ran over a Chinese girl on a bike, an Asian girl
Where was that?
in Times Square. And then there was another cyclist got ran over by Trump supporters came in their pickup trucks from Long Island to do a driving protest. And they ran over a cyclist. One of the trucks ran over a cyclist. I don't remember what happened to him, but anyway, do you know what I do now?
That's why you got to be careful, strictly,
Right.
man.
Yes. What I do now is I carry a metal water bottle in my water bottle holder.
Yeah, yeah,
That's a legal weapon. And you
yeah,
crack somebody in the head with that, you're going to open their head wide open. The
yeah,
bottom of the bottom of the bottle has it's not jagged, but it has like
yeah,
sharp edges on it. So the
yeah.
reason why I carry it is this. I didn't tell you this.
Mm,
Several times. It hasn't happened lately. It doesn't happen in the summer
mm,
because you can see I'm in shape. I got a cut off sleeve shirt on or a short sleeve shirt. But several times when I got a jacket on, you can't see that I'm in shape.
yeah,
The last incident I had, all of a sudden, there's a pickup truck going by me on a big avenue out in Queens,
yeah.
and there's a guy on the passenger side trying to poke me with a flagpole,
Mm,
screaming out, "Trump is the best," or something like that.
mm,
In New York City, Trump supporters don't like cyclists. Most cyclists, 95+% of people who ride bikes in New York City, do not support Donald Trump.
Good.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I guess they got word of that, and they figure anybody that's on a bike is a target now. Well, don't make me a target because you're going to tell you you're going to have a little problem. So it was after that situation. I said, you know what? From now on, I'm carrying my metal water bottle on me. That's what I'm going to do. I can reach down. They won't even suspect it. It's just the water. They, you know what I'm saying? I'll crack them right in the freaking head with it. And then what's going to happen?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's going to happen then.
Mm.
If the cops come
Mm.
and they happen to be Trump supporters, I'm getting arrested. I can tell you right now, I'm getting arrested. And guess what? More than 50% of cops in New York City
Yeah.
support Donald Trump. When you see a protest in New York City, right?
Yeah.
It hasn't happened lately, but it will start again. Where you have Trump supporters, okay, you'll have like an anti-Trump protest,
Yeah.
and on one side of the street, and then Trump supporters will start showing up as a counter protest on the other side of the street. The
Mhm.
cops stand right in front of the Trump supporters protesting, not the
Right.
anti-Trump supporters. They're
Right.
protecting the Trump supporter protesters.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking
It's
cunt.
it's crazy.
Mm.
But listen, oneness at the end of the day,
Mm.
I think I mentioned this earlier, something to this effect. I will not lay down for Donald Trump, and I will not bow down to Donald Trump.
I'm not
I
buying
will
that.
stand. I will stand. I will stay peaceful, but I will make my voice heard.
Yeah, man.
And end of story. It may not work,
Mm.
but I'm going to try.
No, you're a good man. It's got to be done. That just quickly on your area. It's in my mind. One of my favorite bands, one of my favorite hip hop bands from. You can tell me Staten Island, where you're from. The Wu-Tang Clan.
The Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah, I'm not really too up on their music.
I love them,
I know I like some of. You see, here's the thing with me with music.
but they're all round.
I like all different kinds of music, but don't ask me who the artist is or what the name of the song is. I'm terrible at that.
They was all New York, weren't they? And what's the island? Staten Island? Is it? Did you say?
Yeah, Staten Island is one of the five boroughs. New York City encompasses five boroughs. You got Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, and Staten Island. Of the five boroughs, Staten Island is the least populated and the most suburb like.
Was Wu-Tang from there?
What was that?
Was Wu-Tang? A lot of the Wu-Tang members were from there, weren't they? I
I,
think.
I really couldn't tell you. I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh man, them names you've just said there. Say it again: Manhattan, Brooklyn,
Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx,
the Bronx,
Queens, and Staten Island.
Queen. Oh my,
Those five boroughs encompass New York City.
they got to be some of the hardest boroughs in the world, man. You hear them on so many songs, didn't you? Not just hip hop, everything. New York. The
Yeah,
big
I think like rap music. I'm pretty sure that started like in the Bronx,
yeah.
like back in the late '70s.
Yeah. Before, like, yeah. Biggie was from New York, weren't he? And Tupac was.
Yeah, Biggie's Brooklyn. I'm really Brooklyn. Right? I live in Queens now, and the reason why is because like the same apartment that I have now in a similar kind of private house would
Yeah.
be shit 5,000-6,000 a month in
What
Brooklyn. Brooklyn's more expensive. Brooklyn is the second most expensive borough to live in behind Manhattan.
That's mad. Yeah, 'cause
Queens
yeah.
is like the third or fourth most expensive. You know what I'm
No,
saying? But
there's
my
no-
heart is Brooklyn. I'm a Brooklyn guy. I grew
Yeah.
up all the way in South Brooklyn in a place called Sheepshead Bay, right alongside the Atlantic Ocean.
All the history, like those boroughs are so famous worldwide. So famous.
Yeah, well, especially Manhattan and Brooklyn,
Yeah.
right?
Wow.
But see, the thing is, like most people, that are like in the UK, like if I say New York City, the first thing they think of is Manhattan.
Mm. Mm.
Most people don't know that New York City encompasses five boroughs, and all of those five boroughs are considered New York City.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like in New York City, like most New York residents, they'll say when they're going to Manhattan from Brooklyn, they'll say, "I'm going to the city."
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know,
Uh,
I absolutely love New York. And then
uh,
let me tell you something. This is coming from a New Yorker, from the
mm,
horse's mouth. Do
mm,
not believe
mm,
what you hear online or in the media that New York is this extremely dangerous place. It is
mhm,
dangerous.
mhm,
It can be dangerous in areas of New York, absolutely, especially at night, late at night. But
mhm,
you want to see danger in New York?
mhm.
Back in the 70s and the 1970s,
Yeah.
the amount of violence and danger that was posed to you in the streets in the 70s compared to now, there's no
Mm,
comparison.
really.
There's
Yeah.
no comparison. See, today, especially like when you're in Manhattan,
Mm,
there is no place that you can be outside where you're not on somewhere on a camera.
yeah. Same here.
Cameras don't prevent crime, but they record it.
Yeah.
And the criminals know that, right?
Yeah.
So they know if they commit a crime, they're going to be caught on camera. And then also today, everybody's walking around with a smartphone with a high definition camcorder, video recorder on it, right?
Yeah.
So if I crack somebody in the head with my water bottle, if I end up in that situation, more
Mm,
than likely it's
mm.
going to
Some.
be somewhere on a camera and possibly also on some civilians' camera as well. So I got to make sure if I do that, I'm in the right. I got to be defending myself. I got to be
Yeah.
protecting my life. My life
Yeah.
has to be put I have to feel like my life is being put in jeopardy, in threat.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to do that. I'm a peaceful guy, but
Yeah.
I will defend myself if I have to. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
well, this is it. Like I've gone with the name oneness because I believe we're all one. We should all be one. Can we all get along? And sometimes I feel I let the name down a bit because if people come at me, I've controlled it. I can flip the switch and really go at them. And then people put in the comments, that's not very oneness. And I'm like, yeah, I know what you mean. So I thought maybe I should change my name. But
No,
I was,
if you like the name oneness, I like it. We should all be one. Yes, absolutely.
yes, that's what I've
So
got it.
you don't need to change your name because of that. Listen, I'm not telling you what to do, but it might be a good idea to either do one of two things. When people start calling you childish names, they start that crap with you. Either
Yeah,
ignore them or just do a personal block, so you don't have to see their comments and they can no longer see yours.
yeah,
It's not
yeah,
worth it. It's just not worth it. It's stupid. It's childish.
yeah. The comments don't bother me, but I've had a couple people come on the panel and go straight for me, and I've not tolerated it, and then I've fired back at them. But once listening back, I'm like, I've sounded quite violent there. That's not the projection I'm trying to, you know.
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, sometimes like if you go into a chat room or even worse on panel and you're not in a good mood, you may
Yeah,
find yourself doing that.
yeah, yeah. I
So,
want to represent the name. We are all one.
yes. Have you ever been on Chubby's panel?
I popped up briefly for about 5 seconds once early on to ask why his chat was subscribers only, and then he changed it, and I come off. So that was it. But like I say, there's some unscrupulous. Some of the characters on there doing all that doxing. I'm thinking, nah, because if I get into an argument with some of them, I don't need all that, you know.
Yeah, well, what I say is this, of course I live in America, so whatever their address is, it means nothing to me. It's in the UK.
Yeah,
Uh, I just, sometimes I'll say something,
yeah,
or other times I'll just, usually Chubby gets on top of that pretty relatively quickly, usually.
yeah,
If he doesn't, I might write a comment. Hey, Chubby, get rid of that. This guy's or this person. That's the other thing. When you're commenting to somebody in the chat room, they could say their name is Fred. It could be some fucking fat some lady. You don't know who the hell you're talking with unless you talk with them on a panel. You know what I'm saying? It
yeah.
could be some guy that comes under the name Cindy with some avatar with this woman with big tits on her. And meanwhile, you're talking to some 400-pound fat guy laying on his bed in his underwear. You don't know. You know what I mean?
But what was you going to say? Have I been on his panel? Go on. And
Oh, I was just curious if you were on this panel. So yeah.
yeah, I'm a bit hesitant, you know.
I won't go on Chubby's panel anymore.
I noticed.
Yeah, well, if Chubby was to go get a job and it was just me and him on panel, yeah, I'd go on there. I'd love to talk to the guy.
Yeah,
But unless or until that happens, that's not going to happen.
He's
And
annoying. Yeah.
even if he had a job, if he's got somebody up there that's,
Mm,
like a guy like AK, not that I don't, I'm not saying I dislike the guy,
mm.
okay, but I'm not going to bother go on a panel with him because it ends up in an argument.
He just argues.
That's what he's looking for every time he goes up there. No matter what the subject is you bring up, you're wrong and he's right.
Yeah, yeah. What if he just sort of he comes from an angle? Whatever you say, he's going to go against it. Even
one night I was on there with him, and he was like, "How many handstand push-ups can you do?" I said, "Well, I got news for you. There's verifiable proof on my channel that I do not only do handstand push-ups, I do them weighted, I do them paused, I do them advanced methods."
Mm.
And there's other communities I've been in. I literally have done this. I remember one time I was in the American community, right? And this guy was in the chat room and he said, "I don't believe you can do handstand push-ups." I said, "I'll tell you what, send a content creator $20
Mm.
in his Cash App, and I want him to show me that he got the 20 from you, and I'll come on and do 20 handstand push-ups. And if I can't, I'll send you $40. So
Mm.
the guy sent him the $20. I turned the camera on and I did my handstand push-ups. And he was like, "Holy shit," he couldn't believe it. You know what I'm saying? Now I've never done that on Chubbies. There's no
Right.
reason to. It's like but like, so I was on with AK and we were talking about exercise and he said something about "I don't believe you could do handstand push-ups." And I was like, "Well, how many can you do?" He said 50. I said, "Well, it's funny." I said, "It's funny. There's videos on my channel that prove that I can. How come there's no videos on your channel that prove that you can?" It's like I said it many times throughout this conversation.
He
If you're
goes.
going to say something on panel and
Very good.
somebody asks you to prove what you said, either prove it or shut up.
You can tell he says some things. He disagrees, but he doesn't really disagree. He's just disagreeing for the argument.
Yes, exactly.
And he goes, "I wonder why."
Yeah. Boy.
When he does that to certain people, it's quite funny, actually.
Like I said, if I was face to face with him, even if he was drinking, I said if he wasn't drinking, as long as he wasn't bombed out of his mind, I bet you we get along no problem. But on a panel, it's like trying to mix oil and water. It's not worth it. Forget it. You know what I mean?
Soil with water, yeah, I like it. That's a good analogy. Yeah.
So, listen, understand something about me too on this. I don't hate anybody, including Donald Trump. I dislike Donald Trump and I dislike people in this community. Many people I've met in real life, but I don't hate anyone.
Yeah.
When I was younger, I would hate people, but you realize that hate is eating you up alive.
It eats you up. It's negativity.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine and normal to dislike some people.
Yeah.
But when you take it to the level of hate, how the hell can I hate somebody, that I've been arguing with on a panel that I've never even met in my real life? How can you hate somebody like that?
You're always the bigger man. I always see it in the comments. You're always the bigger man.
Well, not always. Not always. I have my moments. Sometimes I'm in a bad mood and my horns are twisted, so to speak. I try. Nobody's perfect. But what was I going to say? The other thing I see in this community, all over YouTube, right, and especially these drama communities, right, is people will say, "Don't say that about Betty. Betty is my friend." Did you ever meet Betty? Well, no. Well, how can you consider Betty your friend if you never even met her?
Yeah, that's.
You see, like with you, right? Are you my friend?
Yeah.
No. You're an online acquaintance who I'm friendly with.
You can't be a friend with someone you haven't met.
Right. I'm friendly with you. You're an online acquaintance. In order for me to consider somebody my friend, not only do I have to know them in real life, I have to know that it takes a period of time to understand this, to feel this way, but I have to know that this person is willing to stand next to me if I'm on fire.
Yeah, that's a friend.
You get these people like in this community, "That's my friend. Don't say that about them."
Yeah, that's bullshit.
You don't know what a friend is. You don't even know what a friend is. How could you say that's your friend?
Yeah, they won't back. They won't back them. They won't piss on them if they're on fire.
And then they use a lot of times, not as much in this community, but loyalty. I'm loyal to my friends. You're loyal to somebody who you've never met on YouTube. Are you
And
out of your mind? Loyalty is reserved first and foremost for your family members and your very closest of friends. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah,
I really believe that most people who consider these people on YouTube that they've never met, never even met, their friends, I doubt highly any of these people have any or very few friends in real life. How
yes.
can you? I mean, it's insanity to me. That's insanity. I'm
It is.
sorry.
It is. It is. Yeah. They don't know him. You don't know him.
Exactly.
Isn't
Now, when
it?
you get on a panel with somebody and you talk like we have, you can get a better understanding of who that person is. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when I'm in the chat room, I don't have any idea. I mean, when I see you now, oneness, I'm
Yeah.
in Chuck's chat room. But before as soon as I see you, the first thing I do, no matter what comment you made, I click
Mm.
on your channel, and make sure that's you,
Yeah.
because Chubby's chat room there's duplicates all over the place.
Oh, it's full of clones, isn't it? You clone arms.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
So once I establish it's you, hey, how you doing today? Or tonight, or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
But a lot of people don't do that. They'll
I've been,
they'll see a duplicate account and they'll think that's you. And then
I've,
you'll run into them 2 days later and they'll say, I don't like you anymore. 2 nights ago you said such and such about so and so.
yeah,
And you say, but that wasn't me. I didn't say that. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, some of them say they're friends, and 2 weeks later they're fucking at each other's throats.
Well, that's the other thing. They flip flop.
Yeah,
They flip flop like incredible. So do the content creators.
yeah, yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I've had what I thought were real friends, and when it's gone down, a tear up's happened. I'm fucking tearing up. When I'm looking left and right, they're not there. That's people that were supposed to be friends. So no way am I going to think someone that I've never met.
Yeah, well, the other thing, I'm going to tell you this now, right? So, like, let's say you and I are in a chat and somebody's going at me. Please don't. You don't have to come in and pile it on them and on my behalf. I fight my own battles. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Yeah.
other thing. Like you'll see, like, okay, let's say somebody will be coming at me, right? And then let's say I go back at them. And now they're lobbying to get other people to go against me. You've seen that, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have.
What is that? Listen, fight your own battles.
I know.
You're in the chat room. You can't even fight your own battles in the comment section. I mean, Jesus Christ, we're not even fist fighting it for real in real life. I don't have you on the ground ready to elbow your head, throw an elbow at you. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I know. It's fucking embarrassing. That's why I had to interject in that channel. I thought this Strictly, I like him. He's on the same page, and all these fucking people are pissed. These English are pissed up on the panel, and I thought, no man, Strictly must be thinking we're all a bunch of benefit.
No. Listen. I have a couple from the UK, very very wealthy couple. They
Yeah,
drive an Aston Martin. They live like blocks away from. No, I'm sorry. They live like, according to them, and I believe them. They would have no reason to lie. Like down the block from Buckingham Palace. They're
Okay.
extremely wealthy. The guy is a hedge fund broker.
There you go.
Okay? Yeah. So they haven't come into town this year. Usually they come into town once a year. And I'm sure they haven't come in because of Trump's immigration policies. But no, I don't see what I see, like in, let's say, like Chubby's chat room, the people in there representative of all the people in the UK. You see, that's why I get problems with AK. He thinks because he doesn't like me and he doesn't like Tug, that all people in America are like us. Come on,
Yes.
stop generalizing.
Silly.
One thing about me is that he listen, I'm opinionated, and if I know you're wrong about something, I'm going to challenge on it. If I don't believe what you just told me, I'm going to challenge you to prove it.
He gets all flustered and he's got different. Yeah, he's got.
You know what I've done before? I have literally, like, I don't do it often, but sometimes, like in the chat room, people will say, "Oh,
You say you can do this and you can do that exercise. You're full of shit. So I go to my channel and I scroll all the way to the bottom. It takes time to get to those shorts. When I first started my channel, like I said, it was an exercise channel, and
Yeah.
I post links in the chat room to those shorts or to the
Okay.
video.
Yeah.
And well, here's my proof. I'll tell you what, if you could do 1 rep of this exercise, I'll send you $1,000 right now.
Yeah.
And then what I do is I go over to YouTube Studio,
Yeah.
and I can see how many people just watched that video in the past hour. You know what I'm saying?
When I'm going to shut this down soonish. Strictly, nearly
Yeah,
5.
I gotta get off here too. I gotta get myself going here. Get
No,
into
but
the city.
when I do, if you get the chance, put a couple of them links on the comments of this video, please, and I'll look them up. I've got your channel. I'm sub to you now, but it'd be nice to go straight to a couple of them. There's exercise ones.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get myself going to the city. I'll do that sometime tomorrow. Is that all right?
Yeah. Anytime.
Remember, if you want to tonight or at any other point before I put them up, just scroll to the bottom of my shorts,
Go right through. Yeah.
and you'll see all of that stuff.
Yeah. So
There's probably, I don't know, 12, 15 videos like that on there, shorts, and there's some. There might also be some long form videos. I'm not sure if I have any more on there. Anyway.
I used to be, like I said, I used to be quite a good footballer, and I'd be sort of training twice a week and playing the game on a Saturday and a Sunday. So we're talking 4 times, and then I used to go Thai boxing. I was always loved my sport, but when I was about 29, broke my ankle in a football game, put me out for over a year and all that. Tried to come back, kept pulling different muscles. So the football had to go because it interferes with your work as well, doesn't it? I nearly went semi-pro.
Really?
But sort of in my 30s, I was doing the Thai boxing and everything. But now I'm in my 40s. I need to get back into stuff. So
listen, I know that now is not the time. You want to go, and I got to go too. But let me say this. Let me plant a seed, so to speak.
yeah, please.
First and foremost, you don't need to join a gym to get in shape to improve your level of fitness. You can do it through body weight exercises. And as time goes along, if there's anything I can help you, like to set up a program to explain the proper technique, you let me know.
I've got to give up smoke. I've had to give up the green a little bit back now because they're bringing in testing at work and everything. So now's my time to give up the roll-ups as well, the tobacco.
Oh yeah, you got to get off of that. You see, here's the thing: for in New York City, marijuana is now recreationally legal. You can literally walk down the street right in front of a police station and smoke a joint. They can't do a thing to you.
So you can drive with it as well, yeah?
No, if you get caught driving under the influence, you'll get arrested. And you'll get it. You have to go to court for that.
That's the same. Well, we lose your license. I'd lose my job. So that's all stopped. So I can give up the smoking. I want to do some cardiovascular.
Yeah, well, the bike will take care of that.
Yeah, I need to get back on the bike.
This is in New York City. When you're outdoors, the only place you're not allowed to smoke marijuana is in a public park. You can. I would never do it, but you could stand in front of an elementary school and smoke marijuana.
Yeah, or the police station.
Or the police. In fact, the first day that it was legal, that's what I did. I went with a bunch of my friends, and we stood in front of the police station with our bikes, rolling up joints and smoking and passing it to each other. And the cops are coming out. Some of them are giving us dirty looks. But what are they going to do? You know what I mean? What are you going to do? You can't do anything.
I think they're going to legalize it here soon. They know they can make
it should be legalized. It should be.
It's a plant.
Listen, when I hang up with you, before I jump on my bike, I'm going to smoke a little weed, but I'm going to smoke some sativa. Sativa gives you energy. There's different types of weed. You got sativa, indica, and then hybrids. Indica is what I call couch lock. If you smoke indica, it's probably what Chubby smokes most of the time. Eventually, you just want to fall asleep. You want to sit down and you don't want to move.
Yes.
But then sativa, if you smoke sativa, it gives you energy. Seriously, I'm not kidding you.
They've proven it cures lots of cancers, man. They don't want it out. Hemp is you can make clothes, houses with hemp. They banned all of it because they know, like the marijuana can cure cancer. The pharmaceutical companies are the ones that are blocking it
That's right.
because
Well,
because
well, here in America, don't quote me, but I think 26 out of the 50 states marijuana is now legal. But it's
mm,
not recreationally legal in every state. Some of the states it's medicinal, it's medically legal, meaning you have to go to a doctor and say
yeah,
like, I have difficulty sleeping or I'm nervous all the time,
yes,
and they'll
you
give
got
you a
that.
card, a medical card to buy it. But that's not
Yeah.
the case here in New York City.
Ah,
And
that-
here's something else. Here's something else that came along with that. So
mm,
now, what happened is when they started selling when they had the legal pot stores opening in New York City.
yes.
Don't quote me, but I think initially the sales tax was 14 or 20%. I'm not sure because I never bought it from a pot shop. Soon as that happened, I
Mm,
got a really good dealer, black market guy that I've been dealing with for years, and
yeah.
he's a really good guy. He likes me. He's like I'm not just a customer. I'm a friend of his, right?
Mm, yeah.
He was telling me the truth. He goes, marijuana is so cheap now, it's unbelievable. I said, what do you
Oh,
mean? He goes, well, you remember 2 months ago, before when it was illegal, the last time I saw you, you had to pay $250 for the ounce. I go,
yeah.
yeah. He goes, you know
Woo.
how much I'm going to only charge you now?
Mm.
$100 for a whole ounce. I'm like, are you kidding me? What are you giving me a deal? He goes, no. He goes, the price just plummeted on
Oh,
marijuana because of the legalization with these shops opening up.
well, look, Strictly, you go to the doctors. So many people over here are hooked on their drugs. But when you go to doctors, they don't call it a drug; they call it medicine.
Right. I'll give you, for instance, like
Mm,
sleeping pills, right?
mm.
You could just smoke a nice strong indica and it'll knock you, it'll put you right out. Why do you need to take an Ambien or one of those sleeping pills? It's highly addictive. And
Exactly.
it has many different side effects.
So the pharmaceutical companies are blocking it over here, man, because they know when people are not going to. It's already happening. People are just getting. You can go on these private things now, like a doctor, and have a consultation. Costs about 50 quid, 100 quid, and then you can buy it legally off them now. It's about 35 quid for 3.5, and it's happening. But the pharmaceutical companies are probably pissed, but they're all going to get in on the tax on it, you know.
Yes. Yes.
Mm.
Well, listen, I'm going to let you go. I know you want to go and I want to go too, but I just want to say one
Yes,
last thing before I
Strictly.
leave.
What?
What really brought me over to your panel tonight
Yeah,
was, to be honest with you, was the fact that you came over to my video. You're only the second person from that community that ever left a
really?
comment in any of my videos and clicked the thumb up.
Seriously. You see, so
Yes.
they're all fake.
There's one other guy. I don't think he goes into chubbies much. His name is RB, Robert Boy.
Think I've
Uh,
seen it. Mm.
he does like train videos.
Okay.
I've run into him on another channel. He's the only other one that's ever done that. And you
Yeah.
know, every time when I would go to Chubby's channel,
Yeah.
soon as I would write the first comment, I would click the like button. Do you know Chubby never came to my channel once? Never once.
You see,
It's
it
like,
shows.
I'm supporting your channel. You can't support mine? Come on, man. I'm not expecting that you hit the thumb up on every video I put up, but every time I come to your channel, I'm doing that for you.
That shows. See, I'm genuine, and I know you are, and
Well,
I've proved it
yeah.
there. You know.
Yeah, well, that's the fact that I know you're genuine is why I spent so much time. How long have I been on panel with you? About 4 hours now. You know what I mean?
Hold up a minute. 4 hours, 48 minutes.
Yeah, and yeah. So we've been having a conversation. It's like, I don't think it matters so much to you at this point in your channel's growth that there wasn't a lot of people in the chat. So what?
No, I've enjoyed it, and this is going to
Yeah.
get saved. You'll see tomorrow. When we come off, there'll probably be only about 20 views, but by a couple of days, it'll be up to about 60, 70. So that's
Yeah,
all good.
yeah. Well, I'm going to say this real quick. So Chubby would say this a lot. Oh, come on
Yes.
my panel. People love to hear your accent. So you know what? Like I said earlier, anything I can do to help your channel grow, you let me know. All right.
You have got a superb accent.
Yeah.
No, thank you. And your channel. I'll push your channel. Please come to write down Shield Destroyer.
I saw. Yeah, I saw the chat. I screenshotted that.
Yeah, and you know where he's got that. You know we get shields. Well, you know that shields. So he's the shield. He destroys the shields. You know. So please come in with your conversation. You'll make some more friends in there, and I guarantee they'll be coming to your channel as well.
Cool. Sounds good. Sounds excellent.
He,
Let
he-
me
he's
let me just say let me just say this too, real quick.
yeah.
You see, I don't come to these communities looking to pick up subscribers. It's as nice
No.
if people want to subscribe because I have an easy time getting subscribers.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
500,000 people that ride bicycles in New York City, and I
Well,
probably know about 100,000 of them by face and by their bike. So
yeah.
every day when I go out and I see other cyclists, hey, do me a favor, subscribe to my channel. It's easy for me to pick up subscribers.
No, you'll meet some in Shieldishroot. You'll meet some genuine people. Look, Dell was on earlier. Dolores, he's fantastic. You know, he was saying nice to meet you in the not on the in the comments.
Yeah, this sounds good. Just listen. I mentioned this earlier.
Yeah,
What I really value from
Gen-
a channel,
yeah.
especially if I'm on panel, is have an intelligent conversation with somebody. I don't want to go up there and argue with people over ridiculous stuff.
We haven't got.
That's meaningless. It's a waste of time. It's
I've,
foolish. And
I've
I
got.
know because from experience, because I've done it. It's
Yeah,
looking back. It's like, what was I doing that? What was wrong with me?
yeah. I've got this channel going, and because Shield Destroyer, like I say, his channel nearly got smoked again a few months ago. So I got mine going again in case his channel got banned, so we could come on there and stay in contact. Because the way the shit's hitting the fan at the moment, I've been making contacts over here. Like I say, there's a few come on his channel. They've grouped up. They've got farmland. They've got barns full of food and water. So I'm serious with the contacts I make on these channels because I'm in London and it's going to be when the shit goes down. I don't need to be in a city like London. Same as yourself, it's going to be chaos when there's no electric and food and stuff. So at some point, I'm going to be looking to get out of this. You know, it's not, you know, I'm talking when the shit goes down. When they start trying to enlist people and all that, I'm off. But I'm making contacts all through that COVID showed me like, yeah, this is all going to go again. And here we go. So,
Yeah, well, I'll say this to you on this. You
yeah.
know, hope for the best.
Well, I'm
Stay
not
optimistic. Stay optimistic, but do prepare for the worst.
exactly.
Just in case.
I'm not up for the popularity content. I'm not up. I don't need such Shield Destroyers channel. I'm pushing so we can make as many contacts as possible. And I'll get
Yeah.
we get quite a few Americans in my channel and his channel. So that's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Have you not heard me say that on Chubbies? I'm not. This is not a popularity contest for me. If you like me, great. If you don't, that's fine too. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
I'm making contacts, and I wouldn't know if I weren't talking to you. I wouldn't know the protests are still going on. You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
this is what this is about for me. So that's superb. But he goes live around 10 o'clock our time. So what would that be for you? About 3 o'clock? You'll still be working. But when
Well,
you get
it depends. It changes from day to day. It's like
Yeah.
I don't have my schedule is different every day. Like I said, tomorrow I don't have any clients, none at all.
He'll be on tomorrow night. Please look out for Shield Destroyer. Sub him and you'll get the notification. And come in the chat. You already know Dolores and that was in here. I could be, and me. So your content would be much appreciated in the channel.
All right, sounds good. And listen, I just wanted to say this. I don't want to. How do I say this? First and foremost, if you're looking to monetize your channel, do whatever it takes not to get any strikes on it. Okay.
Yeah, no,
And
no.
I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm
Yeah.
gonna have some quote friends unquote
Yeah.
subscribe to your channel.
Oh,
Okay.
super.
I'll get you 3 of them anyway.
That's fine. Yeah,
I don't want to. I don't know if you could read between the lines, but I don't want to say exactly how I'm going to do it. But if you could read between the lines, you'll understand how.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Okay.
I've only got 17 subs, so monetizing you have to have 1,000 subs. Before then, the shit's gonna hit the fan, and I'll probably be off YouTube. You know what I mean?
Well, listen. Remember this: you have to have 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours within a 365-day period.
There you go. See, yeah.
Yeah,
So I'm not bothered about that. I'm not bothered about that. I earn all right money. I don't need the money off here. I'm literally making contacts. Literally.
Listen, I'll tell you what. I'm going to take the time right now when I get off this panel to
to make sure 3 of my quote friends unquote sign up to subscribe. So at least you got your 20. All right.
Thank you. Much
You're,
appreciated, brother.
you're welcome on this. With that,
So
let me rock and roll. It was really good talking with you. We'll talk again, I'm sure,
definitely.
very soon. All right.
Yes, very soon. Look after yourself today.
Yes, and
Look,
listen, you keep your chin up high. Try to remain optimistic.
yeah,
If you
man.
feel like if there's a day where like there's big protests and you got to go anywhere near around them,
Yeah,
make sure you're wearing as comfortable as shoes as you can. Like sneakers.
yeah.
Don't be carrying around a heavy backpack. Make sure you can move quickly if you
Yeah.
need to. You know what I'm saying?
I
No,
know.
seriously, seriously.
I grew up in Southeast London, brother.
Okay, so yeah, okay, all right. All
All
right,
right.
one. Let me rock and roll. Let me get you these my quote unquote my quote friends unquote to subscribe to your channel. All right,
Much appreciated, Strictly.
you got it. You have a
It's a
good night.
pleasure.
All right.
It's a
Actually,
pleasure.
you have a good It's morning for you. Have a good
I'm
morning and
going
good
to
night.
sleep. Well, luckily, I'd normally be finishing work in a couple of hours. So I'm still in my, even though I've had a couple of drinks, I'm going to go to sleep soon through the day. Then I'll be up tomorrow night, which is Monday night. And then I'm back into work Tuesday night. So it's all good.
All right, I'm going to get you these subscribers now, and I'll leave you the links to videos tomorrow. All right.
Yes,
I
please.
want you to have the subscribers, so the next time you will turn your channel on, you say, "Wow, I got 20 now." You know what I mean? I know it's important.
Yes,
Anyway,
yes. The contacts. I want the contacts. The ones that
okay.
are on the same page. Fantastic, Strictly. All right. I'll speak to you probably tomorrow night, man.
Sounds good, Mondes. Be good.
Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you very much. Ciao.
Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Right, that was excellent. Thank you, Strictly. Much appreciated. That was a great conversation. I knew it would be. That's why I wanted you to come up, Strictly. Right, thank you, chat. I don't think anyone's there now. I could, Dolores, superb. Anyone that's listening, thank you all. And yeah, I'm going to shut this down. Yeah, anyone that watches this, go and have a look at Strictly Cycling's channel. You should be able to see his comments in the chat. Click on it. It's a great channel. Yeah, fitness man, personal trainer, on the same page as us in New York. Yeah, some good contacts there. Right, lovely all. I shall speak to you all soon. Thank you all. Peace out.